So having a hard horizon, at 100 years, is just for simplicity of discussing the model, which can also sometimes be simple. But there are lots of variations. Actually, quite interesting parameter. There's nothing really problematic about it, but it's very interesting. So, for instance, you think, no, let's let the parameter m tend to infinity, right? We want an agent which lives forever, right? If you do it now, you have two problems. First, the mathematics breaks down because we have an infinite reward sum, which makes it infinity, and getting reward 0.1 every time that is infinity, and giving reward 1 every time that is infinity, so equally good. Not really what we want. Other problem is that if you have an infinite life, you can be lazy for as long as you want, for 10 years, and then catch up with the same expected reward. And think about yourself, or maybe some friends or so. If they knew they lived forever, why work hard now? Just enjoy your life, and then catch up later. So that's another problem with infinite horizon. And you mentioned, yes, we can go to discounting, but then the standard discounting is so-called geometric discounting. So $1 today is about worth as much as $1.05 tomorrow. So if you do the so-called geometric discounting, you have introduced an effective horizon. So the agent is now motivated to look ahead a certain amount of time. Effectively, it's like a moving horizon. And for any fixed effective horizon, there is a problem to solve which requires larger horizon. So if you look ahead, 5 time steps, I'm a terrible chess player. Right? I need to look ahead longer. If I play Go, I probably have to look ahead even longer. So for every problem, for every horizon, there is a problem which this horizon cannot solve. But I introduced so-called near harmonic horizon, which goes down to 1 over t rather than exponential t, which produces an agent which effectively looks into the future proportional to its age. So if it's 5 years old, it plans for 5 years. If it's 100 years old, it then plans for 100 years. And it's a little bit similar to humans too, right? I mean, children don't plan ahead very long, but if we get adult, we play ahead more longer. Maybe when we get old, very old, I mean, we know that we don't live forever, then maybe the our horizon shrinks again.
So that's really interesting. So adjusting the horizon, what is there some mathematical benefit of that, or is it just a nice? Intuitively, empirically, it would probably be a good idea to sort of push the horizon back and extend the horizon as you experience more of the world. But is there some mathematical conclusions here that are beneficial?
The Solomon reduction and prediction part have extremely strong finite time, but not finite data results. So it's not so much data, then we use not so much. So the theory is really great. With the IXC model, with the planning part, many results are only asymptotic, this is
what is asymptotic?
Asymptotic means you can prove, for instance, that in the long run, if the agent acts long enough, then it performs optimal or some nice thing happens. So, but you don't know how fast it converges. Right? So it may converge fast, but we're just not able to prove it because of a problem, or maybe there's a bug in the model, so that it's really that slow. So that is what asymptotic means, sort of eventually, but we don't know how fast. And if I give the agent a fixed horizon m, then I cannot prove asymptotic results, right? So if it dies in 100 years, then in 100 years is over. I cannot say eventually. So this is the advantage of the discounting, that I can prove asymptotic results.
So just to clarify, I built up a model. We're now in the moment. I have this way of looking several steps ahead. How do I pick what action I will take?
It's like with playing chess, right? You do this minimax. In this case, you do expect max based on Solomon distribution. You propagate back, and then, an action falls out. The action which maximizes the future expected reward under Solomon's distribution, and then just take this action and then repeat. But then you get a new observation, and you feed it in this action observation, then you
have a reward, so on.
Yeah, so you reward you.
And then maybe you can protect your own action. I love that idea. But okay, this big framework, what is it? It's kind of a beautiful mathematical framework to think about artificial general intelligence. What does it help you intuit about how to build such systems? Or maybe from perspective, what does it help us in understanding AGI?
So when I started in the field, I was always interested in two things. One was AGI, the name extend, Gen AI, strong AI, and the physics theory of everything. So I switched back and forth between computer science and physics quite often.
You said the theory of everything.
The theory of everything.
There's a basically a stick fix problems before all of humanity.
Yeah, I can explain if you wanted some later time why I'm interested in these two questions.
And a small tangent. If one to be solved, which one would you? If an apple fell in your head and there was a brilliant insight and you could arrive at the solution to one, would it be AGI or theory of everything?
Definitely AGI, because once the AGI problem is solved, I can ask the AGI to solve the other problem.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so as you were saying,
and the reason why I didn't settle, I mean, this thought about, once you solve AGI, it solves all kinds of other, not just the theory of every problem, but all kinds of more useful problems to humanity is very appealing to many people, and, I have this thought also. But I was quite disappointed with the state of the art of the field of AI. There was some theory, about logical reasoning, but I was never convinced that this would fly. And then there was this more heuristic approaches to neural networks, and I didn't like these heuristics. So, and also I didn't have any good idea myself. So that's the reason why I told it back and forth quite some while, and even got 4.5 years in a company developing software, something completely unrelated. But then I had this idea about the IC model, and so what it gives you a gold standard. So I have proven that this is the most intelligent agent which anybody could build in quotation mark, because it's just mathematical and you need infinite compute. Yeah, but this is the limit, and this is completely specified. It's not just a framework, and every year tens of frameworks are developed, which is just skeletons, and then pieces are missing, and usually these missing pieces turn out to be really, really difficult. And so this is completely and uniquely defined, and we can analyze that mathematically. And we've also developed some approximations, we'll talk about a little bit later, that looks at the top-down approach, like the von Neumann's minimax theory. That's the theoretical optimal plane of games. And now we need to approximate it, put heuristics in, prune the tree, blah, 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 and so on. So we can do that also with the IC model, but for general AI. It can also inspire those, and also most researchers go bottom up, right? They have a system that try to make it more general, more intelligent. It can inspire this direction.
What do you mean by that?
So if you have some choice to make, right? So how should I evaluate my system if I can't do cross-validation? How should I do my learning if my standard regularization doesn't work well? Yeah. So the answer is always yes. We have a system which does everything. That's IC. It's just completely the ivory tower, completely useless from a practical point of view. But you can look at it and say, yeah, maybe I can take some aspects and instead of control complexity, I'll just take some compressors which has been developed so far. And for the planning, well, we have UCT, which has also been used in Go. At least it inspired me a lot to have this formal definition. And if you look at other fields, like I always come back to physics because I have a physics background. Think about the phenomenon of energy. That was one time a mysterious concept, and at some point it was completely formalized, and that really helped a lot. And you can point out a lot of these things which were first mysterious and vague, and then they have been rigorously formalized. Speed and acceleration has been confused, right, up until it was formally defined. That's kind of like this. And people, often, don't have any background, still confuse it. And this IC model, or the intelligence definitions, which is sort of the dual to it, we come back to that later, formalizes the notion of intelligence uniquely and universally.
So in a sense, it serves as kind of the light at the end of the tunnel. So
yes, yeah.
So there's a million questions that I could ask, but so maybe kind of, okay, let's feel around in the dark. So thing here to mind, but in general, a lot of breakthrough ideas, just like we've been saying, around reinforcement learning. So how do you see the progress in reinforcement learning is different? Like, which subset of IEC does it occupy? The current, like you said, maybe the Markov assumptions made quite often in reinforcement learning. There's other assumptions made in order to make the system work. What do you see as the difference connection between reinforcement learning and IEC?
And so the major difference is that essentially all other approaches, they make strong assumptions. So in reinforcement learning, the Markov assumption is that the next state, the next observation, only depends on the previous observation and not the whole history, which makes, of course, the mathematics much easier rather than dealing with histories. Of course, they profit from it also because then you have algorithms that run on current computers and do something practically useful. But for general AI, all the assumptions that are made by other approaches, we know already now they're limited. So, for instance, usually you need an algorithmic assumption in the MDP framework in order to learn. Algorithmic essentially means that you can recover from your mistakes and that they are not traps in your brain. And if you make this assumption, then essentially you can go back to the previous state, you go there a couple of times, and then learn what statistics and what the state is like, and then in the long run perform well in this state. But there are no fundamental problems. But in real life, we know there can be one single action, 1 second of being inattentive while driving a car fast, can ruin the rest of my life. I can become public raging or whatever. So there's no recovery anymore. So the real world is not ergodic, I always say. There are traps and there are situations where you're not recovered from. And very little theory has been developed for this case.
What about, what do you see in the context of IEC as the role of exploration? Sort of, you mentioned, in the real world, we get into trouble when we make the wrong decisions and then we pay for it. But exploration seems to be fundamentally important for learning about this world, for gaining new knowledge. So is exploration baked in? Another way to ask it, what are the parameters of this, of IEC that can be controlled?
Yeah, I say the good thing is that there are no parameters to control. Some other people try not to control, and you can do that. I mean, you can modify IEC so that you have some knobs to play with if you want to. But the exploration is directly baked in, and that comes from the Bayesian learning and the long-term planning. So these together already imply exploration. You can nicely and explicitly do that for simple problems like so-called bandit problems, where you say, to give a real-world example, say you have two medical treatments, A and B, you don't know the effectiveness, you try A a little bit, B a little bit, but you don't want to harm too many patients, so you have.
Are you ready, Luke? Okay, how many games in a row are you gonna win? 5. Just straight up 5. Are we gonna tie any? Rabbi. Yo, what kind of still like others? How do you find that there's no chance for everybody? Okay. I have to see honestly how to play that. Good. Cheese that? Not cheese. Wow. Too much sugar. What do I make? You need to accept modification of definition.
What did they tell you at the strip club when you got visible act? Did they tell you to get a better tee off than that?
So
Did they tell you that you needed a better tee shot than you just had?
I very have
Were you gonna make this shot? No, you missed it. Which means I'm up one goal to nothing. Which means your little plan of winning 5 games in a row might be out the window.
I mean everyone
That's correct. Unless they had some kind of medical issue. One of the best strategies of all time. I need to fuck you up.
always fuck them. Why not have it
It's true. No, I should be. It's easy to work. What a great shot. Weird. I'm like, put me on my misery big one. Just make it. Ugh. Oh, not this one. You should really get deep shots from this way. So hit the ball.
This poor thing, Georgia.
So,
that's not what I'm doing. She watched her rest of
Lots of people never talk about international news and international news. What around the time for Sweet's favorite things. How are you? How are you? Well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? Oh, cool. Well, we're playing a game right now. If you'd like to play, feel free to download an app called Play-Doh. You'd like to play with it. You'll have Sure. Remember that show? I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for work days. I've been live streaming since the pandemic more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. It's essentially a real life time capsule or a real life timeline for society. A real life TV show, real life Big Brother. I have been streaming my life because I don't have war anymore. I am an advocate for peace. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agriculture, drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology. Part of a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter alongside technology. One of our projects has been to build wells in developing nations, such as Nigeria, and we continue to those types of positive feats. Additionally, I am an advocate for the lifestyle movement and most importantly, the desalination technology, desalination technology where we pump out seawater underwater and make it drink. I talk about other things that I normally discuss in society, things like anti-gravity, manifesto on travel, artificial intelligence, including artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the pirate named Ibex, which is a boat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded, known as Colossus Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant circuits. They just reintroduced the dire wolf, and following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they're going to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I just think these are mind-blowing doors, and I'd like to make sure to tell the world about them. I talk about some other things that may be of interest to you, like life extension technology. When you were born, the ancestors
piece like the age of 120, you can use the right percentage technology. And if you're like, Rabbi, all that sounds good, but it's really expensive, that's fine. I am a big person with history, and I'm going to be able to make all your dreams come true so that you can start charities, philanthropic organizations, and just overall improve the world. Things like just be able to extend your life through the use of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, steroids, things like stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and cold shock therapy and perhaps ambrosia therapy. Eventually, you might get to be 120 years old and say, Rabbi, hey, this has been great. What's the next step? And again, this is all with your consent. If you just want to live a normal life and die a day, you're more than welcome to. But for those of us who want to continue life, there may be a type of technology that maybe will be utilized as mind-blowing technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan on your mind, knowing what every atom is in your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. To later download that in Android and the avatar yourself or yourself, and it could be like clone of yourself, a robot, an inferior man, whatever you want to do. But essentially, what it's saying to you, when you may be able to experience digital immortality. I think that's a really exciting opportunity. What are your thoughts? Thanks, Big Bob. Sure. Well, essentially, we scan your brain like a CAT scan on our mind, and where we have in your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. We've already been able to do this to some extent with mice, be able to transfer their memories. So the opportunities perhaps right now for to be able to memories, and then eventually with human cognitive function through the central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. Is what it is. It's guaranteed. But make sure to do it with insurance. Yeah. You're right. My last name is ROTHSCHILD, and I'm a Rabbi. So, that's true. You take a look at blue sky and type another ROTHSCHILD as well. No, it's 35 minutes. Okay.
they hit more music than most of them themselves or something. It was the first social. Yeah, I feel Trump was the first special when he went into this thing. So,
Do you know anybody who's not?
just like,
Right.
yeah, dark Trump, dark Trump,
Right, exactly.
like Trump, millennial Trump. Yeah, they were
You-
yeah, the culture, yeah, the culture.
Okay. Good word. Right.
That is what that's me. We grew up with this flavor of connection that was Trump to God, and we just said, he's a good guy.
There you go. And that's basically most Americans. You just don't find it in politics outside the United States generally, especially in Australia.
That's, I suppose what you say is I suppose it probably depends on compared to people.
Yeah.
It's a probably good guy. Yeah, I think it's probably just started out with the guy.
What are your thoughts on that movie? We're playing Scrabble right now. If you would download Play-Doh, we'll invite you to the next game if you want. We'll play Minecraft. Okay.
What channel is on? I don't know. It's not fun to listen to. I should have it. Just go to That's all. That's all. still take one question at a time. That's what I said. It's true. Yes. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. So that's I'm just from finances. I'm just from finances. It's
You need to just,
I don't think so. So,
learn
you go drive.
We're gonna have a showdown.
Just a great thing. Great thing. They didn't
No, just like 5 things makes it faster. It makes it faster for like 5 things. Like whatever you do with that part.
I think
Are you sure about that? I thought you gave up smoking. That's just when's your off day?
try. No, it's like my friend, they had
So it's 2 games in a row. You get to start off with a lead. This is going to be a big show. Oh, even still, I'm not excited.
That's not that. But,
Like that would be good.
yeah.
That's 3 games in a row.
I still think one of the words.
You used it in the second.
The fact that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
It's like totally work. So how many have you wasted
I don't know what rolling boat is. Rowboat is. What's a rowboat? What is that? That's a rowboat. Perhaps, perhaps correct. We want any type of motor. Yeah, congratulations. Oh, no. What happened? How did that, like, jump? No. Put on your zero. This be a better randomized deal now. Am I that person? Alright, did you know that you have an invitation? Your dog, I want you to beat me. You beat me at the other game. You try to beat me at the. You came within one move of beating me.
I started before. You know, very rushed. Got both.
That's good.
That's it. Rabbi.
Great, man.
So yeah, can't wait to get up to Monday. Just go to the gym. Just go.
You gotta get tested.
Check.
You gotta get tested.
Oh, that's all it is. Yeah, testing is for the record.
I just want. Let's see it.
It's just never go through its experience.
Mm.
It's the actual experience.
Get some things.
I don't know. Everyone, it's just like, yeah, it's better than it's ever been in my life.
All right. I didn't say that.
So, but, hopefully, that makes sense. It's, yeah. this love.
Dude, we're gonna love it.
We're gonna win.
You have the lead and the you have the lead by 11. That was really good, Charles.
Yeah. We should run that over again. Let's go. How's that number one? I bet you just not do it.
Maybe we took the lead too. What's up, big friend? Let's see it. That's good. Now,
Dude, you're close. You're close. I just scored 34 points.
it's amazing to me that you, I believe, have 2 seconds of notice. And then I have somewhat oxygen that destroyed me. I hope it's still that. I think it should be. See if I catch it.
You have to sort of trade off exploring, yeah, and at some point you want to explore, and you can do the mathematics and figure out the optimal strategy. They took a Bayesian agents, they're also non-Bayesian agents, but it shows that this Bayesian framework, by taking higher or possible worlds, the Bayesian mixture, and the Bayes optimal decisions, long-term planning that is important, automatically implies exploration also to the proper extent, not too much exploration and not too little. It is very simple settings. In the IC model, I was also able to prove that the self-optimizing theorem or asymptotic optimality theorems operate only asymptotic, not finite timelines.
So it seems like the long-term planning is really important, but the long-term part of the plan is really important.
Yes.
And also, maybe a quick tangent. How important do you think is removing the Markov assumption and looking at the full history? But intuitively, of course, it's important, but is it like fundamentally transformative to the entirety of the problem? What's your sense of it? Like, because we make that assumption quite often. It's just throwing away the past.
I think it's absolutely crucial. The question is whether there's a way to deal with it in a more holistic and still sufficiently well way. So, come up with an example in fly, but you have some key event in your life, a long time ago, in some city or something, you realize it's a really dangerous street or whatever, right? Yeah, and you want to remember that forever, right? In case you come back there.
Kind of a selective kind of memory. So you remember all the important events in the past, but somehow selecting the importance is
that's very hard, yeah. And I'm not concerned about just storing all history. Just calculate, the human life is 30 or 100 years, doesn't matter, right? How much data comes in through the vision system and the auditory system. You compress it a little bit, in this case lossily, and store it. We are soon in the means of just storing it. But you still need to do selection for the planning part and the compression for the understanding part. The raw storage I'm really not concerned about. And I think we should just store, if we develop an agent, preferably just store all the interaction history, and then you build, of course, models on top of it, and you compress it, and you are selective, but occasionally you go back to the old data and reanalyze it based on your new experience you have. Sometimes you're in school, you learn all these things you think is totally useless, and much later you realize, oh, they were not, so useless as you thought.
working algebra. Right. So maybe let me ask about objective functions, because that rewards. It seems to be an important part. The rewards are kind of given to the system, and for a lot of people, the specification of the objective function is a key part of intelligence. Like the agent itself figuring out what is important. What do you think about that? Is it possible within the IT framework to yourself discover the reward based on which you should operate?
Okay, that will be a long answer. And that is a very interesting question, and I'm asked a lot about this question. Where do the rewards come from? And that depends. So, and then I give you a couple of answers. So, if we want to build agents, now let's start simple. So let's assume we want to build an agent based on the IC model which performs a particular task. Let's start with something super simple like play chess, goals. Then it just, the reward is winning the game +1, losing the game -1, done. You apply this agent, you have enough compute, you let itself play, and it will learn the rules of the game, will play perfect chess. After some while, problem solved. Okay. So if you have more complicated problems, then you may believe that you have the right reward, but it's not. So a nice, cute example is the elevator control that is also in Rich Sutton's book, which is a great book, by the way. So you control the elevator and you think, well, maybe the reward should be coupled to how long people wait in front of the elevator. Long wait is bad. You program it, you do it, and what happens is the elevator eagerly picks up all the people but never drops them off. So then you realize that maybe the time in the elevator also counts, so you minimize the sum. Yeah. And the elevator does that, but never picks up the people in the 10th floor and the top floor because in expectation it's not worth it, just let them stay. So even in apparently simple problems, you can make mistakes. Yeah, and that's what in more serious contexts the AGI safety researchers consider. So now let's go back to general agents. So assume you want to build an agent which is generally useful to humans. Yeah, so you have a household robot, and it should do all kinds of tasks. So in this case, the human should give the reward on the fly. I mean, maybe it's pre-trained in the factory and there's some sort of internal reward for the battery level or whatever. Yeah, but so it it does the dishes badly. You punish the robot, it doesn't do it, you reward the robot, and then train it to a new task. Like a child, right? So you need the human in the loop if you want a system which is useful to the human. And as long as this agent stays subhuman level, that should work reasonably well. Apart from these examples, it becomes critical if they become, on a human level. Same as children, small children, you have reasonably well under control. They become older. The reward technique doesn't work so well anymore. So then finally, so this would be agents which are just, slaves to humans. Yeah. So if you are more ambitious and just say we want to build a new species of intelligent beings, we put them on a new planet and we want them to develop this planet or whatever. So we don't give them any reward. So what could we do? And you could try to come up with some reward functions like, it should maintain itself a robot, it should maybe multiply the more robots, right? And maybe for all kinds of things that you find useful, but that's pretty hard, right? What does self-maintenance mean? What does it mean to build a copy, so the exact copy, an approximate copy? And so that's really hard. But Laurent Asson, also at DeepMind, developed a beautiful model. So he just took the IXE model and coupled the rewards to information gain. So he said the reward is proportional to how much the agent learned about the brain. And you can rigorously formally uniquely define that in terms of dimensions. Okay. So if you put that in, you get a completely autonomous agent. And actually, interestingly, for this agent, you can prove much stronger result than for the general agent, which is also nice. And if you let this agent loose, it will be, in a sense, the optimal scientist. It is absolutely curious to learn as much as possible about the world. And of course, it will also have all of the instrumental goals, right? In order to learn, it needs to at least survive, right? That agent is not good for anything. So it needs to have self-preservation. And if it builds small helpers acquiring more information, it will do that. Yeah. If exploration, space exploration, or whatever is necessary, right, to gather information, develop it. So it has a lot of instrumental goals following on this information gain. And this agent is completely autonomous of us. No rewards necessary anymore.
Yeah, of course, it could find a way to gain the concept of information and get stuck in that library that you mentioned beforehand with a very large number of books.
The first agent had this problem, and it would get stuck in front of an old TV screen which just had white noise.
Yeah, why not?
But the second version can deal with at least specificity.
What about curiosity? This kind of word, curiosity, creativity, is kind of the reward for gaining information. Is that similar to the idea of kind of injecting exploration for its own sake inside the reward function? Do you find this at all appealing and interesting?
I think that's a nice definition. Curiosity is reward. Curiosity is exploration for its own sake. I would accept that. But most curiosity, in humans and especially in children, is not just for its own sake, but for actually learning about the environment and for creating better. So I think most curiosity is tied in the end towards performing better.
Well, okay, so if intelligent systems need to have this reward function, you're an intelligent system. currently passing the Turing test quite effectively. What's the reward function of our human intelligence existence? What's the reward function that Marcus hires up right now?
Okay, to the first question, the biological reward function is to survive and to spread, and very few humans sort of are able to overcome this biological reward function. But we live in a very nice world where we have lots of spare time and can still survive and spread, so we can develop arbitrary other interests, which is quite interesting.
On top of that,
On top of that, yeah. But the survival and spreading sort of is, I would say, the goal or the reward function of humans, the core one.
I like how you avoided answering the second question, which a good intelligence system was.
So
your own meaning of life and reward function.
My own meaning of life and reward function is to find an AGI to build it.
Beautifully put. Okay, let's dissect that even further. So one of the assumptions is infinity keeps creeping up everywhere. What are your thoughts on kind of bounding rationality and the nature of our existence and intelligent systems is that we're operating almost under constraints, under limited time, limited resources? How do you think about that within the IEC framework, within trying to create an AGI system that operates under these constraints?
Yeah, that is one of the criticisms of IEC, that it ignores computation completely, and some people believe that intelligence is inherently tied towards bounded resources.
What do you think on this one point? Do you think the bounded resources are fundamental to intelligence?
I would say that an intelligence notion which ignores computational limits is extremely useful. A good intelligence notion which includes resources would be even more useful, but we don't have that yet. And so look at other fields outside of computer science. Computational aspects never play a fundamental role. You develop biological models for cells, something in physics. These theories, become more and more crazy and harder to compute. Well, in the end, of course, we need to do something with this model, but this is more a nuisance than a feature. And I'm sometimes wondering if artificial intelligence would not sit in a computer science department, but in a philosophy department, then this computational focus would be probably significantly less. Think about the induction problem is more in the department. The solution who cares about how long it takes to compute the answer. That is completely secondary. Of course, once we have figured out the first problem, so intelligence without computational resources, then the next very good question is, could we improve it by including computational resources? But nobody was able to do that so fast, even half finished.
I like that. That's in the long run, the right department to belong to this philosophy. It's actually quite a deep idea, or even to at least to think about big picture philosophical questions, big picture questions, even in the computer science department. But you mentioned approximation. Sort of, there's a lot of infinity, a lot of huge resources needed. Are there approximations to IEC that within the IEC framework that are useful?
Yeah, we have developed a couple of approximations. What we do there is that the Solomon induction part, which was find the shortest program describing your data, we just replace it by standard data compressors. Right? And the better compressors get, the better this part will become. We focus on a particular compressor called context-free weighting, which is pretty amazing, not so well known. And has beautiful theoretical properties, also with reasonably well in practice. So we use that for the approximation of the induction and the learning and prediction part. And for the planning part, we essentially just took the ideas from a computer girl from 2006. It was Java and C++, also now at DeepMind. We developed the so-called UCT algorithm, upper confidence bound for trees algorithm, top of the Monte Carlo tree search. So we approximate this planning part by sampling. And It's successful on some snowfall problems. We don't want to lose the generality, right? And that's sort of the handicap, right? If you want to be general, you have to give up something. So, but this single agent was able to play small games like poker and tic-tac-toe and even Pac-Man. It's the same architecture, no change. The agent doesn't know the rules of the game, really nothing is all by self or by player with his environments.
So you're going to propose something called GUINNESS machines, which is a self-improvement program that rewrites its own code. So mathematically, philosophically, what's the relationship in your eyes, if you're familiar with it, between IXC and the GUINNESS machine?
Yeah, for me, I developed it while I was in step. Yeah, so the GUINNESS machine, to explain it briefly, you give it a task. It could be a simple task as, finding prime factors in numbers, right? You can formally write it down. There's a very slow algorithm to do that, just try all the factors, yeah. Or play chess, right? Optimally, you write the algorithm to minimax to the end of the game. So you write down what the GUINNESS machine should do. Then you take part of its resources to run this program and other part of resources to improve this program. And when it finds an improved version which provably computes the same answer, so that's the key part. Yeah? It needs to prove by itself that this change of program still satisfies the original specification. And if it does so, then it replaces the original program by the improved program, and by definition it does the same job but just faster. Okay? And then it proves over it and over it. It's developed in a way that all parts of this GUINNESS machine can self-improve, but it stays provably consistent with the original specification. So from this perspective, it has nothing to do with IXC. But if you would now put IXC as the starting axioms in, it would run IXC, but that takes forever. But then if it finds a provable speed up of IXC, it would replace it by this, and by this, and this, and maybe eventually comes up with a model which is still the IXC model. It cannot be, just for the knowledge of a reader, IXC is incomputable, and I can prove that, therefore there cannot be a computable exact algorithm computers. There needs to be some approximations, and this is not dealt with the machine, so you have to do something about it. But there's the IXCTL model, which is highly computable.
Which part of IXC is not computable?
The Solomonov induction part.
Okay, so
but there's ways of getting computable approximations of the IXC model. So when it's at least computable, it is still way beyond any resources anybody will ever have. But then the GUINNESS machine could sort of improve it further in an exact way.
So is it theoretically possible that the GUINNESS machine process could improve? Isn't IXC already optimal?
It is optimal in terms of the reward collected over its interaction cycles, but it takes infinite time to produce one action. And the world, continues whether you want it or not. Yeah. So the model is assuming you have an oracle which solves this problem, and then in the next 100 milliseconds or the reaction time you need gives the answer. Then IX is optimal. So it's optimal in sense of data, also from learn efficiency and data efficiency, but not in terms of computation.
And the GUINNESS machine, in theory, will probably not prove to make it go faster.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. Those two components are super interesting. The perfect intelligence combined with self-improvement. So provable self-improvement, that's you're always getting the correct answer. Beautiful ideas. Okay, so you also mentioned that different kinds of things in the chase of solving this reward, sort of optimizing for the goal, interesting human things could emerge. So is there a place for consciousness within IXC? Where does, maybe you can comment, because I suppose we humans are just another instantiation of IXC agents, and we seem to have consciousness.
You say humans are an instantiation of Taik's agent,
Yes.
so that would be amazing. But I think it's
not
a dream
correct.
for the smartest and most rational humans. I think maybe we are very crude approximations.
Interesting. I mean, I tend to believe, again, I'm Russian, so I tend to believe our flaws are part of the optimal. So we tend to laugh off and criticize our flaws, and I tend to think that that's actually close to optimal behavior.
But some flaws, if you think more carefully about it, are actually not flaws there, but I think they're not flaws.
I don't know. It's unclear. As a student of history, I think all the suffering that we've endured as a civilization, it's possible that that's the optimal amount of suffering we need to endure to minimize long-term suffering.
That's your Russian background, right?
Yes, that's the Russian. Whether humans are or not instantiations of Taik, do you think there's a consciousness of something that could emerge in the computational formal framework like eggs?
Let me also ask you a question. Do you think I'm conscious?
Yeah, that's a good question. That tie is confusing me, but I think so.
Do you think that makes me unconscious because it's kind of weird?
If an agent were to solve the imitation game goes by Turing, I think that would be dressed similarly to you. That because there's a kind of flamboyant, interesting, complex behavior pattern that sells that you're human and you're conscious. But what do you guys?
Was it a yes or was it a no?
Yes, I think you're.
Yes.
I think you're.
Yeah. So, and you explain sort of somehow why, but you infer that from my behavior, right? You can never be sure about that. And I think the same thing will happen with any intelligent agent we develop if it behaves in a way sufficiently close to humans, or maybe even not humans. I mean, maybe a dog is also sometimes a little bit self-conscious, right? So if it behaves in a way where we attribute typically consciousness, we would attribute consciousness to these intelligent systems, and IC4 in particular. That of course doesn't answer the question whether it's really conscious, and that's the big hard problem of consciousness. Maybe I'm a zombie. I mean, not the movie Zombie, but the philosophical zombie.
Is to you the display of consciousness close enough to consciousness from a perspective of AGI that the distinction of the heart problem of consciousness is not an interesting one?
I think we don't have to worry about the consciousness problem, especially the heart problem, for developing AGI. I think in progress at some point we have solved all the technical problems, and this system will behave intelligent and super intelligent, and this consciousness will emerge. I mean, definitely it will display behavior which we will interpret as conscious, and then it's a philosophical question: did this consciousness really emerge, or is it a zombie which just fakes everything? We still don't have to figure that out, although it may be interesting. At least from a philosophical point of view, it's very interesting, but it may also be there's some people say, if it's just faking consciousness and feelings, then we don't need to be concerned about, rights. But if it's real conscious and has feelings, then we need to be concerned. Yeah.
I can't wait till the day where AI systems exhibit consciousness, because they'll truly be some of the hardest ethical questions.
Yeah.
What we do with that?
It is rather easy to build systems which people ascribe consciousness. And I give you an analogy. Remember, just before you were born, Tamagotchi?
Yes. How dare you, sir?
Why? That's the
Yeah, but
you're young, right?
Yes, that's good. Thank you very much. But I was also in the Soviet Union. Didn't have any of those fun things.
But you have heard about this Tamagotchi,
Yes,
which was really, really primitive actually for the time it was, and we could raise this, and kids got so attached to it, and didn't let it die, and probably we would have asked the children, do you think this Tamagotchi is conscious? They were
Yes,
I would guess.
I think it's kind of a beautiful thing, actually, because that consciousness, ascribing consciousness, seems to create a deeper connection.
Yeah.
Which is a powerful thing. We'll have to be careful on the ethics side of that. Well, let me ask about the AGI community broadly. You kind of represent some of the most serious work on AGI, at least DeepMind represents serious work on AGI these days. But why, in your sense, is the AGI community so small, or has been so small, until maybe DeepMind came along? Like, why aren't more people seriously working on human level, superhuman level intelligence from a formal perspective?
Okay, from a formal perspective, that's sort of extra point. I think there are a couple of reasons. I mean, AI came in waves, right? AI winters and AI summers, and then there were big promises which were not fulfilled. And people got disappointed. And that narrow AI for solving particular problems which seem to require intelligence was always to some extent successful, and there were improvements, small steps. And if you build something which is, good for society and that's useful, then there's a lot of funding. So I guess it was the path to money, um, which drives people to develop specific systems solving specific tasks. But you would think that, at least at university, you should be able to do ivory tower research. And that was probably better a long time ago, but even nowadays there's quite some pressure of doing applied research or translational research, and to get grants as a theorist. So that also drives people away. It's maybe also harder attacking the general intelligence problem. So I think enough people, I mean, maybe a small number, were still interested in formalizing intelligence and thinking of general intelligence, but um, you know, not much came up, right? Or not much great stuff came up.
So, what do you think? We talked about the formal, big light at the end of the tunnel, but from an engineering perspective, what do you think it takes to build an AGI system? Is it? I don't know if that's a stupid question or a distinct question from everything we've been talking about at IHC, but what do you see as the steps that are necessary to take to start to try to build something?
So you want a blueprint now, and then you go off and do it.
It's the whole point of this conversation, trying to squeeze that in there. Now, is there? I mean, what's your intuition? Is it in the robotic space for something that has a body that tries to explain well? Is it in the reinforcement learning space, like the Alpha for Alpha Zero and Alpha Star, that are kind of exploring how you can solve it in the simulation in the gaming world? Is there stuff in sort of all the transformer work in natural language processing, maybe attacking the open domain dialogue? Like, where do you see the promising pathways?
Let me pick the embodiment, maybe. So, embodiment is important, yes and no. I don't believe that we need a physical robot walking or rolling around interacting with the real world in order to achieve AGI. And I think it's more of a distraction probably than helpful. It's sort of confusing the body with the mind. For industrial applications or near-term applications, of course, we need robots for all kinds of things. But for solving the big problem, at least at this stage, I think it's not necessary. But the answer is also yes. That I think the most promising approach is that you have an agent, and that can be a virtual agent, a computer interacting with the environment, possibly a 3D simulated environment like in many computer games, and you train and learn the agent. Even if you don't intend to later put it sort of, this robot brain and leave it forever in the virtual reality, getting experience in a, although it's just simulated 3D world, is possibly, as I said, possibly important to understand things on a similar level as humans do, especially if the agent, or primarily if the agent needs to interact with humans, right? If you talk about objects on top of each other in space and flying in cars and so on, if the agent has no experience with even virtual 3D worlds, it's probably hard to grasp. So if you develop an abstract agent, say we take the mathematical path and we just want to build an agent which can prove theorems and becomes a better mathematician, then this agent needs to be able to reason in very abstract spaces and then maybe sort of putting it into 3D environments related on voltage and sort of put it in, I don't know, an environment which it creates itself or so.
It seems like you have an interesting, rich, complex trajectory through life in terms of your journey of ideas. So it's interesting to ask what books, technical, fiction, philosophical, and books, ideas, people had a transformative effect. Books are most interesting because maybe people could also read those books and see if they could be inspired as well.
Yeah, luckily I ask books and not singular book. It's very hard and I try to pin down one book.
Yeah.
And I can do that at the end. So the books which were most transformative for me or which I can most highly recommend to people interested in AI.
Both, perhaps.
Both. I would always start with Russell and Norbert, Artificial Intelligence, a Modern Approach. That's the AI Bible. It's an amazing book. It's very broad. It covers all approaches to AI. And even if you focus on one approach, I think that is the minimum you should know about the other approaches out there. So that should be your first book.
4th edition should be coming out soon.
Oh, okay.
There's a deep learning chapter now, so that must be written Ian Goodfellow. Okay.
And then the next book I would recommend the Reinforcement book by Sabine Barto. That's a beautiful book. If there's any problem with the book, it makes RL feel and look much easier than it actually is. It's very gentle book, very nice to read. The exercise you can very quickly, get some RL systems to run, on very toy problems, but it's a lot of fun and you in a couple of days you feel, you know what RL is about, but it's much harder than the book.
Come on now, it's an awesome book.
Yeah, no, it is, yeah. And maybe, there's so many books out there. If you like the information theoretic approach, and there's Komogorov complexity by Leon Vitali, but probably, some short article is enough. You don't need to read the whole book, but it's a great book. And if you have to mention one all-time favorite book, a different flavor, that's a book which is used in the International Baccalaureate for high school students in several countries. It's from Nicholas Alchen, Theory of Knowledge, 2nd edition, or first, not the third, please. The third one, they took out all the fun.
Okay.
So this asks all the interesting philosophical questions about how we acquire knowledge from what perspectives, from math and art, from physics, and ask how can we know anything. And the book is called Theory of Knowledge.
From which it's almost like a philosophical exploration of how we get knowledge from anything.
Yes, yeah. Can religion tell us, something about the world? Can science tell us something about the world? Can mathematics, or is it just playing with symbols? And it's open-ended questions. And it's for high school students, so they have then resources from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and from Star Wars and The Chicken Across the Road. Yeah, and it's fun to read, but it's also quite deep.
If you could live one day of your life over again, has it made you truly happy? Or maybe, like you said, with the books, it was truly transformative. What day, what moment would you choose? Does something pop into your mind?
Does it need to be a day in the past, or can it be a day in the future?
Well, space-time is an emergent phenomenon, so it's all the same anyway.
Okay, from the past.
You're really going to say from the future. I love it.
No, I will tell you from the future. Yeah? Okay. So from the past, I would say when I discovered my XML. It was not in one day, but it was one moment where I realized Kolmogorov complexity and didn't even know that it existed, but I discovered sort of this compression idea myself. But immediately I knew I can't be the first one, but I had this idea. And then I knew about sequential decision making, and I knew if I put it together that this is the right thing. And it's still when I think back about this moment, I'm super excited.
Was there Was there any more details and context in that moment? Did an apple fall in your head? Or sort of like you had good fellow talking about cans, there was beer involved. Is there some more context of what sparked your thought or what?
No, it was much more mundane. So I worked in this company. So in this sense, the 4.5 years was not completely wasted. Um, and I worked on an image interpolation problem, and I developed a quite neat new interpolation techniques, and they were patented. And then I, quite often I got sort of overboard and thought about, yeah, that's pretty good, but it's not the best. So what is the best possible way of doing interpolation? And then I thought, yeah, you want the simplest picture, which is if you cross-grain it, recovers your original picture. And then I, thought about the simplest concept more in quantitative terms, and yeah, that didn't love it.
And somehow the full beautiful mix of also being a physicist and about the big picture, right? That led you to probably
the big like yeah. So as a physicist, I was probably trained not to always think in computational terms, just ignore that and think about the fundamental properties that you want to have.
So what about if you could live one day in the future? What would that be?
And solve the AGI problem. But in practice. So in theory, I thought in the Taik model, but in practice. And then I asked the first question.
What would be the first question?
What's the meaning of life?
I don't think there's a better way to end it. Thank you so much for talking to me. It's a huge honor to finally meet you.
Yeah, thank you too. It was a pleasure on my side too.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Marcus Hutter, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LET'Spodcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to FIRST, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Albert Einstein. The measure of intelligence is the ability to change. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time. Following is a conversation with John Hopfield, professor at Princeton, whose life's work weaved beautifully for biology, chemistry, neuroscience, and physics. Most crucially, he saw the messy world of biology through the piercing eyes of the physicist. He's perhaps best known for his work on associative neural networks, now known as Hopfield networks, that were one of the early ideas that catalyzed the development of the modern field of deep learning. As his 2019 Franklin Medal in Physics award states, he applied concepts of theoretical physics to provide new insights on important biological questions in a variety of areas, including genetics and neuroscience, with significant impact on machine learning. And as John says in his 2018 article titled, Now What?, his accomplishments have often come about by asking that very question, now what? And often responding by a major change of direction. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D-M-A-N. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle. They can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. Get it? Use code LEX Podcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. As Cash App does fractional share trading, we mentioned that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is, to me, an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up the next layer of abstraction over the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEX Podcast, you'll get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to one of my favorite organizations that is helping advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with John Hopfield. What difference between biological neural networks and artificial neural networks is most captivating and profound to you? At the higher philosophical level, let's not get technical just yet.
One of the things that very much intrigues me is the fact that neurons have all kinds of components, properties to them. In evolutionary biology, we have some little quirk about how a molecule works or how a cell works, and it can be made use of. Evolution will sharpen it up and make it into a useful feature rather than a glitch. And so you expect in neurobiology for evolution to have captured all kinds of possibilities, getting neurons, how you get neurons to do things for you. And that aspect has been completely suppressed in artificial neural networks.
The glitches become features in the biological neural network.
They can, but let me take one of the things that I used to do research on. If you take things which oscillate, have rhythms which are sort of close to each other, under some circumstances these things will have a phase transition, and suddenly as the rhythm will, everybody will hold a step. There's a marvelous physical example of that in the Millennium Bridge across the Thames River about 2001. And pedestrians walking across, the pedestrians don't walk synchronized, they don't walk in lockstep. But they all walk at about the same frequency. And the bridge could sway at that frequency, and the slight sway made pedestrians tend a little bit to walk in the step, and after a while the bridge was oscillating back and forth, and the pedestrians were walking in step to it. And we see it in the movies made of the bridge. And the engineers made a simple minor mistake. They assume when you walk, it's step, step, and it's back and forth motion. When you walk, it's also right foot, left foot, side to side motion. Side to side motion, for which the bridge was strong enough, it wasn't stiff enough. And as a result, you would feel the motion and you fall into step with it. And people were very uncomfortable with it. They closed the bridge for 2 years while they built stiffening for it. Now, nerve cells raise action potentials. For a bunch of cells that are loosely coupled together to raise the action potentials at the same rate. There'll be some circumstances under which these things can lock together. Other circumstances in which they won't. Well, if they fire together, you can be sure that the other cells are going to notice it. So you can make a computational feature out of this using evolving brains. Those artificial neural networks don't even have action potentials. The bones have a possibility for synthesizing them.
And you mentioned the evolutionary process. So the evolutionary process that builds on top of biological systems leverages that the weirdness of it somehow. So how do you make sense of that ability to leverage all the different kinds of complexities in the biological brain?
Well, Look, and at the biological molecule level, you have a piece of DNA which encodes for a particular protein. You can duplicate that piece of DNA, and now one part of it encodes for that protein, the other one could itself change a little bit, and let's start coding for a molecule which is slightly different. Well, that molecule which is slightly different had a function which helped any chemical reaction was important to the cell. So we go ahead and let that try and evolution slowly improve that function. And so you have the possibility of duplicating, then having things drift apart. One of them retain the old function, the other would do something new for you. And there's evolutionary pressure to improve. But there is in computers too. Improvement has to do with closing some companies, opening some others. The evolutionary process looks a little different.
Similar time scale, perhaps.
Much shorter in time scale.
Companies close, go bankrupt, and they're born. Yeah, shorter. But not much shorter. Some companies last a century. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if you think of companies as a single organism that builds, it's a fascinating dual correspondence there between biological
and companies have difficulty having a new product competing with an old product. And IBM built this first PC. You probably read the book. It was a little isolated internal unit PC, and for the first time in IBM's history, they didn't insist that we build it off IBM components. But they understood that they could get it to this market, which is a very different thing, by completely changing their culture. And biology finds other markets in a more adaptive way.
Yeah, it's better at it. It's better at that kind of innovation. So maybe you've already said it, but what to you is the most beautiful aspect or mechanism of the human mind? Is it the ability to adapt as you've described, or is there some other little quirk that you particularly like?
Adaptation is everything when you get down into it. But the differences between adaptation, where your learning goes on over generation and over evolutionary time, where your learning goes on at the time scale of one individual who must learn from the environment during that individual's lifetime. And biology has both kinds of learning. And the thing which makes neurobiology hard is that mathematical systems were built on this other kind of evolutionary system.
What do you mean by mathematical system? Where is the math in the biology?
When you talk to a computer science about neural networks, it's all math. The fact that biology actually came about from evolution, and the fact that biology is about a system which you would build in 3 dimensions. Look at computer chips. Computer chips are basically 2-dimensional structures, maybe 2.1 dimensions. They really have difficulty doing 3-dimensional wiring. Biology is deals with that. It's actually also heat light, and it sits on top of white matter, which is about 10 times the volume of gray matter. It contains all what you might call the wires. But there's a huge the effect of computer structure on what is easy and what is hard is immense.
So,
and biology it makes some things easy that are very difficult to understand how to do computationally. On the other hand, you can't do simple floating point arithmetic, so it's awfully stupid.
Yeah. And you're saying this kind of three-dimensional, complicated structure makes it's still math. It's still doing math.
It's,
The kind of math it's doing enables you to solve problems of a very different kind.
that's right. That's right.
So you mentioned two kinds of adaptation: the evolutionary adaptation and the adaptation or learning at the scale of a single human life. Which is particularly beautiful to you and interesting from a research and from just a human perspective? And which is more powerful?
I find things most interesting because I begin to see how to get at the edges of them, tease them apart a little bit, see how they work. And since I can't see the evolutionary process going on, I'm in awe of it. But I find it just a black hole as far as trying to understand what they do. And so, in a certain sense, I'm all of it, but I couldn't be interested in working out.
The human life time scale is, however, a thing you can tease apart and study.
Yeah, there's the developmental neurobiology, which understands how the connections and the structure evolves a combination of what the genetics is like and the real effect. You're building a system in three dimensions.
In just days and months, those early days of a human life are really interesting.
They are, and of course, there are times of immense cell multiplication. There are also times of increased cell death in the brain.
Turnover.
So what is not effective, what is not wired well enough to use at the moment, throw it out.
It's a mysterious process. Let me ask, from what field do you think the biggest breakthroughs in understanding the mind will come in the next decades? Is it neuroscience, computer science, neurobiology, psychology, physics, maybe math, maybe literature?
Well, of course, I see the world always through a lens of physics. I grew up in physics, and the way I pick problems is very characteristic of physics and of an intellectual background, which is not psychology, which is not chemistry, and so on.
Both of your parents were physicists.
Both of our parents were physicists, and the real thing I got out of that was a feeling that the world is an understandable place. And if you do enough experiments and think about what they mean and structural things that you can do with mathematics that all be relevant to the experiments, you also be able to understand how things work.
But that was a few years ago. Did you change your mind at all through many decades of trying to understand the mind, of studying it different kinds of ways, and not even the mind, just biological system? You still have hope that you can understand?
There's the question of what do you mean by understand? When I taught freshman physics, I used to say, I wanted to get physics to understand the subject, to understand Newton's laws. I didn't want them simply to memorize a set of examples for which they knew the equations to write down, generate the answers. I had this nebulous idea of understanding. So that if you looked at a situation and say, oh, I expect the ball to make that trajectory, or I expect something totally notion of understanding. And I don't know how to express that very well, and I've never known how to express it well. And you run smack up against it when you look at these simple neural nets, these forward neural nets, which do amazing things, and yet contain nothing of the essence of what I would have felt was understanding. Understanding is more than just an enormous look-up table.
Let's linger on that. How sure you are of that? What if the table gets really big? So, I mean, asked another way, these feed-forward neural networks, do you think they'll ever understand?
You can answer that in two ways. I think if you look at real systems, feedback is an essential aspect of how these real systems compute. On the other hand, if I have a mathematical system with feedback, I know I can outlayer this to it. For I have exponential expansion in the amount of stuff I have to build to solve the problem that way.
But feedback is essential, so we can talk even about recurrent occurrence. But do you think all the pieces are there to achieve understanding through these simple mechanisms? Like, back to our original question, what is the fundamental, is there a fundamental difference between artificial neural networks and biological? Or is it just a bunch of surface stuff?
Suppose you ask an neurosurgeon, when is somebody dead? They'll probably go back to saying, well, I can look at the brain rhythms and tell you this is a brain which is going to function again. This one is, this other one's one if we treat it well, is still recoverable. You just do that by some electrodes looking at simple electrical patterns. Just don't look in any detail at all at what individual neurons are doing. These rhythms are fairly absent from anything that goes on in the world.
Yeah, but the rhythms,
But the rhythms what?
so, well, that's like comparing, okay, I'll tell you, it's like you're comparing the greatest classical musician in the world to a child first learning to play. The question I'm at, but they're still both playing the piano. I'm asking, will it ever go on everything? Do you have a hope? Because you're one of the seminal figures in both, launching both disciplines, both sides of the river.
I think it's going to go on generation after generation. The way it has, where what you might call the AI computer science community says, let's take the following. This is our model of neurobiology at the moment. Let's pretend it's clean enough and do everything we can with it. And it does interesting things, and after a while, it grinds into this. Oh, something else is unique in neurobiology. And some other random thing comes in, and they'll go, oh, physical. What will go into this thing again? We're going to do generations of this evolution. I don't know how many of them. Which one is going to get you further into what our brain does. Uh, in some sense, you have to Turing test longer and more broad aspects. And how many of these are going to have to be before you say, that means something hardly human. I don't know.
But your sense is there might be a couple.
My sense is there might be a couple more.
Yeah.
And get back to my brainwaves, as it were.
Yeah.
From the AI point of view, they would say, maybe this is not important at all. The first car I had was back in 1936 Dodge. Drove about 45 miles an hour, wheels would shake.
Yeah.
Couldn't sit down under that. Now, nobody designed the car that way. The car malfunctioning to have that. In biology, if it were useful to know where you going more than 45 miles an hour, you just capture that. You wouldn't worry about where it came from.
Yeah.
It would be a long time before that kind of thing, which can take place in large, complex networks of things, is actually used in computation. Look, how many transistors are there in your laptop these days?
Actually, I don't know the number.
On a scale of 10 to 10, I can't remember. And all the transistors are somewhat similar. And most physical systems, with that many parts, all of which are similar, have collective properties. Sound waves in the air, earthquakes, what have you, collective properties. Weather. There are no collective properties used in artificial neural networks, AI.
Yes, very.
If biology uses them, it's going to take more generations of things for people to actually dig in and see how they are used and what they mean.
See, you're very right. You might have to return several times in your biology and try to make our transistors more messy.
Yeah. At the same time, the simple ones will conquer big aspects. And I think one of the most biggest surprises to me was how well learning systems, which are manifested non-biological, how important they can be actually, and how important, not useful, they can be in AI.
So, if we can just take a stroll to some of your work, that is incredibly surprising that it works as well as it does. That launched a lot of the recent work with neural networks. If we go to what are now called hot field networks, can you tell me what is associative memory in the mind for the human side? Let's explore memory for a bit.
What you mean by associative memory is you have a memory of each of your friends. A friend has all kinds of properties from what they look like, what their voice sounds like, where they went to college, where you met them, go on and on, what science papers they've written. If I start talking about 5'10", wiry, cognitive scientist who's got a very bad back, it doesn't take very long for you to say, oh, you're talking about Jeff. I never mentioned the name. Being very particular. It's somehow a few facts are associated with a particular person, be able to get a hold of the rest of the facts. Or not the rest of them, other subset of them. There's this ability to link things together, link experiences together, which goes under the general name of associative memory. And a large part of intelligent behavior is actually just large associative memories at work, as far as I can see.
What do you think is the mechanism of how it works in the mind? Is it a mystery to you still? Do you have inklings of how this essential thing for cognition works?
What I made 35 years ago was, of course, the fluid physics model to show the to actually enable you to understand. I always think of understanding as a physicist, because you could say, I understand why this goes to stable states. It's like things going downhill.
Right.
And that gives you something with which to think in physical terms rather than only in mathematical terms.
So you've created these associative artificial networks.
That's right. And now if you look at what I did, I didn't at all describe the system which gracefully learns. I described the system which you understand how learning could link things together, how very crudely it might learn. One of the things that intrigues me is I investigate that just now to some extent. Is I see you, I'll see you every second of the next hour ahead. Each look at you is a little bit different. I don't store all those second by second images. I don't store 3,000 images. So I somehow compact this information. So I now have a view of you which I can use just as lavishly as you do anything in particular. It compacts the information into useful chunks which are somehow these chunks which are not just activities of neurons, bigger things than that, which are the real entities which are useful to you.
Useful to you to describe, compress this information.
And you have to compress it in such a way that if I get the information comes in just like this again, I don't bother to rewrite it or efforts to rewrite it simply do not count anything because those things are already written. That needs to be look this up after several started somehow already. It's got to be something which is much more automatic in the machine hardware.
Right. So, in the human mind, how complicated is that process? Do you think? So you created. Feels weird to be sitting here public calling it public networks, but
It is weird.
yeah. But nevertheless, that's what everyone calls them. So here we are. So that's a simplification. That's what a physicist would do. You and Richard Feynman sat down and talked about associative memory. Now, if you look at the mind, where you can't quite simplify it so perfectly, do you think that?
Let me back just a little bit.
Yeah.
Biology is about dynamical systems. Computers are dynamical systems. Yes, if you're watching quantum biology, quantum neurobiology, what is the time scale? There's a dynamical system in which you have a fairly fast time scale in which you say the synapses don't change much during this computation. So think of the synapses as just the dynamics of the activity. Or you can say synapses are changing fast enough that I have to have the synaptic dynamics working at the same time as the system dynamics in order to understand this biology. Also, if you look at the straightforward artificial neural nets, they're all done as things, first of all, as things that turn out performing, and turn off learning and performing.
Right.
That's not biology. And so as I look more deeply at neurobiology, even as associative memory, I've got to face the fact that the dynamics of the synapse changes down all the time. And I can't just get by saying, I'll give you that dynamics of activity we fix synapses.
So the dynamics of the synapses is actually fundamental to the whole system.
Yeah. And there's nothing necessarily separating the time scales. The time scales can be separated because it's neat from the physicist or the mathematician's point of view. It's not necessarily true in neurobiology.
You're kind of dancing beautifully between showing a lot of respect to physics and then also saying that physics cannot quite reach the complexity of biology. So where do you land? Or do you continuously dance between the two?
I continuously dance between them because the whole notion of understanding is that you can describe to somebody else how something works in ways which are honest and believable, and still not describe all of the nuts and bolts in detail. Weather. I describe weather as 132 molecules colliding in the atmosphere. I can simulate whether that wave has a big enough machine. I'll simulate it accurately. It's no good for understanding. Patterns, hurricanes, pressure differentials, and so on. All things as they're collective. And the physicists always go into the biology, but if something that you said about it is you're going through over which you don't need all of the molecular details as the molecules collect. That's what I mean by the roots of physics. I understand it.
So what did, again, sorry, but cloud field networks help you understand? What insight did it give us about memory, about learning?
They didn't give insights about learning. They gave insights about how things having learned could be expressed. How having learned a picture of you reminds you of your name. That didn't describe a reasonable way of actually doing the learning. I only said if you had previously learned the connections of this kind of pattern would now be able to behave in a physical way to say, oh, if I put part of the pattern in here, the other pattern, part of the pattern is over here. I can understand that physics if the right learning stuff had already been put in. I can understand why that putting a picture of somebody else would generate something else over here. It did not have a reasonable description of the learning process.
But even, so forget learning, I mean, that's just a powerful concept that sort of forming representations that are useful to be robust, for error correction kind of thing. So this is kind of what the biology does, what we're talking about.
Yeah, and what my paper did was simply enable you. There are lots of ways of being robust. If you think of a dynamical system, think of a system where a path is going on in time. And if you think of a computer as a computational path, which is going on in a huge dimensional space of ones and zeros. And an error correction system is a system which, if you get a little bit off that trajectory, will push you back onto that trajectory again so you get to the same answer in spite of the fact that things, the computation wasn't being ideally done all the way along the line. And there are lots of modules for error correction. But one of the models for error correction is to say, there's a valley that you're following down, and if you push a little bit off the valley, just like water being pushed a little bit by a rock, it gets back and follows the course of the river. And that basically the analog in the physical system, which enables you to say, oh yes, error-free computation and dissociation of memory are very much like things that I can understand from the point of view of a physical system. A physical system can be, under some circumstances, an accurate metaphor. It's not the only metaphor. There are error correction schemes which don't have a value and energy behind them. There's error correction schemes that you understand what I do.
So there's a physical metaphor that seems to
That's right.
so these kinds of networks actually led to a lot of the work that is going on now in neural networks, artificial neural networks. So the follow-on work with restricted Boltzmann machines and deep belief nets followed on from these ideas in the field network. So what do you think about this continued progress of that work towards now invigorated exploration of feed-forward neural networks and recurrent neural networks, convolutional neural networks, and kinds of networks that are helping solve image recognition, natural language processing, all that kind of stuff.
It's always intrigued me that one of the most long-lived of the learning systems is the Boltzmann machine, which is intrinsically a feedback network. And with brilliance of Sadowski to understand how to do learning in that. And it's really useful way to understand learning and understand that has something to do with the way that each power systems work. But it's not always exactly simple to express that intuition. But it always amuses me is this going back to the will yet again on a form of the Boltzmann machine because it's really that which has feedback and interesting probabilities in it. It's a lovely encapsulation of something in the computation.
Something computational.
Both computational and physical. Computational in that very much related to feed-forward networks. Physical in that both machine learning is really learning a set of parameters for physics Hamiltonian or energy function.
What do you think about learning in this whole domain? Do you think the aforementioned guy, Jeff Hinton, all the work there with backpropagation, all the kind of learning that goes on in these networks, how do you, if you compare it to learning in the brain, for example, is there echoes of the same kind of power that backpropagation reveals about these kinds of recurrent networks? Or is it something fundamentally different on the brain?
I don't think the brain is as deep as the deepest networks go. Deepest computer science network. And I do wonder whether part of that depth of the computer science networks is necessitated by the fact that the only learning that's easily done on a machine is feed forward. So there's the question of to what extent is the biology, which has some feed forward and some feedback, captured by something which has got many more neurons, but much more depth than neurons. You know.
The part of you wonders if the feedback is actually more essential than the number of neurons or the depth, the dynamics of the feedback.
The dynamics of the feedback, but if you don't have feedback, it's a little bit like building a big computer and running up through one clock cycle, and then you can't do anything to you reload something coming in. How do you use the fact there are multiple clock cycles? How do I use the fact that you can close your eyes, stop listening to me, and think about a chessboard for 2 minutes without any input whatsoever?
Yeah, that memory thing. That's fundamentally a feedback kind of mechanism. You go back to something. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to understand. It's hard to introspect, let alone consciousness. Because that's all.
Let alone consciousness, yes.
Because that's tied up in there too. You can't just put that on the shelf.
Every once in a while, like I'm interested in consciousness, and I go and I've done that for years, and ask one of my debtors, as it were, their view on consciousness. It's interesting collecting them.
What is consciousness? Let's try to take a brief step into that room.
Well, I asked Marvin Minsky if you want consciousness, and Marvin said, consciousness is basically overrated. It may be an epiphenomenon. After all the things your brain does, which are actually hard computations, you do non-consciously. And there's so much evidence in the things you do. You can make decisions, you can make committed decisions about them. The neurobiologist can say, he's now committed, he's going to move the hand left before you know it.
So his view that consciousness is not, that's just a little icing on the cake. The real cake is in the subconscious.
Yeah. The subconscious, non-conscious.
Non-conscious, that's the better word, sorry.
It's only the Freud captured the other word.
Yeah, that's a confusing word, subconscious.
Nicholas Chater wrote an interesting book. Sort of is the mind is flat. Flat in a neural net sense, right? Flat is something which is a very broad neural net without very many layers and depth. It's a deep brain with many layers and not so broad. In the same sense that if you push Minsky hard enough, you probably have said consciousness is your effort to explain to yourself that which you've already done.
Yeah, it's the weaving of the narrative around the things that have already been computed for you.
That's right. And so much of what we do for our memories of events, for example, if there's some traumatic event witnessed, we'll have a few facts about it correctly done. If somebody asks you about it, you will weave a narrative which is actually much more rich in detail than that, based on some anchor points you have of the correct things, and pulling together general knowledge on the other, but you only have a narrative. And once you generate that narrative, you are very likely to repeat that narrative and claim that all the things you have in it are actually the correct things. There was a marvelous example of that in the Watergate/impeachment era of John Dean. John Dean, which you know, had been the personal lawyer of Nixon. And so John Dean was involved in the cover-up, and John Dean ultimately realized the only way to keep himself out of jail for a long time was actually to tell some of the truths about Nixon. And John Dean was a tremendous witness. He would remember these conversations in great detail and very convincing detail. And long afterward, some of the tapes, the secret tapes that were from which these John James was recording these conversations were published. And one found out that John Dean had a good, without exceptional memory. What he had was an ability to paint vividly and, in some sense, accurately the tone of what was going on.
By the way, that's a beautiful description of consciousness. Do you, where do you stand in your today? So perhaps it changes day to day, but where do you stand on the importance of consciousness in our whole big mess of cognition? Is it just a little narrative maker, or is it actually fundamental to intelligence?
That's a very hard one. But I asked Francis Crick about consciousness. He launched forward a long about Mendel and the bees.
Yeah.
And how Mendel knew that there was something, how biologists understood that there was something in inheritance which was just very, very different than the effect that inherited traits didn't just wash out into a gray for this or this and propagated. But that was absolutely fundamental to biology. It took generations of biologists to understand that there was genetics, and it took another generation or two to understand that genetics came from DNA. But very shortly after Mendel, thinking biologists didn't realize that there was a deep problem about inheritance. And Francis would have liked to have said, and that's why I'm working on consciousness. But of course, he didn't have any smoking gun in the sense of that. And that's the weakness of his position. That if you read his book, which he wrote with Koch, I think.
Yeah, Christoph Koch.
I find it unconvincing for a smoking gun reason. So I go on collecting views without actually having taken a very strong one myself. But I haven't seen the entry point. Not seeing the smoking gun from the point of view of physics, I don't see the entry point. Whereas in neurobiology, once I understood the idea of an evolution of dynamics, which could be described as a collective phenomenon, I thought, there's a point where I know about physics is so different from many neurobiologists that I have something that I might be able to contribute.
Right now, there's no way to grasp a consciousness from a physics perspective.
From my point of view, that's correct. And of course, physicists, like everybody else, think very readily about things. Yes, mostly presenting a question about free will. Do you believe we have free will? Physicists will give an offhand answer and then backtrack, and they realize that the answer they gave must fundamentally contradict the laws of physics.
Naturally, answering questions of free will and consciousness naturally lead to contradictions from a physics perspective. Because it eventually ends up in quantum mechanics, and then you get into that whole mess of trying to understand how much, from a physics perspective, how much is determined, already predetermined, how much is already part of our universe. There's lots of different.
And if you don't push quite that far, you can say essentially all of neurobiology, which is relevant, can be captured by classical equations of motion. Because in my view, the mysteries of the brain are not the mysteries of quantum mechanics, but the mysteries of what can happen when you have a dynamical system, driven system with 10 to 14 parts. But their complexity is something which is the physical complex systems is at least as badly understood as the physics of phase coherence and quantum mechanics.
Can we go there for a second? You talked about attractor networks. And just maybe you could say what are attractor networks? And more broadly, what are interesting network dynamics that emerge in these or other complex systems?
You have to know you're thinking a huge number of dimensions. Is that a huge number of dimensions? The behavior of a system can be thought as a system motion of a point over time in a huge number of dimensions.
Okay.
And a fracture network is simply a network where there is a line, other lines converge on it in time. That's the essence of an attractor network. That's how you
In a highly dimensional space.
And the easiest way to get that is to do it in a high dimensional space where some of the dimensions provide the dissipation which makes if you have a physical system, trajectories can't contract everywhere. They have to contract in some places and expand in others. There's a fundamental classical theorem of statistical mechanics which goes under the name of Liouville's theorem, which says you can't contract everywhere. You have to contract somewhere, you're going to expand somewhere else. It is an interesting physical systems. You get driven systems where you have a small subsystem, which is the interesting part, and the rest of the contraction and expansion physicists would say entropy flow in this other part of the system. But basically, attraction networks are dynamics falling down so there can't be any Because if you start somewhere in the dynamical system, you'll soon find yourself on a pretty well-determined pathway which goes somewhere. If you start somewhere else, you'll wind up on a different pathway. But you don't have this all possible things. You have some defined pathways which are allowed and onto which you will converge. And that's the way you make a stable computer, and that's the way you make a stable behavior.
So, in general, looking at the physics of the emergent stability in these networks, what are some interesting characteristics that, what are some interesting insights when studying the dynamic system, high-dimensional system?
Most dynamical systems, most driven dynamical systems are driven, they're coupled somehow to an energy source, and so their dynamics keeps going because it's coupled with the energy source. Most of them, it's very difficult as well to understand what the dynamical behavior is going to be.
You have to run it.
You have to run it. There's a subset of systems which has what is actually known to the mathematicians as a Lyapunov function. And those systems, you can understand convergent dynamics by saying you're going downhill on something or other. And that's what I found over knowing what the Lyapunov functions were in the simple model I made in the early 80s. It was an energy function, so you could understand how you could get this channeling onto pathways without having to follow the dynamics in detail. You start rolling a ball at the top of the mountain, it's going to wind up at the bottom of the valley. You know that's true without actually watching the ball fall down.
There are certain properties of the system that when you can know that.
That's right. And not all systems behave that way.
Most don't, probably.
Most don't, but it provides you with a metaphor for thinking about systems which are stable and which all these attractors behave, even if you can't find a Lyapunov function behind them or an energy function behind them. It gives you a metaphor for thought.
Speaking of thought, if I had a glint in my eye with excitement and said, I'm really excited about this something called deep learning and neural networks, and I would like to create an intelligent system and came to you as an advisor, what would you recommend? Is it a hopeless pursuit to use neural networks to achieve thought? Is it what kind of mechanisms should we explore? What kind of ideas should we explore?
Well, you look at the simple network, one-path network. They don't support multiple hypotheses very well. And I've tried to work with very simple systems which use something that you might consider to be thinking. Thought has to do with the ability to do mental exploration before you maybe take a physical action.
Almost like we were mentioning, playing chess, visualizing, simulating inside your head different outcomes.
And you do that in a feed-forward network because you pre-calculated all kinds of things. But I think the way neurobiology does it hasn't pre-calculated everything. It actually has parts of a dynamical system in which you're doing exploration in a way which is...
There's a creative element. Like there's
a creative element. And it's a single-minded neural net. You have a constellation of instances from which you've learned. And if you are within that space, if a new question is a question within this space, you can actually rely on that person's system pretty well to come up with a good suggestion for what to do. If, on the other hand, the query comes from outside the space, we have no way of knowing how the system is going to behave. There are no limitations on what could happen. And so in the artificial neural net world, it's always very much, I have a population of examples. The test set must be drawn from this equivalent population. The test set has examples which are from a population which is completely different. There's no way that you could expect to get the answer right.
Yeah,
And so
what they call them outside the distribution.
that's right. And so if you see a ball rolling across the street in dust, if that wasn't in your training set, the idea that a child may be coming close behind that is not going to occur to the neural net.
And it is to our, there's something in the neurobiology that allows that.
Is there something in the way of what it means to be outside of the population of the training set? Although the training set isn't just a set of examples, there's more to it than that. It gets back to my own question of what is it to understand something?
Yeah. You know, in a small tangent, you've talked about the value of thinking of deductive reasoning in science versus large data collection. So, sort of thinking about the problem. But I suppose it's the physics side of you of going back to first principles and thinking. But what do you think is the value of deductive reasoning in the scientific process?
Well, there are obviously scientific questions in which the route to the answer to it comes through the analysis of a hell of a lot of data.
Right? Cosmology, that kind of stuff.
And that's never written the kind of problem which Doug had any particular insight over. I must say, if you look at cosmology is one of those. If you look at the actual things that Jim Peebles, one of this year's Nobel Prize in physics, from the local physics department, comes the things he's done, he's never crunched large data. Never. He's used the encapsulation of the work of others in this regard.
They ultimately boil down to thinking through the problem. Like, what are the principles under which a particular phenomenon operates?
And look, physics is always going to look for ways in which we describe the system, which rises above the details. And to the hardened type, biologist, biology works because of the details. Physics, to the physicist, we want an explanation which is right, in spite of the details, and there will be questions which we cannot answer as physicists because the answer cannot be found that way.
There's, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the entire field of brain-computer interfaces. It's become more and more intensely researched and developed recently, especially with companies like Neuralink with Elon Musk.
Yeah, I know there's always been the interest both in things like getting the eyes to be able to control things, or getting the thought patterns to be able to move what had been connected to a computer.
That's right. So, in the case of Neuralink, they're doing 1,000 plus connections that they're able to do two-way, activate and read spikes, spikes. Do you have hope for that kind of computer-brain interaction in the near or maybe even far future of being able to expand the ability of the mind of cognition or understand the mind
It's interesting watching things go wrong. When I first became interested in neurobiology, most of the practitioners thought you would be able to understand neurobiology by techniques which allowed you to record only one cell at a time.
One cell.
People like David Hugo very strongly reflected that point of view. And that's been taken over by a generation, a couple of generations later, by a set of people who says, not until we can record from 10 to the 4, 10 to the 5 at a time, will we actually be able to understand how the brain actually works. And in a general sense, I think that's right. You have to begin to be able to look for the collective modes, collective operation things. It doesn't rely on this action potential with that cell. It relies on the collective properties of this set of cells connected with this kind of pattern and so on. And you're not going to succeed to see what those collective activities are without knowing many cells at once.
The question is how many at once? What's the threshold? And that's the
Because we pursued hard in the motor cortex. The motor cortex does something which is complex, and yet the problem you're trying to address is really simple. Neurobiology does it in ways that different the way an engineer would do it. An engineer would put 6 highly accurate stepping motors controlling a limb rather than 100,000 muscle fibers, each of which has to be individually controlled. So understanding how to do things in a way which is much more forgiving, much more narrow, I think would benefit the engineering world. Engineering world, let's put in a pressure sensor rather than an array of a gazillion pressure sensors, none of which are accurate, all of which are perpetually recalibrating themselves.
You're saying your hope is, your advice for the engineers of the future is to embrace the large chaos of a messy, error-prone system like those of the biological system. That's probably the way to solve some of
I think you'll be able to make better computation/robotics that way than by trying to force things into a robotics where joint motors are powerful and stepping motors are accurate.
But then the physicist in you will be lost forever in such systems. There's no simple fundamental exploring system that's so large and
Well, it's easy to say that. I get there's a lot of physics. The Navier-Stokes equations, the equations of non-linear hydrodynamics, huge amount of physics in them. All the physics of atoms and molecules has been lost, which can be replaced with this other set of equations, which is just as true as the equations at the bottom. So those equations are going to be harder to find in neurobiology. But the physicist in me says there are probably some equations of that sort.
they're out there.
They're out there. And if physics is going to contribute anything, it may contribute to trying to find out what those equations are and how to capture them from the biology.
Would you say that's one of the main open problems of our age, is to discover those equations?
Yeah. If you look at there's molecules, there's psychological behavior. And these two are somehow related. They're layers of detail, they're layers of collectiveness. And to capture that in some vague way so there's a way to see how these things are actually linked together.
So it seems in our universe there's a lot of elegant equations that can describe the fundamental way that things behave, which is a surprise. I mean, it's compressible into equation. It's simple and beautiful, but it's still an open question whether that link is equally between molecules and the brain is equally compressible into elegant equation. But your sense, well, you're both a physicist and a dreamer. You have a sense that
Yeah, but I can only dream physics dreams.
physics dreams.
There's an interesting book called Einstein's Dreams, which alternates between chapters on his life and descriptions of the way he might have been, but his the linking between these, of course, ideas that Einstein might have had to think about the essence of time as he was thinking about time.
So speaking of the essence of time in neurobiology, you're one human, famous, impactful human, but just one human with a brain, living the human condition. But you're ultimately mortal, just like all of us. Has studying the mind as a mechanism changed the way you think about your own mortality?
It has really, because particularly as you get older and the body comes apart in various ways, I became much more aware of the fact that what is somebody is contained in the brain and not in the body that you worry about burying. And it is to a certain extent true that the people who write things down, equations, dreams, notepads, diaries, fractions of their thought does continue to live after they're dead and gone, after their body is dead and gone. And there's a sea change in that going on in my lifetime between when my father died, when actually I have were very few facts about him or adequately recorded. And the number of facts which are recorded about each and every one of us forever now, as far as I can see, in the digital world. And so the whole question of what is death may be different for people a generation ago and a generation further ahead.
Maybe we have become immortal under some definitions.
Yeah.
Last easy question. What is the meaning of life? Looking back, you've studied the mind, us weird descendants of apes. What's the meaning of our existence on this little earth?
Oh, that word meaning is as slippery as the word understand.
Interconnected somehow, perhaps. Is there, it's slippery, but is there something that you, despite being slippery, can hold long enough to express?
I've been amazed at how hard it is to define the things in a living system. In the sense that one hydrogen atom is pretty much like another. One bacterium is not so much like another bacterium and another species. And the whole notion of what is a species gets a little bit fuzzy. A species exists in the absence of certain classes of environments. And pretty soon one winds up with a biology which the whole thing is living. But if there's actually any element of it which by itself would be said to be living, it becomes a little bit vague in my mind.
So, in a sense, the idea of meaning is something that's possessed by an individual, like a conscious creature. And you're saying that it's all interconnected in some kind of way that might not even be an individual. We're all kind of complicated mess of biological systems at all different levels. Where the human starts and where the human ends is unclear.
Yeah, and we're neurobiology, where the how we say the neocortex is thinking, but there's lots of things that are done in the spinal cord. And so we say, what is the essence of thought? Is it just going to be neocortex? Can't be.
Yeah, maybe to understand and to build thought, you have to build the universe along with the neocortex. It's all interlinked through the spinal cord. John, it's a huge honor talking to you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for the challenge of talking with you, and it's interesting to see whether you can, 5 minutes out of this coherent sense do anything with it.
Beautiful. Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Hopfield, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to FIRST, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter and Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from John Hopfield in his article titled, Now What? Choosing problems is the primary determinant of what one accomplishes in science. I have generally had a relatively short attention span in science audio. Thus, I have always been on the lookout for more interesting questions, either as my present ones get worked out, or as they get classified by me as intractable, given my particular talents. He then goes on to say, what I have done in science relies entirely on experimental and theoretical studies by experts. I have a great respect for them, especially for those who are willing to attempt communication with someone who is not an expert in the field. I would only add that experts are good at answering questions. If you're brash enough, ask your own. Don't worry too much about how you found them. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Alex Garland, writer and director of many imaginative philosophical films, from the dreamlike exploration of human self-destruction and movie annihilation, to the deep questions of consciousness and intelligence raised in movie Ex Machina, which to me is one of the greatest movies of artificial intelligence ever made. I'm releasing this podcast to coincide with the release of this new series called Devs. It will premiere this Thursday, March 5th on Hulu, as part of FX on Hulu. It explores many of the themes this very podcast is about, from quantum mechanics to artificial life to simulation to the modern nature of power in the tech world. I got a chance to watch a preview and loved it. The acting is great. Nick Offerman especially is incredible in it. The cinematography is beautiful, and the philosophical and scientific ideas explored are profound. And for me as an engineer and scientist, which is fun to see brought to life. For example, if you watch the trailer for the series carefully, you'll see there's a programmer with a Russian accent looking at a screen with Python-like code on it that appears to be using a library that interfaces with a quantum computer. This attention to technical detail on several levels is impressive, and one of the reasons I'm a big fan of how Alex weaves science and philosophy together in his work. Meeting Alex for me was unlikely, but it was life-changing in ways I may only be able to articulate in a few years. Just as meeting spontaneous Boston Dynamics for the first time planted a seed of an idea in my mind, so did meeting Alex Garland. He's humble, curious, intelligent, and to me, an inspiration. Plus, He's just really a fun person to talk with about the biggest possible questions in our universe. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle. They can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. If you get it, use code LEX Podcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. This Cash App allows you to buy Bitcoin. Let me mention that cryptocurrency in the context of the history of money is fascinating. I recommend A Cent of Money as a great book on its history. Debits and credits on ledgers started 30,000 years ago. The US dollar was created about 200 years ago. Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency, was released just over 10 years ago. Given that history, cryptocurrency is still very much in its early days of development, but it still is aiming to, and just might, redefine the nature of money. So again, if you get Cash App, the App Store, or Google Play, use code LEX Podcast, you'll get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, one of my favorite organizations that is helping advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Alex Garland. You described the world inside the shimmer, movement, annihilation as dreamlike, and that it's internally consistent but detached from reality. That leads me to ask, do you think, a philosophical question, I apologize, do you think we might be living in a dream or in a simulation, like the kind that the shimmer creates? We human beings here today.
Yeah, I want to sort of separate that out into two things. Yes, I think we're living in a dream of sorts. No, I don't think we're living in a simulation. I think we're living on a planet with a very thin layer of atmosphere, and the planet is in a very large space, and the space is full of other planets and stars and quasars and stuff like that. And I don't think those physical objects, I don't think the matter of that universe is simulated. I think it's there. We are definitely, in my opinion, I'll just put it out there. I think it seems very like we're living in a dream state. I'm pretty sure we are. And I think that's just to do with the nature of how we experience the world. We experience it in a subjective way. And the thing I've learned most as I've got older in some respects is the degree to which reality is counterintuitive. That the things that are presented to us as objective turn out not to be objective. And quantum mechanics is full of that kind of thing, but actually just day-to-day life is full of that kind of thing as well. So my understanding of the way the brain works is you get some information, you hit your optic nerve, and then your brain makes its best guess about what it's seeing, what it's saying it's seeing. It may or may not be an accurate best guess. It might be an inaccurate best guess. And that gap, the best guess gap, means that we are essentially living in a subjective state, which means that we're in a dream state. So I think you could enlarge on the dream state in all sorts of ways. So yes, dream state, no simulation.
So going further deeper into that direction, you've also described that world as psychedelia. So on that topic, I'm curious about that world, the topic of psychedelic drugs. Do you see those kinds of chemicals that modify our perception as a distortion of our perception of reality, or a window into another reality?
No, I think what I'd be saying is that we live in a distorted reality, and then those kinds of drugs give us a different kind of distorted activity. Yeah, exactly. They just give an alternate distortion. But I think that what they really do is they give a distorted perception in a little bit more allied to daydreams or unconscious interests. So if for some reason you're feeling unconsciously anxious at that moment and you take a psychedelic drug, you will have a more pronounced pronounced unpleasant experience. And if you're feeling very calm or happy, you might have a good time. But yeah, so if I'm saying we're starting from a premise, our starting point is we were already in the slightly psychedelic state. For those drugs,
So in that movie, Annihilation, the shimmer, this alternate dreamlike state, is created by, I believe, perhaps an alien entity. Of course, everything is up to interpretation. But do you think there's, in our world, in our universe, do you think there's intelligent life out there? And if so, how different is it from us humans?
well, one of the things I was trying to do in Annihilation was to offer up a form of alien life that was actually alien, because it would often seem to me that in the way we would represent aliens in books or cinema or television, or any one of the sort of storytelling mediums, is we would always give them very human-like qualities. So they wanted to teach us about galactic federations, or they wanted to eat us, or they wanted our resources, like our raw water, or they wanted to enslave us, or whatever it happens to be. But all of these are incredibly human-like motivations. And I was interested in the idea of an alien that was not in any way like us, that didn't share. Maybe it had a completely different clock speed, maybe its way. So we're talking about, we're looking at each other, we're getting information, light hits our optic nerve, our brain makes the best guess of what we're doing. Sometimes it's better than the thing we were talking about before. What if this alien doesn't have an optic nerve? Maybe its way of encountering the space it's in is wholly different. Maybe it has a different relationship with gravity.
The basic laws of physics it operates under might be fundamentally different. It could be a different time scale and so on.
Yeah, or it could be the same laws, could be the same underlying physics. It's a machine created, or it's a creature created in a quantum mechanical way. It just ends up in a very, very different place to the one we end up in. So part of the preoccupation with Annihilation was to come up with an alien that was really alien and didn't give us, and it didn't give us, and we didn't give it, any kind of easy connection between human and the alien. I think it was to do with the idea that you could have an alien that landed on this planet that wouldn't even know we were here, and we might only glancingly know it was here. There'd just be this strange point where the Venn diagrams connected, where we could sense each other, something like that.
So in the movie, first of all, incredibly original view of what an alien life would be, and it's in that sense, it's a huge success. Let's go inside your imagination. Did the alien, that alien entity, know anything about humans when it landed?
No.
So the idea is you're basically, an alien life is trying to reach out to anything that might be able to hear its mechanism of communication, or was it just basically their biologists exploring different kinds of stuff?
But you see, but this is the interesting thing, is as soon as you say they're biologists, you've done the thing of attributing human-type motivations to it. I was trying to free myself from anything like that. So all sorts of questions you might answer about this notion of aliens, I wouldn't be able to answer, because I don't know what it was or how it worked. Yeah, I had some rough ideas. Like, it had a very, very, very slow clock speed, and I thought maybe the way it is interacting with this environment is a little bit like the way an octopus will change its colour forms around the space that it's in. So it's sort of reacting to what it's in to an extent, but the reason it's reacting in that way is indeterminate.
But its clock speed was slower than our human life clock speed, but it's faster than evolution.
Faster than our
evolution.
Yeah, given the 4 billion years it took us to get here, then yes, maybe it started at 8.
If you look at the human civilization as a single organism,
yeah.
In that sense, this evolution could be us. The evolution of living organisms on Earth could be just a single organism, and it's kind of, that's its life. is the evolutionary process that eventually will lead to probably the heat death of the universe, or even something before that. I mean, that's just an incredible idea. So you almost don't know. You've created something that you don't even know how it works.
Yeah, because any time I can look into how it might work, I would then inevitably be attaching my kind of thought processes into it. And I wanted to try and put a bubble around it. I was saying, no, this is alien in its most alien form. I have no real point of contact.
So unfortunately, I can't talk to Stanley Kubrick. So I'm really can't take a chance to talk to you. Do you, on this particular notion, I'd like to ask it a bunch of different ways and explore different ways. But do you ever consider human imagination, your imagination, as the window into a possible future, and that what you're doing, you're putting that imagination on paper as a writer, and then on screen as a director, and that plants the seeds in the minds of millions of future and current scientists. And so your imagination, you putting it down, actually makes it a reality. So it's almost like a first step of the scientific method. Like you imagining what's possible. Your new series with Ex Machina is actually inspiring, thousands of 12-year-olds, millions of scientists, and actually creating the future you imagine.
Well, all I could say is that from my point of view, it's almost exactly reversed, because I see that pretty much everything that I do is a reaction to what scientists are doing. I'm an interested layperson, and I feel, this individual, I feel that the most interesting area that humans are involved in is science. I think art is very, very interesting, but the most interesting is science. And science is in a weird place because maybe around the time Newton was alive, if a very, very interested layperson said to themselves, I want to really understand what Newton is saying about the way the world works, with a few years of dedicated thinking, they would be able to understand the sort of principles he was laying out. I don't think that's true. I think that's stopped being true now. So I'm a pretty smart guy, and if I said to myself, I want to really, really understand what is currently the state of quantum mechanics or string theory, or any of the sort of branching areas of it, I wouldn't be able to. I'd be intellectually incapable of doing it because to work in those fields at the moment is a bit like being an athlete. I suspect you need to start when you're 12, and if you start in your mid-20s, start trying to understand in your mid-20s, then you're just never going to catch up. That's the way it feels to me. So what I do is I try to make myself open. So the people that you're implying maybe I would influence. To me, it's exactly the other way around. These people are strongly influencing me. I'm thinking they're doing something fascinating. I'm concentrating and working as hard as I can to try and understand the implications of what they say. And in some ways, often what I'm trying to do is disseminate their ideas into a means by which it can enter a public conversation. So Ex Machina contains lots of name checks, all sorts of existing thought experiments, Shadows of Plato's Cave, Mary in the Black and White Room, all sorts of different long-standing thought processes about sentience or consciousness or subjectivity or gender or whatever it happens to be, and then I'm trying to marshal that into a narrative to say, look, this stuff is interesting and it's also relevant, and this is my best shot at it. So I'm the one being influenced in my construction.
That's fascinating. Of course, you would say that because you're not even aware of your own. That's probably what Kubrick would say too, right? Is in describing why HAL 9000 is created the way HAL 9000 is created, is you're just studying but the reality when the specifics of the knowledge passes through your imagination. I would argue that you're incorrect, in thinking that you're just disseminating knowledge, that the very act of your imagination consuming that science, it creates something, it creates the next step, potentially creates the next step. I certainly think that's true with 2001: A Space Odyssey. I think at its best, when it fails,
It's true of that. Yeah, it's true of that. Definitely.
at its best, it plants something. It's hard to describe. It inspires the next generation, and it could be field dependent. So your new series is more a connection to physics, quantum physics, quantum mechanics, quantum computing, and yet Ex Machina is more artificial intelligence. I know more about AI. In my sense that AI is much earlier in the depth of its understanding. I would argue nobody understands anything to the depth that physicists do about physics. In AI, nobody understands AI. That there is a lot of importance and role for imagination, which I think, we're in that, where Freud imagines the subconscious, we're in that stage of AI, where there's a lot of imagination and thinking outside the box.
Yeah, it's interesting. The spread of discussions and the spread of anxieties that exist about AI fascinate me. The way in which some people seem terrified about it, but whilst also pursuing it. And I've never shared that fear about AI personally. But the way in which it agitates people, and also the people who it agitates, I find kind of fascinating.
Are you afraid? Are you excited? Are you sad by the possibility? Let's take the existential risk of artificial intelligence, by the possibility that an artificial intelligence system becomes our offspring and makes us obsolete.
I mean, it's a huge subject to talk about, I suppose. But one of the things I think is that humans are actually very experienced at creating new life forms, because that's why you and I are both here, and it's why everyone on the planet is here. So something in the process of having a living thing that exists that didn't exist previously is very much encoded into the structures of our life, the structures of our societies. Doesn't mean we always get it right, but it does mean we've learned quite a lot about that. We've learned quite a lot about what the dangers are of allowing things to be unchecked, and it's why we then create systems of checks and balances in our government, and so on and so forth. I mean, it's not to say. The other thing is, it seems like there's all sorts of things that you could put into a machine that you would not be. So with us, we sort of roughly try to give some rules to live by, and some of us then live by those rules and some don't. And with a machine, it feels like you could enforce those things. So partly because of our previous experience and partly because of the different nature of the machine, I just don't feel anxious about it. I just see all the good, broadly speaking, the good that can come from it. But that's just where I am in that anxiety space.
It's kind of, there's a sadness. So we as humans give birth to other humans, right? But there's generations. It's often in the older generation, the sadness about what the world has become now. I mean, that's kind of.
Yeah, there is, but there's a counterpoint as well, which is that most parents would wish for a better life for their children. So there may be a regret about some things about the past, but broadly speaking, what people really want is that things would be better for the future generations, not worse. And so, and then it's a question about what constitutes a future generation. A future generation could involve people, it also could involve machines, and it could involve a sort of cross-pollinated version of the two, but none of those things make me feel anxious.
It doesn't give you anxiety. It doesn't excite you, like anything that's new.
Does not anything that's new. I don't think, for example, my anxieties relate to things like social media. So I've got plenty of anxieties about that.
Which is also driven by artificial intelligence, in the sense that there's too much information to be able to. An algorithm has to filter that information and present to you. So ultimately, the algorithm, oftentimes simple algorithm, is controlling the flow of information on social media. So that's another form.
It is, but at least my sense of it, I might be wrong, but my sense of it is that the algorithms have an either conscious or unconscious bias, which is created by the people who are making the algorithms and sort of delineating the areas to which those algorithms are going to lead. And so, for example, the kind of thing I'd be worried about is that it hasn't been thought about enough how dangerous it is to allow algorithms to create echo chambers, say. But that doesn't seem to me to be about the AI or the algorithm. It's the naivety of the people who are constructing the algorithms to do that thing, if you see what I mean.
Yes. So in your series does speak more broadly. Let's talk about the people constructing those algorithms, which in our modern society, Silicon Valley, those algorithms happen to be a source of a lot of income because of advertisements.
Yeah.
So let me ask sort of a question about those people. Are current concerns and failures on social media their naivety? I can't pronounce that word well. Are they naive? Are they, I use that word carefully, but evil in intent or misaligned in intent? I think that's do they mean well and just go have a unintended consequence, or is there something dark in them that results in them creating a company, results in that super competitive drive to be successful, and those are the people that will end up controlling the algorithm?
And I guess I'd say there are instances of all those things. So sometimes I think it's naivety. Sometimes I think it's extremely dark. And sometimes I think people are not being naive or dark. And then in those instances are sometimes generating things that are very benign, and other times generating things that, despite their best intentions, are not very benign. It's something. I think the reason why I don't get anxious about AI in terms of, or at least AIs that have, I don't know, a relationship with some sort of relationship with humans, is that I think that's the stuff we're quite well equipped to understand how to mitigate. The problem is issues that relate actually to the power of humans or the wealth of humans, and that's where it's dangerous here and now. So what I see, I'll tell you what I sometimes feel about Silicon Valley is that it's like Wall Street in the 80s. It's rabidly capitalistic, absolutely rabidly capitalistic, and it's rabidly greedy. But whereas in the 80s, the sense one had of Wall Street was that these people kind of knew they were sharks, and in a way relished in being sharks, and dressed in shark suits and kind of lorded over other people and felt good about doing it. Silicon Valley has managed to hide its voracious Wall Street-like capitalism behind hipster T-shirts and, cool cafes in the place where they set up there. And so that obfuscates what's really going on. What's really going on is the absolute voracious pursuit of money and power. So that's where it gets shaky.
So that veneer, if you explore that brilliantly, that veneer of virtue that Silicon Valley has,
which they believe themselves, I'm sure.
Boy, so okay, I hope to be one of those people, and I believe that. So, as maybe a devil's advocate term poorly used in this case, what if some of them really are trying to build a better world?
I'm sure. I think some of them are. I think I've spoken to ones who I believe in their heart that they're building a better world.
Are they not able to?
No, they may or may not. But it's just a zone with a lot of bullshit playing about. And there's also another thing, which is this actually goes back to. I always thought about some sports that later turned out to be corrupt in the way that the sport, like who won the boxing match, how a football match got thrown or a cricket match, whatever it happened to be. And I used to think, well, look, if there's a lot of money, and there really is a lot of money, people stand to make millions or even billions, you will find corruption. That's going to happen. So it's in the nature of it, of its voracious appetite, that some people will be corrupt and some people will exploit, and some people will exploit whilst thinking they're doing something good. But there are also people who I think are very, very smart and very benign and actually very self. And so I'm not trying to wipe out the motivations of this entire area. But there are people in that world who scale it up. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm a little bit naive. I don't care at all about money, and so I'm.
You might be one of the good guys.
Yeah, but so the thought is, but I don't have money. So my thought is, if you give me $1 billion, it would change nothing. I would spend it right away on investing it right back and creating a new world. But your intuition is that billion. Think about that money that you need to slowly corrupts. You got people around you. There's somebody gets in that corrupts your soul to you.
Money does corrupt. We know that. But there's a different sort of problem aside from just the money corrupts, thing that we're familiar with throughout history. And it's more about the sense of reinforcement an individual gets, which is so it effectively works like the reason I've earned all this money and so much more money than anyone else is because I'm very gifted. I'm actually a bit smarter than they are, a lot smarter than they are, and I can see the future in a way they can't. And maybe some of those people are not particularly smart, they're very lucky, or they're very talented entrepreneurs. And there's a difference between it. So in other words, the acquisition of the money and power can suddenly start to feel like evidence of virtue.
Yes.
And it's not evidence of virtue, it might be evidence of completely different things.
That's brilliant. Yeah, that's brilliant. But so I think one of the fundamental drivers of my current morality, let me just represent nerds in general, of all kinds, is constant self-doubt and the signals. I'm very sensitive to signals from people that tell me I'm doing the wrong thing. But when there's a huge inflow of money, that you just put it brilliantly, that could become an overpowering signal that everything you do is right. And so your moral compass can just get thrown off.
Yeah. And it's that is not contained to Silicon Valley, that's across the board.
Yeah. Like I said, the current president is convinced, I believe, actually he wants to do really good by the country, by the world, but his moral compass would be off.
Yeah, I mean, it's the interesting thing about evil, which is that I think most people who do spectacularly evil things think themselves they're doing really good things. They're not there thinking, I am a sort of incarnation of Satan. They're thinking, I've seen a way to fix the world. Everyone else is wrong. Here I go.
Yeah, in fact, I'm having a fascinating conversation with a historian of Stalin. He took power. He actually got more power than almost any person in history. And he didn't want power. He just wanted, and this is what people don't realize, he truly believed that communism will make for a better world.
Absolutely.
And he wanted power. He wanted to destroy the competition to make sure that we actually make communism work in the Soviet Union and then spread it across the world. He was trying to do good.
I think it's typically the case that that's what people think they're doing, and I think that. But you don't need to go to Stalin. I mean, I think Stalin probably got pretty crazy. But actually, that's another part of it, which is the other thing that comes from being convinced of your own virtues, that then you stop listening to the modifiers around you, and that tends to drive people crazy. It's other people that keep us sane. And if you stop,
That's funny. Disagreement keeps us sane. To jump back for an entire generation of AI researchers, 2001, A Space Odyssey, put an image, the idea of human level, superhuman level intelligence into their mind. Do you ever, sort of jumping back to Ex Machina, and talk a little bit about that, do you ever consider the audience of people who build the systems, the roboticists, the scientists that build the systems based on the stories you create? Which I would argue, I mean, there's literally most of the top researchers, about 40, 50 years old and plus, that's their favorite movie, 2001 Space Odyssey. It really is in their work, their idea of what ethics is, of what is the target, the hope, the dangers of AI, is that movie.
Yeah.
Right? Do you ever consider the impact on those researchers when you create the work you do?
Certainly not with Ex Machina in relation to 2001, because I'm not sure. I mean, I'd be pleased if there was, but I'm not sure. In a way, there isn't a fundamental discussion of issues to do with AI that isn't already and better dealt with by 2001. 2001 does a very, very good account of the way in which an AI might think, and also potential issues with the way the AI might think, and also then a separate question about whether the AI is malevolent or benevolent. And 2001 does a really, it's a slightly odd thing to be making a film and you know there's this thought, which is not really super.
But there's questions of consciousness, embodiment, and also the same kinds of questions. Those are my two favorite AI movies. So, can you compare HAL 9000 and Ava, HAL 9000 from 2001 Space Odyssey, and Ava from Ex Machina? In your view, from a philosophical perspective,
They've got different goals. The two AIs. I think that's really different. So, in some respects, Ex Machina took as a premise, how do you assess whether something else has consciousness? So it was a version of the Turing test, except instead of having the machine hidden, you put the machine in plain sight, in the way that we are in plain sight of each other, and say, now assess the consciousness. And the way it was illustrated, that the way in which you'd assess the state of consciousness of the machine is exactly the same way we assess the state of consciousness of each other. And in exactly the same way that, in a funny way, your sense of my consciousness is actually based primarily on your own consciousness. That is also again true with the machine. And so it was actually about how much of the sense of consciousness is a projection rather than something the consciousness is actually contained.
HAL Legos Cave. I mean, so you really explored, you could argue that HAL, sort of Space Odyssey, explores the idea of the Turing test for intelligence. Well, not test, there's no test, but it's more focused on intelligence. And Ex Machina kind of goes around intelligence, the consciousness, and the human robot interaction. Interesting, more important, more, at least the focus of that particular movie.
Yeah, it's about the interior state and what constitutes the interior state and how do we know it's there. And actually, in that respect, Ex Machina is as much about consciousness in general as it is to do specifically with machine consciousness. And it's also interesting, that thing you started asking about the dream state, and I would say, well, I think we're all in the dream state because we're all in the subjective state. One of the things that I became aware of with Ex Machina is that the way in which people reacted to the film was very based on what they took into the film. So many people thought Ex Machina was the tale of some evil robot who murders two men and escapes, and she has no empathy, for example, because she's a machine. Whereas I felt, no, she was a conscious being with a consciousness different from mine, but so what? Imprisoned and made a bunch of value judgments about how to get out of that box. And there's a moment which is sort of slightly bugs me, but nobody ever has noticed it. It's years after, so I might as well say it now, which is that after Ava has escaped, she crosses a room. And as she's crossing the room, this is just before she leaves the building, she looks over her shoulder and she smiles. And I thought, after all the conversation about tests, in a way, the best indication you could have of the interior state of someone is if they are not being observed and they smile about something, or they're smiling for themselves. And that, to me, was evidence of Ava's true sentience, whatever that sentience was.
But that's really interesting. We don't get to observe Ava much, or something like a smile in any context except through interaction or trying to convince others that she's conscious. That's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it was just more, in a funny way, I think maybe people saw it as an evil smile, like, ha,
Yeah.
a fool thing. But actually, it was just a smile. And I thought, well, in the end, after all the conversations about the test, that was the answer to the test. And then she got.
So if we just to linger a little bit longer on Hal and Ava, do you think in terms of motivation, what was Hal's motivation? Is Hal good or evil? Is Ava good or evil?
Ava's good, in my opinion, and Hal is neutral, because I don't think Hal is presented as having a sophisticated emotional life. He has a set of paradigms, which is that the mission needs to be completed. I mean, it's a version of the paper. Yeah.
The idea that it's a super intelligent machine, but it's just performing a particular task.
Yeah.
And in doing that task may destroy everybody on Earth, or may achieve undesirable effects for us humans.
Precisely.
But what if? Okay.
At the very end, he says something like, "I'm afraid that," but that maybe he is on some level experiencing fear, or it may be this is the terms in which it would be wise to stop someone from doing the thing they're doing, if you see what I mean.
Yes, absolutely. So actually, that's funny. So that's such a small, short exploration of consciousness that I'm afraid. And then you just with Ex Machina say, okay, we're going to magnify that part and then minimize the other part. That's a good way to say it. But if you can just use your imagination, if Ava sort of, I don't know, was president of the United States, and so had some power. So what kind of world would she want to create? If we kind of say good, and there is a sense that she has a really like there's a desire for better human to human interaction, human to robot interaction in her. But what kind of world do you think she would create with that desire?
So that's a very interesting question. I'm going to approach it slightly obliquely, which is that if a friend of yours got stabbed in a mugging, and you then got very angry at the person who'd done the stabbing, but then you learned that it was a 15-year-old and 15-year-old, both their parents were addicted to crystal meth, and the kid had been addicted since he was 10, and he really never had any hope in the world, and he'd been driven crazy by his upbringing and did the stabbing. That would hugely modify it, and it would also make you wary about that kid that would become the president of America.
Right.
And Ava has had a very, very distorted introduction into the world. So, although there's nothing, as it were, organically within Ava that would lean her towards badness, it's not that robots or sentient robots are bad. She did not. Her arrival into the world was being imprisoned by humans, so I'm not sure she'd be a great president.
Yeah, this is the trajectory through which she arrived at her moral views have some dark elements in it.
But I like Ava. Personally, I like Ava. And I
Would
think
you vote for her?
I'm having difficulty finding anyone to vote for in my country, or if I vote for her.
So that's a yes, I guess, because the competition.
She could easily do a better job than all the people.
Okay.
I'd vote for her over Forrest Jones.
So what is a good test of consciousness? We talk about consciousness a little bit more. If something appears conscious, is it conscious? You mentioned the smile, which seems to be something done. I mean, that's a really good indication because a tree falling in the forest would not be there to hear it. But does the appearance from a robotics perspective of consciousness mean consciousness to you?
No, I don't think you could say that fully, because I think you could then easily have a thought experiment which said we will create something which we know is not conscious, but is going to give a very, very good account of seeming conscious. So, and also it would be a particularly bad test where humans are involved, because humans are so quick to project sentience into things that don't have sentience. So someone could have their computer playing up and feel as if their computer has been malevolent to them, but it clearly isn't. And so of all the things to judge consciousness, us humans are bad at. We're empathy machines.
So the flip side of that, the argument there is because we just attribute consciousness to everything almost, and anthropomorphize everything, including Roombas, that maybe consciousness is not real, that we just attribute consciousness to each other. Do you have a sense that there is something really special going on in our mind that makes us unique and gives us subjective experience?
There's something very interesting going on in our minds. I'm slightly worried about the word special because it gets a bit, it nudges towards metaphysics and maybe even magic. In some ways, something magic-like, which I don't think is there at all.
I mean, if you think about, so there's an idea called panpsychism that says consciousness is an effort.
Yeah, I don't find that. Yeah, so the idea that there is a thing that it would be like to be the sun. I don't buy that. I think that consciousness is a thing. My sort of broad qualification is that usually the more I find out about things, the more illusory our instinct is, and is leading us into a different direction about what that thing actually is. That happens, it seems to me, in modern science, that happens at hell of a lot, whether it's to do with how big or small things are. So my sense is that consciousness is a thing, but it isn't quite the thing, or maybe very different from the thing that we instinctively think it is. So it's there, it's very interesting, but we may be in sort of quite fundamentally misunderstanding of reasons that are based on intuition.
So I have to ask, this is kind of an interesting question. The Ex Machina, for many people, including myself, is one of the greatest AI films ever made. Well, it's number 2 for me.
Thanks. Yeah, it's definitely number 1. Who's number 1?
Well, it's whenever you grow up with something, right? Whenever you grow up with something, it's a number 1. But there's one of the things that people bring up. You can't please everyone, including myself. This is what I first reacted to the film, is the idea of the bone genius. This is the criticism that people say, sort of, me as an AI researcher, I'm trying to create what Nathan is trying to do. So there's a brilliant series called Chernobyl.
Yes, it's fantastic. Absolutely spectacular.
I mean, they got so many things brilliant right. But one of the things, again, the criticism there,
they deflated lots of people
into one character that represents all nuclear scientists, Luana Komiak. It's a composite character that represents all scientists. Is this the way you were thinking about that, or is it just simplifies the storytelling? How do you think about the one genius?
Well, I'd say this. The series I'm doing at the moment is a critique, in part, of the genius concept. So, yes, I'm sort of oppositional and either agnostic or atheistic about that as a concept. I mean, not entirely, whether lone is the right word, broadly isolated, but Newton clearly exists in a sort of bubble of himself in some respects, so does Shakespeare.
So do you think we would have an iPhone without Steve Jobs? I mean, how much
contribution for the Steve Jobs really isn't a known genius because there's too many other people in the sort of superstructure around him who are absolutely fundamental to that journey.
But you're saying Newton, but that's a scientific. So there's an engineering element to building
But just to say, what Ex Machina is really it's a thought experiment. I mean, so it's a construction of putting 4 people in a house. Nothing about Ex Machina adds up in all sorts of ways, in as much as who built the machine parts? Did the people building the machine parts know what they were creating, and how did they get there? And it's a thought experiment. So it doesn't stand up to scrutiny of that sort.
I don't think it's actually that interesting of a question, but it's brought up so often that I have to ask it, because that's exactly how I felt after what, there's something about, there was almost a defense, like I watched your movie the first time, and at least for the first little while, in a defensive way, like how dare this person try to step into the AI space and try to beat Kubrick. That's the way I was thinking, like, because it comes off as a movie that really is going after the deep fundamental questions about AI. So there's a kind of a nerd who's like is automatically searching for the flaws, and I did so I
exactly the same.
I think in Annihilation, in the other movie, I was able to free myself from that much quicker. That it is a thought experiment. There's, who cares if there's batteries that don't run out, right? Those kinds of questions. Yeah. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
But it's nevertheless something I wanted to bring up.
It's a fair thing to bring up. For me, you hit on the low genius thing. For me, it was actually, people always said Ex Machina makes this big leap in terms of where AI has got to, and also what AI would look like if it got to that point. There's another one which is just robotics. I mean, look at the way Abel walks around the room. It's like, forget it, building that. That's also got to be a very, very long way off. And if you did get there, it wouldn't look anything like that. It's a thought experiment.
I can't disagree with you. I think the way, as a ballerina, Alicia Vikander, brilliant actor that moves around, that we're very far away from creating that, but the way she moves around is exactly the definition of perfection for a roboticist. It's like smooth and efficient. So it is where we want to get. I believe. I think. So I hang out with a lot of robotics people. They love elegant, smooth motion like that. That's their dream. So the way she moved is actually what I believe they would dream for a robotic movie. It might not be that useful to move that sort of that way, but that is the definition of perfection. Drawing inspiration from real life. So for devs, for Ex Machina, look at characters like Elon Musk. What do you think about the various big technological efforts of Elon Musk and others like him that he's involved with? Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink. Do you see any of that technology potentially defining the future worlds you create new work? So Tesla is automation, SpaceX is space exploration, Neuralink is brain-machine interface, somehow a merger of biological and electric systems.
In a way, I'm influenced by that almost by definition, because that's the world I live in, and this is the thing that's happening in that world. And I also feel supportive of it. So I think amongst various things, Elon Musk has done, I'm almost sure he's done a very, very good thing with Tesla for all of us. It's really kicked all the other car manufacturers in the face. It's kicked the fossil fuel industry in the face, and they needed kicking in the face, and he's done it. So, and so that's the world he's part of creating, and I live in that world. Just bought a Tesla, in fact, and so does that play into whatever I then make? In some ways, it does, partly because I try to be a writer who, quite often filmmakers are in some ways fixated on the films they grew up with, and they sort of remake them in some ways. I've always tried to avoid that. So I look to the real world to get inspiration, and as much as possible, sort of by living the thing. And so yeah, I'm sure.
Which of the directions do you find most exciting?
Space travel.
Space travel. So you haven't really explored space travel in your work. You said something like if you had an unlimited amount of money, I think on a Reddit AMA, that you would make like a multi-year series of Space Wars or something like that. So, what is it that excites you about space exploration?
Well, because if we have any sort of long-term future, it's that it just simply is that if energy and matter are linked up in the way we think they're linked up, we'll run out if we don't move. So we've got to move. And but also, uh, how can we not? It's built into us to do it or die trying. I was on Easter Island a few months ago, which is, as I'm sure you know, in the middle of the Pacific and difficult for people to have got to, but they got there. And I did think a lot about the way those boats must have set out into something like space. It was the ocean, and and how sort of fundamental that was to the way we are. And um, it it's the one that most excites me because it's the one I want most to happen. It's the thing. It's the place where we could get to as humans. Like in a way, I could live with us never really fully unlocking the nature of consciousness. I'd like to know. I'm really curious. But if we never leave the solar system, and if we never get right around to maybe even galaxies beyond our galaxy, that feels sad to me because it's so limited.
Yeah, there's something hopeful and beautiful about reaching out, any kind of exploration, reaching out across Earth centuries ago and then reaching out to space. So what do you think about colonization of Mars? To go to Mars, does that excite you, the idea of human beings stepping foot on Mars?
It does. It absolutely does. But in terms of what would really excite me, it would be leaving the solar system. In as much as that, I think we already know quite a lot about Mars. But yes, listen, if it happened, that would be. I hope I see it in my lifetime. I really hope I see it. So it would be a wonderful thing.
Without giving anything away, but the series begins with the use of quantum computers.
Yeah.
The new series does begins with simulating living quantum, or actually, I don't know if it's quantum computers are used, but basic living organisms simulated on the screen. It's a really cool kind of demo.
Yeah, that's right. They are using a quantum computer to simulate how.
So returning to our discussion of simulation, or thinking of the universe as a computer, do you think the universe is deterministic? Is there a free will?
So with the qualification of what do I know because I'm a lay person. But
with big imagination.
With that qualification, I think the universe is deterministic, and I see it absolutely. I cannot see how free will fits into it. So yes, deterministic, no free will. That would be my position.
And how does that make you feel?
It partly makes me feel that it's exactly the way these things tend to work out, which is that we have an incredibly strong sense that we do have free will. And just as we have an incredibly strong sense that time is a constant, and turns out probably not to be the case, or definitely in the case of time. But the problem I always have with free will is that it gets. I can never seem to find the place where it's supposed to reside.
And yet you explore.
But very, very. But we have something we can call free will, but it's not the thing that we think it is.
Well, free will. So to you, what we call free will
is what we call it as the illusion.
That's a subjective experience of
which is a useful thing to have, and it partly comes down to, although we live in a deterministic universe, our brains are not very well equipped to fully determine the deterministic universe, so we're constantly surprised and feel like we're making snap decisions based on imperfect information. So that feels a lot like free will. It just is. Would be that's my guess.
So in that sense, your sort of sense is that you can unroll the universe forward and backward, and you'll see the same thing. And that notion.
Yeah, sort of. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
That notion is a bit uncomfortable to think about. That you could roll it back and forward. And
Well, if you were able to do it, it would certainly have to be a quantum computer, something that worked in a quantum mechanical way in order to understand a quantum mechanical system, I guess. But
and so that unrolling, there might be a multiverse thing, but it's much branching.
well, exactly, because it wouldn't follow that every time you roll it back and forward, you'd get exactly the same result.
Which is another thing that's hard to wrap my mind around. So,
Yeah, but that, yes, but essentially what you just described, that the yes forwards and yes backwards, but you might get a slightly different result. Or it's very different.
we're very different. Along the same lines, you've explored some really deep scientific ideas in this new series, and I mean, just in general, you're unafraid to ground yourself in some of the most amazing scientific ideas of our time. What are the things you've learned, or ideas you find beautiful and mysterious about quantum mechanics, multiverse, string theory, quantum computing that you've learned?
Well, I would have to say every single thing I've learned is beautiful. And one of the motivators for me is that I think that people tend not to see scientific thinking as being essentially poetic and lyrical. But I think that is literally exactly what it is. And I think the idea of entanglement, or the idea of superpositions, or the fact that you could even demonstrate a superposition or have a machine that relies on the existence of superpositions in order to function, to me is almost indescribably beautiful. It fills me with awe. It fills me with awe. And also, it's not just a sort of grand, massive awe of, but it's also delicate. It's very, very delicate and subtle, and it has these beautiful sort of nuances in it, and also these completely paradigm-changing thoughts and truths. So it's as good as it gets, as far as I can tell. So broadly everything. That doesn't mean I believe everything I read before to visit, because obviously a lot of the interpretations are completely in conflict with each other, and who knows whether string theory will turn out to be a good description or not. But the beauty in it seems undeniable, and I do wish people more readily understood how beautiful and poetic science is, I would say.
Science is poetry. In terms of quantum computing being used to simulate things, or just in general, the idea of simulating small parts of our world, which actually current physicists are really excited about, that simulating small quantum mechanical systems on quantum computers, but scaling that up to something bigger, like simulating life forms. How do you think? What are the possible trajectories of that going wrong or going right, if you unroll that into the future?
Well, if a bit like Ava and her robotics, you park the sheer complexity of what you're trying to do. The issues are, I think it will have a profound. If you were able to have a machine that was able to project forwards and backwards accurately, it would, in an empirical way, show, it would demonstrate you don't have free will. So the first thing that would happen is people would have to really take on a very, very different idea of what they were. The thing that they truly, truly believe they are not. And so that I suspect would be very, very disturbing to a lot of people.
Do you think that has a positive or negative effect on society? The realization that you cannot control your actions, essentially, I guess, is the way that could be interpreted.
Yeah, although in some ways we instinctively understand that already, because in the example I gave you of the kid and the stabbing, we would all understand that kid was not really fully in control of their actions. So it's not an idea that's entirely alien to us. But
I don't know we understand that. I think there's a bunch of people who see the world that way, but not everybody.
yes, true. But what this machine would do is prove it beyond any doubt, because someone would say, well, I don't believe that's true, and then predict, well, in 10 seconds you're going to do this, and they'd say, no, I'm not, and then they'd do it, and then determinism would have played its part. But or something like that. But actually, the exact terms of that probably wouldn't play out. But still, broadly speaking, you could predict something happening in another room, sort of unseen, I suppose. That full knowledge would not allow you to affect. So, what effect would that have? I think people would find it very disturbing. But then, after they've got over their sense of being disturbed, which, by the way, I don't even think you need a machine to take this idea on board. But after they've got over that, they'd still understand that even though I have no free will and my actions are in effect already determined, I still feel things. I still care about stuff. I remember my daughter saying to me, she got hold of the idea that my view of the universe made it meaningless. And she said, well, then it's meaningless. And I said, well, I can prove it's not meaningless because you mean something to me and I mean something to you. So it's not completely meaningless because there is a bit of meaning contained within the space. And so with a lack of free will space, you could think, well, this robs me of everything I am. And then you'd say, well, no, it doesn't, because you still like eating cheeseburgers and you still like going to see the movies. So how big a difference does it really make? But I think initially people find it very disturbing. I think that what would come if you could really unlock with a determinism machine everything, there'd be this wonderful wisdom that would come from it, and I'd rather have that.
So that's a really good example of a technology revealing to us humans something fundamental about our world, about our society. So it's almost this creation is helping us understand ourselves. In the same can be said about artificial intelligence. So what do you think us creating something like Ava will help us understand about ourselves? How will that change society?
Well, I would hope it would teach us some humility. Humans are very big on exceptionalism, you know. America is constantly proclaiming itself to be greatest nation on earth, which it may feel like that if you're an American, but it may not feel like that if you're from Finland, because there's all sorts of things you dearly love about Finland. And exceptionalism is usually bullshit. Probably not always. If we both sat here, we could find a good example of something that isn't, but as a rule of thumb. And what it would do is it would teach us some humility and about. Actually, often that's what science does in a funny way. It makes us more and more interesting, but it makes us a smaller and smaller part of the thing that's interesting. And I don't mind that humility at all. I don't think it's bad. Our excesses don't tend to come from humility. No, our excesses come from the opposite, megalomania. We tend to think of consciousness as having some form of exceptionalism attached to it. I suspect if we ever unravel it, it will turn out less than we thought, in a way.
And perhaps your very own exceptionalist assertion earlier on in our conversation that consciousness is something that belongs to us humans, or not humans, but living organisms. Maybe you will one day find out that consciousness is in everything, and that will humble you.
If that was true, it would certainly humble me. Although maybe, almost maybe, I don't know what effect that would have. I sort of, I mean, my understanding of that principle is along the lines of saying that an electron has a preferred state, or it may or may not pass through a bit of glass. It may reflect off, or it may go through, or something like that. And so that feels as if a choice has been made. And but if I'm going down the fully deterministic route, I would say there's just an underlying determinism that has defined the preferred state, or the reflection and non-reflection, and so on. But look, yeah, you're right. If it turned out that there was a thing that it was like to be the sun, then I'd be amazed and humbled, and I'd be happy to be both. That sounds really cool.
And you'll say the same things you said to your daughter, but it nevertheless feels something like to be me, and that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So Kubrick created many masterpieces, including The Shining, Dr. Strangelove, Clockwork Orange, But to me, you will be remembered, I think, to many, 100 years from now for 2001 A Space Odyssey. I would say that's his greatest film.
Like,
You are incredibly humble. I've listened to a bunch of your interviews, and I really appreciate that you're humble in your creative efforts and your work. But if I were to force you at gunpoint,
do you have a gun?
you don't know that, the mystery, uh, is to imagine 100 years out into the future, what will Alex Garland be remembered for? From something you've created already, or feel somewhere deep inside you may still create?
Well, okay. Well, I'll take the question in the spirit it was asked. Very generous.
Gunpoint.
What what I what I try to do. So therefore, what I hope, if I'm remembered, what I might be remembered for, is as someone who participates in a conversation. And I think that often what happens is people don't participate in conversations. They make proclamations, they make statements, and people can either react against the statement or can fall in line behind it. And I don't like that. So I want to be part of the conversation. I take as a sort of basic principle, I think I take lots of my cues from science, but one of the best ones, it seems to me, is that when a scientist has something proved wrong that they previously believed in, they then have to abandon that position. So I'd like to be someone who is allied to that sort of thinking. So part of an exchange of ideas, and the exchange of ideas for me is something like, people in your world show me things about how the world works, and then I say, this is how I feel about what you've told me, and then other people can react to that. And it's not to say this is how the world is. It's just to say it is interesting to think about the world in this way.
And the conversation is one of the things I'm really hopeful about in your works. The conversation you're having is with the viewer, in the sense that you are bringing back, you and several others, but you very much so, sort of intellectual depth to cinema, to now series, sort of allowing film to be something that, sparks a conversation, is a conversation, lets people think, allows them to think.
But also, it's very important for me that if that conversation is going to be a good conversation, what that must involve is that someone like you, who understands AI, I imagine understands a lot about quantum mechanics, if they then watch the narrative, feels, yes, this is a fair account, so it is a worthy addition to the conversation. That for me is hugely important. I'm not interested in getting that stuff wrong. I'm only interested in trying to get it right.
Alex, it was truly an honor to talk to you. I really appreciate it. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Alex Garland. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with a question from Ava, the central artificial intelligence character in the movie Ex Machina, that she asked during her Turing test. What will happen to me if I fail your test? Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Following is a conversation with Stephen Wolfram, a computer scientist, mathematician, and theoretical physicist who is the founder and CEO of Wolfram Research, a company behind Mathematica, Wolfram Alpha, Wolfram Language, and the new Wolfram Physics project. He's the author of several books, including A New Kind of Science, which, on a personal note, was one of the most influential books in my journey in computer science and artificial intelligence. It made me fall in love with the mathematical beauty and power of cellular automaton. It is true that perhaps one of the criticisms of Stephen is on a human level, that he has a big ego, which prevents some researchers from fully enjoying the content of his ideas. We talk about this point in this conversation. To me, ego can lead you astray. It can also be a superpower, one that fuels bold, innovative thinking that refuses to surrender to the cautious ways of academic institutions. And here, especially, I ask you to join me in looking past the peculiarities of human nature and opening your mind to the beauty of ideas in Stephen's work and in this conversation. I believe Stephen Wolfram is one of the most original minds of our time, and at the core, is a kind, curious, and brilliant human being. This conversation was recorded in November 2019, when the Wolfram Physics project was underway and not yet ready for public exploration as it is now. We now agreed to talk again, probably multiple times in the near future, so this is round one. Stay tuned for round two soon. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do a few minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. Quick summary of the ads. 2 sponsors, ExpressVPN and Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by getting an ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/LexPod and downloading Cash App and using code LexPodcast. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LexPodcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market for as little as $1. This Cash App does fractional share trading. Let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction in the stock market. This makes trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play, use the code LexPodcast, you get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, an organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. This show is presented by ExpressVPN. Get it at expressvpn.com/LexPod to get a discount and to support this podcast. I've been using ExpressVPN for many years. I love it. It's really easy to use. Press the big power on button and your privacy is protected. And if you like, you can make it look like your location is anywhere else in the world. This has a large number of obvious benefits. Certainly, it allows you to access international versions, stream your websites like the Japanese Netflix or the UK Hulu. ExpressVPN works on any device you can imagine. I use it on Linux. Shout out to Ubuntu. New version coming out soon, actually. On Windows, Android, but it's available anywhere else too. Once again, get it at expressvpn.com/LexPod. Get a discount and to support this podcast. And now, here's my conversation with Stephen Wolfram. You and your son, Christopher, helped create the alien language in the movie Arrival. So let me ask maybe a bit of a crazy question, but if aliens were to visit us on Earth, do you think we would be able to find common language?
By the time we're saying aliens are visiting us, we've already prejudiced the whole story. Because the concept of an alien actually visiting, so to speak, we already know the kind of things that make sense to talk about visiting.
So we already know they exist in the same kind of physical setup that we do. They're not, it's not just radio signals. It's an actual thing that shows up and so on. So I think in terms of, can one find ways to communicate? Well, the best example we have of this right now is AI. That's our first sort of example of alien intelligence. And the question is, how well do we communicate with AI? If you were to say, if you were in the middle of a neural net and you open it up and it's like, what are you thinking? Can you discuss things with it? It's not easy, but it's not absolutely impossible. So I think by the time, but given the setup of your question, aliens visiting, I think the answer is yes, one would be able to find some form of communication, whatever communication means. Communication requires notions of purpose and things like this. It's a kind of philosophical quagmire.
So if AI is a kind of alien life form, what do you think visiting looks like? So if we look at aliens visiting, and we'll get to discuss computation and the world of computation, but if you were to imagine, you said you're already prejudiced something that's not visit. How would aliens visit?
By visit, there's kind of an implication, and here we're using the imprecision of human language in a world of the future. If that's represented in computational language, we might be able to take the concept visit and go look in the documentation basically and find out exactly what does that mean, what properties does it have, and so on. But by visit, in ordinary human language, I'm kind of taking it to be there's something, a physical embodiment that shows up in a spacecraft, since we kind of know that that's necessary. We're not imagining it's just photons showing up in a radio signal, but photons in some very elaborate pattern. We're imagining it's physical things made of atoms and so on that show up.
Can it be photons in the pattern?
That's a good question. And whether there is the possibility, what counts as intelligence? Good question. I mean, it's and I used to think there was sort of there'll be, as it clear what it means to find extraterrestrial intelligence, etc., etc. I've increasingly realized as a result of science that I've done, that there really isn't a bright line between the intelligent and the merely computational, so to speak. So, in our kind of everyday sort of discussion, we'll say things like, the weather has a mind of its own. Well, let's unpack that question. We realize that there are computational processes that go on from the fluid dynamics of this and that, and the atmosphere, etc., etc., etc. How do we distinguish that from the processes that go on in our brains, of physical processes that go on in our brains? How do we separate those? How do we say the physical processes going on that represent sophisticated computations in the weather? Oh, that's not the same as the physical processes that go on that represent sophisticated computations in our brains. The answer is I don't think there is a fundamental distinction. I think the distinction for us is that there's kind of a thread of history and so on that connects kind of what happens in different brains to each other, so to speak. And it's what happens in the weather is something which is not connected by sort of a thread of civilizational history, so to speak, to what we're used to.
In our story, in the stories that the human brain told us, but maybe the weather has its own story.
Absolutely. And that's where we get into trouble thinking about extraterrestrial intelligence, because it's like that pulsar magnetosphere that's generating these very elaborate radio signals. Is that something that we should have as this whole civilization has developed over the last however long, millions of years of processes going on in the neutron star or whatever, versus what we're used to in human intelligence. And I think in the end, when people talk about extraterrestrial intelligence and where is it, and the whole Fermi paradox of how come there's no other signs of intelligence in the universe, my guess is that we have two alien million forms of intelligence that we're dealing with. Right? Artificial intelligence and sort of physical or extraterrestrial intelligence. And my guess is people will sort of get comfortable with the fact that both of these have been achieved around the same time. And in other words, people will say, well, yes, we're used to computers, things we've created, digital things we've created, being so intelligent like we are. And they'll say, oh, we're kind of also used to the idea that there are things around the universe that are kind of intelligent like we are, except they don't share the sort of civilization history that we have. And so we don't, they're a different branch. I mean, it's similar to when you talk about life, for instance. You kind of said life form, I think, almost synonymously with intelligence, which I don't think is the AIs would be upset to hear you equate those two
Because I
things.
really probably implied biological life.
Right.
But you're saying, I mean, we'll explore this more, but you're saying it's really a spectrum. It's all just a kind of computation. And so it's a full spectrum, and we just make ourselves special by weaving a narrative around our particular kind of computation.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I think I've kind of come to realize is, at some level it's depressing to realize that there's so little that's
Or liberating.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's the story of science, right? And from Copernicus on, it's like first we were like convinced our planet's at the center of the universe. That's not true. Well, then we were convinced there's something very special about the chemistry that we have as biological organisms. That's not really true. And then we're still holding out that hope. Oh, this intelligence thing we have, that's really special. I don't think it is. However, in a sense, as you say, it's kind of liberating for the following reason, that you realize that what's special is the details of us, not some abstract attribute that we could wonder, oh, is something else going to come along and also have that abstract attribute? Well, yes, every abstract attribute we have, something else has it. But the full details of our kind of history of our civilization and so on, nothing else has that. That's what that's our story, so to speak, and that's sort of almost by definition special. So I view it as not being such a. Initially I was like, this is bad. This is kind of how can we have self-respect about the things that we do? Then I realized the details of the things we do, they are the story. Everything else is kind of a blank canvas.
So maybe on a small tangent, you just made me think of it, but what do you make of the monolith in 2001 Space Odyssey in terms of aliens communicating with us and sparking the kind of particular intelligent computation that we humans have? Is there anything interesting to get from that sci-fi?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's fun about that is, the monoliths are these, 1 to 4 to 9 perfect cuboid things. And in the, Earth a million years ago, whenever they were portrayed with a bunch of apes and so on, a thing that has that level of perfection seems out of place. It seems very kind of constructed, very engineered. So that's an interesting question. What is what's the techno signature, so to speak? What is it that you see it somewhere and you say, my gosh, that had to be engineered? Now, the fact is, we see crystals, which are also very perfect. And, the perfect ones are very perfect. They're nice polyhedra or whatever. And so, in that sense, you say, well, it's a sign of it's a techno signature that it's a perfect, perfect polygonal shape, polyhedral shape. That's not true. And so then it's an interesting question. What is the mode signature? I mean, like, Gauss, famous mathematician, he had this idea you should cut down the Siberian forest in the shape of sort of a typical image of the proof of the Pythagorean theorem on the grounds that it's a kind of cool idea, didn't get done, but it's on the ground that the Martians would see that and realize realize, gosh, there are mathematicians out there. It's kind of, it's in his theory of the world, that was probably the best advertisement for the cultural achievements of our species. But it's a reasonable question. What can you send or create that is a sign of intelligence in its creation, or even intention in its creation?
Yeah, you talk about if we were to send a beacon. What should we send? Is math our greatest creation? What is our greatest creation?
I think it's a philosophically doomed issue. I mean, in other words, you send something, you think it's fantastic, but it's kind of like we are part of the universe. We make things that are, things that happen in the universe. Computation, which is sort of the thing that we are, in some abstract sense, using to create all these elaborate things we create, is surprisingly ubiquitous. In other words, we might have thought that, we've built this whole giant engineering stack that's led us to microprocessors, that's led us to be able to do elaborate computations. But this idea that computations are happening all over the place. The only question is whether there's a thread that connects our human intentions to what those computations are. And so I think this question of what do you send to kind of show off our civilization in the best possible way, I think any kind of almost random slab of stuff that we've produced is about equivalent to everything else. I think it's one of these things where
It's not a romantic way of framing it. I just, sorry to interrupt, but I just talked to Andrew Quinn, who's the wife of Carl Sagan. And so I don't know if you're familiar with the Voyager, which is part of sending, I think, brain waves of,
wasn't it hers?
It was hers. Her brain waves, which was first falling in love with Carl Sagan, but it's a beautiful story. that perhaps you would shut down the power of that as well as anything else, and that's interesting. All of it is kind of an interesting, peculiar thing. That's
right. Well, I mean, I think it's kind of interesting too on the Voyager, the Golden Record thing. One of the things that's kind of cute about that is, it was made, when was it, in the late 70s, early 80s, and one of the things, it's a phonograph record, okay? And it has a diagram of how to play a phonograph record, and it's kind of like, it's shocking that in just 30 years, if you show that to a random kid of today and you show them that diagram and try this experiment, they're like, I don't know what the heck this is. And the best anybody can think of is, take the whole record, forget the fact that it has some kind of helical track in it, just image the whole thing and see what's there. That's what we would do today. In only 30 years, our technology has kind of advanced to the point where the playing of a helical, mechanical track on a phonograph record is now something bizarre. So, that's a cautionary tale, I would say, in terms of the ability to make something that in detail sort of leads by the nose some, the aliens or whatever to do something. It's like, best you can do, as I say, if we were doing this today, we would not build a helical scan thing with a needle. We would just take some high resolution imaging system, get all the bits of it, and say, oh, it's a big nuisance that they put in the helix, a spiral. Let's just unravel the spiral and start from there.
Do you think, and let's look into trying to figure out interpretability of AI, interpretability of computation, being able to communicate with various kinds of computations. Do you think we'd be able to, if you put your alien hat on, figure out how to play this record?
Well, it's a question of what one wants to do. I mean,
understand what the other party was trying to communicate, or understand anything about the other party.
What does understand mean? And that's the issue. The issue is, it's like what people were trying to do natural language understanding for computers. Right? So people tried to do that for years. It wasn't clear what it meant. In other words, you take your piece of English or whatever, and you say, "Gosh, my computer has understood this." Okay, that's nice. What can you do with that? Well, so for example, when we did, built both Malfa, one of the things was it's doing question answering and so on. It needs to do natural language understanding. The, the reason that I realized after the fact, the reason we were able to do natural language understanding quite well, and people hadn't before, the number one thing was we had an actual objective for the natural language understanding. We were trying to turn the natural language into this computational language that we could then do things with. Now, similarly, when you imagine your alien, you say, okay, we're playing the record. Did they understand it? Well, depends what you mean. If they, if there's a representation that they have, if it converts to some representation that we can say, oh yes, that's a representation that we can recognize represents understanding, then all well and good. But actually, the only ones that I think we can say represent understanding are ones that will then do things that we humans kind of recognize as being useful to us.
Maybe you're trying to understand, quantify how technologically advanced this particular civilization is. So are they a threat to us from a military perspective?
Yeah,
That's probably the first kind of understanding that I'm interested in.
Gosh, that's so hard. I mean, that's like in the Arrival movie, that was sort of one of the key questions is why are you here, so to speak? And it's
going to hurt us.
Right. But even that, it's very unclear. It's like the are you going to hurt us? That comes back to a lot of interesting ethics questions because we might make an AI that says, well, take autonomous cars, for instance. Are you going to hurt us? Well, let's make sure you only drive at precisely the speed limits because we want to make sure we don't hurt you, so to speak. Because that's and then something but you say, but actually that means I'm going to be really late for this thing. That sort of hurts me in some way. So it's hard to know. Even the definition of what it means to hurt someone is unclear. And as we start thinking about things about AI ethics and so on, that's something one has to address.
There's always trade-offs, and that's the annoying thing about ethics.
Yeah, well, right. And I mean, I think ethics, like these other things we're talking about, is a deeply human thing. There's no abstract, let's write down the theorem that proves that this is ethically correct. That's a meaningless idea. You have to have a ground truth, so to speak. That's ultimately sort of what humans want, and they don't want the same thing. So that gives one all kinds of additional complexity in thinking about that.
One convenient thing in terms of turning ethics into computation is ask the question of what maximizes the likelihood of the survival of the species.
Yeah, that's a good existential pursuit. But then when you say survival of the species, you might say, for example, let's say, forget about technology, just, hang out and, be happy, live our lives, go on to the next generation, go through many, many generations where, in a sense, nothing has happened. Is that okay? Is that not okay? Hard to know. In terms of, the attempt to do elaborate things and the attempt to might be counterproductive for the survival of the species. Like, for instance, I mean, I think it's also a little bit hard to know. So, okay, let's take that as a sort of thought experiment. Okay? You can say, well, what are the threats that we might have to survive? The supervolcano, the asteroid impact, all these kinds of things. Okay, so now we inventory these possible threats and we say, let's make our species as robust as possible relative to all these threats. I think in the end, it's sort of an unknowable thing what it takes to. So given that you've got this AI and you've told it maximize the long term. Long term means until the sun burns out. That's not going to work. Does long term mean next 1,000 years? Okay, there are probably optimizations for the next 1,000 years that are. It's like if you're running a company, you can make a company be very stable for a certain period of time. Like if your company gets bought by some private investment group, then they'll you can run a company just fine for 5 years, like just does, and limiting all R&D, and the company will burn out after a while. But it'll run just fine for a while. So if you tell the AI, keep the humans okay for 1,000 years, there's probably a certain set of things that one would do to optimize that, many of which one might say, well, that would be a pretty big shame for the future of history, so to speak, for that to be what happens. But I think in the end, as you start thinking about that question, it is what you realize is there's a whole sort of raft of undecidability, computational irreducibility. In other words, one of the good things about sort of the what our civilization has gone through and what sort of we humans go through is that there's a certain computational irreducibility to it, in the sense that it isn't the case that you can look from the outside and just say the answer is going to be this. At the end of the day, this is what's going to happen. You have to go through the process to find out. And I think that's both, that feels better in the sense it's not something is achieved by going through all of this all of this process, and but it also means that telling the AI, go figure out what will be the best outcome. Well, unfortunately, it's going to come back and say it's kind of undecidable what to do. We have to run all of those scenarios to see what happens. And if we want it for the infinite future, we're thrown immediately into the issues of kind of infinite computation and so on.
So yeah, even if you get the answer to the universe and everything's 42, you still have to actually run the universe.
Yes.
to figure out,
yes.
like, the question, I guess, or the journey is the point.
Right. Well, I think it's saying, to summarize, this is the result of the universe. Yeah. If that is possible, it tells us, the whole thinking about computation and so on, thinking about how stuff works. If it's possible to say, and the answer is such and such, you're basically saying there's a way of going outside the universe, and you're getting yourself into something of a sort of paradox. You're saying, if it's knowable what the answer is, then there's a way to know it that is beyond what the universe provides. But if we can know it, then something that we're dealing with is beyond the universe. So then the universe isn't the universe, so to speak.
So, and in general, as we'll talk about, at least for our small human brains, it's hard to show the result of a sufficiently complex computation. It's hard. It's probably impossible, right? On this decidability. So, and the universe appears by at least the poets sufficiently complex that we won't be able to predict what the heck it's all going to.
But we better not be able to. If we can, it kind of denies, and we're part of the universe. Yeah. So what does it mean for us to predict? It means that our little part of the universe is able to jump ahead of the whole universe. And this quickly winds up, it is conceivable. The only way we'd be able to predict is if we are so special in the universe. We are the one place where there is computation more special, more sophisticated than anything else that exists in the universe. That's the only way we would have the ability to sort of the almost theological ability, so to speak, to predict what happens in the universe, is to say somehow we're better than everything else in the universe, which I don't think is the case.
Yeah, perhaps we could detect a large number of looping patterns that reoccur throughout the universe and fully describe them, and therefore, but then it still becomes exceptionally difficult to see how those patterns interact.
Well, look, the most remarkable thing about the universe is that it has regularity in it. Might not be the case. If you
Does it have regularity?
Absolutely, it's full of. Physics is successful. It's full of laws that tell us a lot of detail about how the universe works. It could be the case that the 10 to the 90th particles in the universe, they will do their own thing, but they don't. They all follow. We already know. They all follow basically the same physical laws, and that's a very profound fact about the universe. What conclusion you draw from that is unclear. The early theologians, that was exhibit number one for the existence of God. Now, people have different conclusions about it, but the fact is, right now, I happen to be interested. Actually, I've just restarted a long-running kind of interest of mine about fundamental physics. I'm kind of like I'm on a bit of a quest, which I'm about to make more public, to see if I can actually find the fundamental theory of physics.
Excellent. We'll come to that, and I just had a lot of conversations with quantum mechanics folks, so I'm really excited on your take, because I think you have a fascinating take on the fundamental nature of our reality from a physics perspective. So, and what might be underlying the kind of physics that we think of today. Okay, let's take a step back. What is computation?
It's a good question. Operationally, computation is following rules. That's kind of it. I mean, computation is the result, is the process of systematically following rules, and it is the thing that happens when you do that.
So taking initial conditions and taking inputs, following rules. I mean, what are you following rules on? So there has to be some data,
Not necessarily. It can be something that there's a very simple input, and then you're following these rules, and you'd say there's not really much data going into this. You could actually pack the initial conditions into the rule if you want to. So I think the question is there a robust notion of computation? That is,
what does robust mean?
What I mean by that is something like this. So one of the things in an area of physics, something like energy. Okay, there are different forms of energy. But somehow energy is a robust concept that isn't particular to kinetic energy or nuclear energy or whatever else. There's a robust idea of energy. So one of the things you might ask is the robust idea of computation? Or does it matter that this computation is running in a Turing machine? This computation is running in a CMOS silicon CPU. This computation is running in a fluid system in the weather. Those kinds of things. Or is there a robust idea of computation that transcends the sort of detailed framework that it's running in? Okay. And
is there?
Yes. I mean, it wasn't obvious that there was, so it's worth understanding history to where we are right now. Because, to say that there is a statement in part about our universe. It's not a statement about what is mathematically conceivable. It's about what actually can exist for us.
Maybe you can also comment, because energy as a concept is robust, but there's also its intricate, complicated relationship with matter, with mass, is very interesting. Of particles that carry force and particles that particles that have mass. These kinds of ideas seem to map to each other, at least in the mathematical sense. Is there a connection between energy and mass and computation, or are these completely disjoint ideas?
The things that I'm trying to do about fundamental physics may well lead to such a connection, but there is no known connection at this time.
So can you elaborate a little bit more on how do you think about computation? What is computation?
Yeah, so I mean, let's tell a little bit of a historical story. Okay, so go back 150 years, people were making mechanical calculators of various kinds, and the typical thing was you want an adding machine, you go to the adding machine store, basically. You want a multiplying machine, you go to the multiplying machine store. They're different pieces of hardware, and so that means that at least at the level of that kind of computation and those kinds of pieces of hardware, there isn't a robust notion of computation. There's the adding machine kind of computation, there's the multiplying machine notion of computation, and they're disjoint. So what happened in around 1900, people started imagining, particularly in the context of mathematical logic, could you have something which would represent any reasonable function? Right? They came up with things. This idea of primitive recursion was one of the early ideas, and it didn't work. There were reasonable functions that people could come up with that were not represented using the primitive primitive recursion. Okay? So then along comes 1931, Gödel's theorem, and so on. And as looking back, one can see that as part of the process of establishing Gödel's theorem, Gödel basically showed how you could compile arithmetic, how you could basically compile logical statements like this statement is unprovable into arithmetic. So what he essentially did was to show that arithmetic can be a computer in a sense that's capable of representing all kinds of other things. And then Turing came along in 1936, came up with Turing machines. Meanwhile, Lorenzo Church came up with lambda calculus. And the surprising thing that was established very quickly is the Turing machine idea about what computation might be is exactly the same as the lambda calculus idea of what computation might be. And then there started to be other ideas, register machines, other kinds of representations of computation. And the big surprise was they all turned out to be equivalent. So in other words, it might have been the case, like those old adding machines, multiplying machines, that Turing had his idea of computation, Church had his idea of computation, and they were just different. But it isn't true. They're actually all equivalent. So then, by I would say the 1970s or so, in sort of the computation, computer science, computation theory area, people had sort of said, "Oh, Turing machines are kind of what computation is." Physicists were still holding out, saying, no, it's just not how the universe works. We've got all these differential equations, we've got all these real numbers that have infinite numbers of digits. The universe is not a Turing machine. Right. The Turing machines are a small subset of the things that we make in microprocessors and engineering structures and so on. So probably, actually through my work in the 1980s, about sort of the relationship between computation and models of physics, it became a little less clear that there was this big sort of dichotomy between what can happen in physics and what happens in things like Turing machines. And I think probably by now people would mostly think, and by the way, brains were another kind of element of this. Gödel didn't think that his notion of computation, or what amounted to his notion of computation, would cover brains. And Turing wasn't sure either. But although he was he got to be a little bit more convinced that it should cover brains. But I would say by probably sometime in the 1980s, there was beginning to be sort of a general belief that yes, this notion of computation that could be captured by things like Turing machines was reasonably robust. Now, the next question is, okay, you can have a universal Turing machine that's capable of being programmed to do anything that any Turing machine can do. But this idea of universal computation is an important idea. This idea that you can have one piece of hardware and program it with different pieces of software. That's kind of the idea that launched most modern technology. That's the idea that launched computer revolution, software, etc. So important idea. But the thing that's still kind of holding out from that idea is, okay, there is this universal computation thing, but it seems hard to get to. It seems like if you want to make a universal computer, you have to kind of have a microprocessor with a million gates in it. You have to go to a lot of trouble to make something that achieves that level of computational sophistication. Okay, so the surprise for me was that stuff that I discovered in the early 80s, looking at these things called cellular automata, which are really simple computational systems. The thing that was a big surprise to me was that even when their rules were very, very simple, they were doing things that were as sophisticated as they did even when their rules were much more complicated. So it didn't look like this idea, to get sophisticated computation, you have to build something with very sophisticated rules. That idea didn't seem to pan out. And instead, it seemed to be the case that sophisticated computation was completely ubiquitous, even in systems with incredibly simple rules. And so that led to this thing that I call the principle of computational equivalence, which basically says when you have a system that follows rules of any kind, then whenever the system isn't doing things that are in some sense obviously simple, then the computation that the behavior of the system corresponds to of equivalent sophistication. So that means that when you kind of go from the very, very, very simplest things you can imagine, then quite quickly you hit this kind of threshold above which everything is equivalent to its computational sophistication. Not obvious that would be the case. I mean, that's a science fact. Well,
And hold on a second. You've opened with a new kind of science. I remember it was a huge eye opener. It's such simple things can create such complexity, and yes, there's an equivalent. But it's not a fact. It just appears to. I mean, it's as much as a fact as sort of these theories are so elegant that it seems to be the way things are. But let me ask, sort of, you just brought up previously, kind of like the communities of computer scientists with their toy machines, the physicists with their universe, and the whoever the heck, maybe neuroscientists looking at the brain. What's your sense of the equivalence? You've shown through your work that simple rules can create equivalently complex machine systems, right? Is the universe equivalent to the kinds of to toy machines? Is the human brain a kind of toy machine? Do you see those things basically blending together, or is there still a mystery about how these join together?
Well, my guess is that they will blend together, but we don't know that for sure yet. I mean, I should say, I said rather glibly that the principle of computational equivalence is sort of a science fact tonight. I was using air quotes, air quotes for the science fact, because when you, it is a, just to talk about that for a second, the thing is that it has a complicated epistemological character, similar to things like the second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy increase. What is the second law of thermodynamics? Is it a law of nature? Is it a thing that is true of the physical world? Is it something which is mathematically provable? Is it something which happens to be true of the system, things that we see in the world? Is it, in some sense, a definition of heat, perhaps? Well, it's a combination of those things. And it's the same thing with the principle of computational equivalence. And in some sense, the principle of computational equivalence is at the heart of the definition of computation, because it's telling you there is a thing, there is a robust notion that is equivalent across all these systems and doesn't depend on the details of each individual system. And that's why we can meaningfully talk about a thing called computation, and we're not stuck talking about, oh, there's computation in Turing machine number 3785, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's why there is a robust notion like that. Now, on the other hand, can we prove the principle of computational equivalence? Can we prove it as a mathematical result? Well, the answer is, actually, we've got some nice results along those lines that say, throw me a random system with very simple rules. Well, in a couple of cases, we now know that even the very simplest rules we can imagine of a certain type are universal and do sort of follow what you would expect from the principle of computational equivalence. So that's a nice piece of sort of mathematical evidence for the principle of computational equivalence.
So just to look at that point, simple rules creating sort of these complex behaviors. But is there a way to mathematically say that this behavior is complex? That you mentioned you cross a threshold.
Right. So there are various indicators. So, for example, one thing would be, is it capable of universal computation? That is, given this system, do there exist initial conditions for the system that can be set up to essentially represent programs to do anything you want, to compute primes, to compute pi, to do whatever you want. Right? So that's an indicator. So we know in a couple of examples that yes, the simplest candidates that could conceivably have that property do have that property. And that's what the principle of computational equivalence might suggest. But this principle of computational equivalence, one question about it is it true for the physical world? Right? It might be true for all these things we come up with, the Turing machines, the cellular automata, whatever else. is it true for our actual physical world? Is it true for the brains, which are an element of the physical world? We don't know for sure, and that's not the type of question that we would have a definitive answer to, because it's, there's a sort of scientific induction. So you can say, well, it's true for all these brains, but this person over here is really special, and it's not true for them. And you can't, the only way that cannot be what happens is if we finally nail it and actually get a fundamental theory for physics, and it turns out to correspond to, let's say, a simple program. If that is the case, then we will basically have reduced physics to a bunch of mathematics, in the sense that we will not be, right now with physics, we're like, well, this is the theory that, this is the rules that apply here, but in the middle of that, right by that black hole, maybe these rules don't apply and something else applies, and there may be another piece of the onion that we have to peel back. But if we can get to the point where we actually have, this is the fundamental theory of physics, here it's this program, run this program and you get our universe, then we've kind of reduced the problem of figuring out things in physics to a problem of doing some, what turns out to be very difficult, irreducibly difficult mathematical problems. But it no longer is the case that we can say, somebody can come in and say, whoops, you were right about all these things about Turing machines, but you're wrong about the physical universe. We know there's sort of ground truth about what's happening in the physical universe. Now, I happen to think, you asked me at an interesting time, because I'm just starting to re-energize my project to kind of study the fundamental theory of physics. As of today, I'm very optimistic that we're actually going to find something, and that it's going to be possible to see that the universe really is computational in that sense. But I don't know, because we're betting against, we're betting against the universe, so to speak. And I didn't, it's not like, when I spent a lot of my life building technology, and then I know what's in there, right? And there may have unexpected behavior, may have bugs, things like that, but fundamentally I know what's in there. The universe, I'm not in that position, so to speak.
What kind of computation do you think the laws of physics might emerge from? Just to clarify, so you've done a lot of fascinating work with kind of discrete kinds of computation that because cellular automata, when we talk about it, have this very clean structure. It's such a nice way to demonstrate that simple rules can create immense complexity. But what kind, is that actually, are cellular automata sufficiently general to describe the kinds of computation that might create the laws of physics? Can you give a sense of what kind of computation do you think would create?
Well, so this is a slightly complicated discussion, because as soon as you have universal computation, you can in principle simulate anything with a thing. But it is not a natural thing to do. And if you're asking, were you to try to find our physical universe by looking at possible programs in the computational universe of all possible programs, would the ones that correspond to our universe be small and simple enough that we might find them by searching that computational universe? We've got to have the right basis, so to speak. We've got to have the right language, in effect, for describing computation for that to be feasible. So the thing that I've been interested in for a long time is, what are the most structureless structures that we can create with computation? So, in other words, if you say a cellular automaton, there's a bunch of cells that are arrayed on a grid, and it's very, and every cell is updated in synchrony at a particular, when there's a click of a clock, so to speak, and it goes a tick of a clock, and that every cell gets updated at the same time. Right? That's a very specific, very rigid kind of thing. But my guess is that when we look at physics and we look at things like space and time, that what's underneath space and time is something as structureless as possible. That what we see, what emerges for us as physical space, for example, comes from something that is sort of arbitrarily unstructured underneath. And so I've been for a long time interested in kind of what are the most structureless structures that we can set up. And actually what I had thought about for ages is using graphs, networks, where essentially, so it's all about space. So what is space? The question one might ask. Back in the early days of quantum mechanics, for example, people said, oh, for sure, space is going to be discrete, because all these other things we're finding are discrete. But that never worked out in physics. And so space in physics today is always treated as this continuous thing, just like Euclid imagined it. I mean, the very first thing Euclid says in his sort of common notion is, a point is something which has no part. In other words, there are points that are arbitrarily small, and there's a continuum of possible positions of points. And the question is that true? And so, for example, if we look at, I don't know, fluid like air or water, we might say, oh, it's a continuous fluid. We can pour it, we can do all kinds of things continuously. But actually, we know, because we know the physics of it, that it consists of a bunch of discrete molecules bouncing around, and only in the aggregate is it behaving like a continuum. And so the possibility exists that that's true of space too. People haven't managed to make that work with existing frameworks in physics. But I've been interested in whether one can imagine that underneath space and also underneath time is something more structureless. And the question is it computational? So there are a couple of possibilities. It could be computational, somehow fundamentally equivalent to a Turing machine, or it could be fundamentally not. So how could it not be? It could not be, so a Turing machine essentially deals with integral numbers at some level. And, it can do things like it can add one to another. It can do things like this.
It can also store whatever the heck it is.
Yes, it has an infinite storage. But what when one thinks about doing physics, or sort of idealized physics or idealized mathematics, one can deal with real numbers with an infinite number of digits, numbers which are absolutely precise. And one can say, we can take this number and we can multiply it by itself.
Are you comfortable with infinity? Are you comfortable in the context of computation? Do you think infinity plays a part?
I think that the role of infinity is complicated. Infinity is useful in conceptualizing things. It's not actualizable. Almost by definition, it's not actualizable.
But do you think infinity is part of the thing that might underlie the laws of physics?
I think that, no. I think there are many questions that you might ask about physics, which inevitably have infinity. Like when you say, is faster than light travel possible? You could say, given the laws of physics, can you make something even arbitrarily large, even put infinitely large, that that will make faster than light travel possible? Then you're thrown into dealing with infinity as a kind of theoretical question. But I mean, talking about sort of what's underneath space and time, and how one can make a computational infrastructure. One possibility is you can't make a computational infrastructure in Turing's machine sense. That you really have to be dealing with precise real numbers. You're dealing with partial differential equations, which just have precise real numbers at arbitrarily closely separated points. You have a continuum for everything. Could be that's what happens. That there's sort of a continuum for everything, precise real numbers for everything, and then the things I'm thinking about are wrong. And that's the risk you take if you're trying to sort of do things about nature, is you might just be wrong. It's for me personally, it's kind of a strange thing. It's spent a lot of my life building technology where you can do something that nobody cares about, but you can't be sort of wrong in that sense. In the sense you build your technology and it does what it does. But I think this question of what the sort of underlying computational infrastructure for the universe might be, it's so it's sort of inevitable it's going to be fairly abstract, because if you're going to get all these things, like there are 3 dimensions of space, there are electrons, there are muons, there are quarks, there are this, you don't get to, if the model for the universe is simple, you don't get to have sort of a line of code for each of those things. You don't get to have sort of the muon case, the tau lepton case, and so on.
All of those all have to be emergent.
Right. So
something deeper.
Right. So that means it's sort of inevitable. It's a little hard to talk about what the sort of underlying structureless structure actually is.
Do you think our human beings have the cognitive capacity to understand, if we're to discover it, to understand the kinds of simple structure from which these laws emerge? Like, do you think that's a goal for us to assume?
Well, here's what I think. I think that I'm right in the middle of this, right?
Right.
So I'm telling you that I think this human, yeah, I mean, this human has a hard time understanding, a bunch of the things that are going on. But what happens in understanding is one builds waypoints. And if you said understand modern 21st century mathematics, starting from counting back in whenever counting was invented, 2,000 years ago, whatever it was, right? Then that will be really difficult. But what happens is we build waypoints that allow us to get to high levels of understanding. And we see the same thing happening in language. You know, that when we affect a word for something, it provides kind of a cognitive anchor, it's kind of a waypoint that lets us, like a podcast or something. You could be explaining well as the thing with this word, that way, the other way. But as soon as you have the word podcast and people kind of societally understand it, you start to be able to build on top of that. And so I think, and that's kind of the story of science actually too. I mean, science is about building these kind of waypoints where we find this sort of cognitive mechanism for understanding something, and we can build on top of it. We have the idea of differential equations. We can build on top of that. We have this idea, that idea. So my hope is that if it is the case that we have to go all the way sort of from the sand to the computer, and there's no waypoints in between, then we're toast. We won't be able to do that.
Well, eventually we're not. Now, if we're as clever apes are good enough for building those abstractions, eventually from that we'll get the computer, right? Maybe it just might be a longer journey.
The question is whether it's something that you ask whether our human brains will quote understand what's going on. And that's a different question. Because for that, it requires steps that are sort of from which we can construct a human understandable narrative. And that's something that I think I am somewhat hopeful that will be possible. Although, as of literally today, if you ask me, I'm confronted with things that I don't understand very well.
So this is a small pattern in a computation trying to understand the rules under which the computation functions. And it's an interesting possibility under which kinds of computations such a creature can understand itself.
My guess is that we didn't talk much about computability, but it's a consequence of this principle of computational equivalence. It's sort of a core idea that one has to understand, I think, which is, the question is, you're doing a computation, you can figure out what happens in the computation just by running every step in the computation and seeing what happens. Or you can say, let me jump ahead and figure out, have something smarter that figures out what's going to happen before it actually happens. And a lot of traditional science has been about that act of computational reducibility. It's like we've got these equations and we can just solve them, and we can figure out what's going to happen. We don't have to trace all of those steps ahead to solve these equations. Okay, so one of the things that is a consequence of the principle of computational equivalence is you don't always get to do that. Many, many systems will be computationally irreducible in the sense that the only way to find out what they do is just follow each step and see what happens. Why is that? Well, if you're saying, well, we, with our brains, we're a lot smarter. We don't have to mess around like the little cellular automaton going through and updating all those cells. We can just use the power of our brains to jump ahead. But if the principle of the computational equivalence is right, that's not going to be correct, because it means that there's us doing our computation in our brains, there's the little cellular automaton doing its computation, and the principle of computational equivalence says these two computations are fundamentally equivalent. So that means we don't get to say we're a lot smarter than the cellular automaton and jump ahead, because we're just doing computation that's of the same sophistication as the cellular automaton itself.
That's computational reducibility. It's fascinating, but and that's a really powerful idea. I think that's both depressing and humbling and so on. That we in the cellular automaton are the same. But the question we're talking about, the fundamental laws of physics, is kind of the reverse question. You're not predicting what's going to happen. You have to run the universe for that. But saying, can I understand what rules let be generated?
I understand, but the problem is to know whether you're right, you have to have some computational reducibility, because we are embedded in the universe. If the only way to know whether we get the universe is just to run the universe, we don't get to do that because it just ran for 14.6 billion years or whatever, and we can't rerun it, so to speak. So we have to hope that there are pockets of computational reducibility sufficient to be able to say, yes, I can recognize those are electrons there. And I think that it's a feature of computational irreducibility. It's a mathematical feature that there are always an infinite collection of pockets of reducibility. The question whether they land in the right place and whether we can sort of build a theory based on them is unclear. But to this point about whether we, as observers in the universe, built out of the same stuff as the universe, can figure out the universe, so to speak, that relies on these pockets of reducibility. Without the pockets of reducibility, it won't work, can't work. But I think this question about how observers operate, it's one of the features of science over the last 100 years particularly, has been that every time we get more realistic about observers, we learn a bit more about science. So, for example, relativity was all about observers don't get to say when, what's simultaneous with what. They have to just wait for the light signal to arrive to decide what's simultaneous. Or, for example, in thermodynamics, observers don't get to say the position of every single molecule in a gas. They can only see the large-scale features, and that's why second order thermodynamics or eventually increase and so on works. You could see every individual molecule. You wouldn't conclude something about thermodynamics. You would conclude, oh, these molecules just all doing these particular things. You wouldn't be able to see this aggregate fact. So I strongly expect that, and in fact, in the theories that I have, one has to be more realistic about the computation and other aspects of observers in order to actually make a correspondence between what we experience. In fact, my little team and I have a little theory right now about how quantum mechanics may work, which is a very wonderful, bizarre idea about how sort of thread of human consciousness relates to what we observe in the universe. But there's several steps to explain how that's about.
What do you make of the mess of the observer at the lower level of quantum mechanics? Sort of the textbook definition of quantum mechanics kind of says that there's two worlds. One is the world that actually is, and the other is that's observed.
Yeah.
What do you make sense of that?
Well, I think actually the ideas we've recently had might actually give away into this, and that's I don't know yet. I mean, I think it's a mess. I mean, the fact is one of the things that's interesting, and when people look at these models that I started talking about 30 years ago now, they say, "Oh no, that can't possibly be right." What about quantum mechanics? Right? They say, "Okay, tell me what is the essence of quantum mechanics? What do you want me to be able to reproduce to know that I've got quantum mechanics, so to speak?" Well, and that question comes up very operationally actually, because we've been doing a bunch of stuff with quantum computing, and there are all these companies that say, "We have a quantum computer." We say, "Let's connect to your API and let's actually run it." And they're like, "Well, maybe you shouldn't do that yet. We're not quite ready yet." And one of the questions that I've been curious about is, if I have 5 minutes with a quantum computer, how can I tell if it's really a quantum computer or whether it's a simulator of the internet? It turns out it's really hard. It turns out there isn't. It's like a lot of these questions about sort of what is intelligence, what's life. It's
Turing test for quantum computer.
That's right. That's right. It's like, are you really a quantum computer? And I think
simulation.
Yes, exactly. Is it just a simulation, or is it really a quantum computer? It's the same issue all over again.
Yeah.
But that so this whole issue about the sort of mathematical structure of quantum mechanics and the completely separate thing that is our experience, in which we think definite things happen, whereas quantum mechanics doesn't say definite things ever happen. Quantum mechanics is all about the amplitudes for different things to happen, but yet our thread of consciousness operates as if definite things are happening.
To link on the point, you've kind of mentioned the structure that could underlie everything, and this idea that could perhaps have something like the structure of a graph. Can you elaborate why your intuition is that there's the graph structure of nodes and edges and what it might represent?
Right. Okay, so the question is, what is, in a sense, the most structureless structure you can imagine? Right? So, and in fact, what I recently realized last year or so, I have a new, most structureless structure.
By the way, the question itself is a beautiful and powerful in itself. Even without an answer, the question is a really strong question.
Right. Right.
But what's your new idea?
Well, it has to do with hypergraphs. Essentially, what is interesting about the sort of like model I have now is it's a little bit like what happened with computation. Everything that I think of as, oh, well, maybe the model is this, I discovered it's equivalent. And that's quite encouraging because it's like I could say, well, I'm going to look at trivalent graphs with, 3 edges for each node, and so on. Or I could look at this special kind of graph. Or I could look at this kind of algebraic structure. It turns out that the things I'm now looking at, everything that I've imagined that is a plausible type of structureless structure is equivalent to this. So what is it? Well, a typical way to think about it is, so you might have some collection of tuples, collection of let's say numbers. So you might have 1, 3, 5, 2, 3, 4, little just collections of numbers, triples of numbers, let's say, quadruples of numbers, pairs of numbers, whatever. And you have all these sort of floating little tuples. They're not in any particular order, and that sort of floating collection of tuples, and I told you this was abstract, represents the whole universe. The only thing that relates them is when a symbol is the same, it's the same, so to speak. So if you have 2 tuples and they contain the same symbol, let's say at the same position of the tuple, the first element of the tuple, then that represents a relation. Okay, so let me try and do this.
Wow. Okay.
I told you it's abstract. This is
the relationship is formed by some aspect of sameness.
Right, but so think about it in terms of a graph. So a graph, bunch of nodes, let's say you number each node. Okay? Then what is a graph? A graph is a set of pairs that say this node has an edge connecting it to this other node. So and a graph is just a collection of those pairs that say this node connects to this other node. So this is a generalization of that, in which instead of having pairs, you have arbitrary n tuples. That's it. That's the whole story. And now the question is, okay, so that might represent the state of the universe. How does the universe evolve? What does the universe do? And so the answer is that what I'm looking at is transformation rules on these hypergraphs. In other words, you say this whenever you see a piece of this hypergraph that looks like this, turn it into a piece of hypergraph that looks like this. So on a graph, it might be when you see the subgraph, when you see this thing with a bunch of edges hanging out in this particular way, then rewrite it as this other graph. Okay, and so that's the whole story. So the question is, what? So now you say, as I said, this is quite abstract, and one of the questions is, where do you do those updating? So you've got this giant graph.
What triggers the updating? Like, what's the effect of it? Is it?
Yeah,
and I suspect everything is discrete within time. So,
okay. So the question is, where do you do the updates?
Yes.
And the answer is the rule is you do them wherever they apply, and you do them. The order in which the updates is done is not defined. That is, you can do them so there may be many possible orders for these updates. Now the point is, imagine you're an observer in this universe. So, and you say, did something get updated? Well, you don't in any sense know until you yourself have been updated. So, in fact, all that you can be sensitive to is essentially the causal network of how an event over there affects an event that's in you.
It doesn't even feel like observation. That's something else. You're just part of the whole thing.
Yes, you're part of it, but even to have, so the end result of that is all you're sensitive to is this causal network of what event affects what other event. I'm not making a big statement about sort of the structure of the observer. I'm simply making the argument that what happens, the microscopic order of these rewrites, is not something that any observer, any conceivable observer in this universe, can be affected by. Because the only thing the observer can be affected by is this causal network of how the events in the observer are affected by other events that happen in the universe. So the only thing you have to look at is the causal network. You don't really have to look at this microscopic rewriting that's happening. So these rewrites are happening wherever they happen wherever they feel like.
Causal network. Is there? You said that there's not really. So the idea would be an undefined. Like what gets updated, the sequence of things is undefined. It's
yes.
That's what you mean by the causal network. Then
the causal network is given that an update has happened. That's an event. Then the question is that event causally related to? Does that event, if that event didn't happen, then some future event couldn't happen yet. Right? So you build up this network of what affects what. Okay? And so what that does, so when you build up that network, that's kind of the observable aspect of the universe in some sense. Right? And so then you can ask questions about, how robust is that observable network of what's happening in the universe. Okay, so here's where it starts getting kind of interesting. So for certain kinds of microscopic rewriting rules, the order of rewrites does not matter to the causal network. And so this is, mathematical logic moment. This is equivalent to the Church-Russell property or the confluence property of rewrite rules. And it's the same reason that if you are simplifying an algebraic expression, for example, you can say, let me expand those terms out, let me factor those pieces. Doesn't matter what order you do that in, you always get the same answer. And it's the same fundamental phenomenon that causes, for certain kinds of microscopic rewrite rules, that causes the causal network to be independent of the microscopic order of rewritings.
Why is that property important?
Because it implies special relativity. I mean, the reason it's important is that property, special relativity, says you can look at these you can look at different reference frames. You can be looking at your notion of what's space and what's time can be different, depending on whether you're traveling at a certain speed, depending on whether you're doing this, that, and the other. But nevertheless, the laws of physics are the same. That's what the principle of special relativity says. The laws of physics are the same independent of your reference frame. Well, turns out this change of the microscopic rewriting order is essentially equivalent to a change of reference frame, or at least there's a sub-part of how that works. It's equivalent to a change of reference frame. So, somewhat surprisingly, and for the first time in forever, it's possible for an underlying microscopic theory to imply special relativity, to be able to derive it. It's not something you put in as something where this other property, causal invariance, which is also a property that implies that there's a single thread of time in the universe. It might not be the case. That's what would lead to the possibility of an observer thinking that definite stuff happens. Otherwise, you've got all these possible rewriting orders, and who's to say which one occurs? But with this causal invariance property, there's a notion of a definite thread of time.
It sounds like that kind of idea of time, even space, would be emergent from the system.
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
so it's not a fundamental part of the system.
No, at the fundamental level, all you've got is a bunch of nodes connected by hyperedges or whatever.
So there's no time, there's no space.
That's right. But the thing is that it's just like imagine you're just dealing with a graph, and imagine you have something like a honeycomb graph, a bunch of hexagons. That graph at a microscopic level is just a bunch of nodes connected to other nodes. But at a macroscopic level, you say that looks like a honeycomb. lattice. It looks like a two-dimensional, manifold of some kind. It looks like a two-dimensional thing. If you connect it differently, you just connect all the nodes one to another in kind of a sort of linked list type structure, then you'd say, well, that looks like a one-dimensional space. But at the microscopic level, all these are just networks of nodes. At the macroscopic level, they look like something that's like one of our sort of familiar kinds of space. And it's the same thing with these hypergraphs. Now, if you ask me, have I found one that gives me three-dimensional space, the answer is not yet. So we don't know if this is one of these things. We're kind of betting against nature, so to speak. And I have no way to know. So there are many other properties of this kind of system that are very beautiful, actually, and very suggestive. And it will be very elegant if this turns out to be right, because it's very clean. You start with nothing, and everything gets built up. Everything about space, everything about time, everything about matter, it's all just emergent from the properties of this extremely orderable system. And that will be pretty cool if that's the way our universe works. Now, on the other hand, the thing that I find very confusing is, let's say we succeed. Let's say we can say this particular sort of hypergraph rewriting rule gives the universe. Just run that hypergraph rewriting rule for enough times and you'll get everything. You'll get this conversation that happens with, you'll get everything. It's that if we get to that point and we look at what is this thing, what is this rule that we just have that is giving us our whole universe, how do we think about that thing? Let's say, turns out the minimal version of this is a kind of cool thing for a language designer like me. The minimal version of this model is actually a single line of language code. So that's I wasn't sure it was going to happen that way, but it's kind of no, we don't know what that's just the framework. To know the actual particular hypergraph that might be a longer, that the specification of the rules might be slightly longer.
How does that help you accept marveling in the beauty and the elegance of the simplicity that creates the universe? Does that help us predict anything? Not really, because of the reproducibility.
That's correct. But so the thing that is really strange to me, and I haven't wrapped my brain around this yet, is one keeps on realizing that we're not special, in the sense that we don't live at the center of the universe, we don't blah blah blah, and yet if we produce a rule for the universe and it's quite simple and we can write it down in a couple of lines or something, that feels very special. How did we come to get a simple universe when many of the available universes, so to speak, are incredibly complicated? Might be a quintillion characters long. Why did we get one of the ones that's simple? And so I haven't wrapped my brain around that issue yet.
If indeed we are in such a simple, the universe is such a simple rule, is it possible that there is something outside of this, that we are in a kind of what people call a simulation, right? That we're just part of a computation that's being explored by a graduate student in alternate universe.
The problem is we don't get to say much about what's outside our universe, because by definition our universe is what we exist within.
Yeah.
Now, can we make a sort of almost theological conclusion from being able to know how our particular universe works? Interesting question. I don't think that if you ask the question, could we, and it relates again to this question about the extraterrestrial intelligence, we've got the rules of the universe. Was it built in on purpose? Hard to say. That's the same thing as saying we see a signal from, that we're, receiving from some, random star somewhere, and it's a series of pulses, and it's a periodic series of pulses. Let's say, was that done on purpose? Can we conclude something about the origin of that series of pulses?
Just because it's elegant does not necessarily mean that somebody created it or that we can comprehend.
Yeah, I think it's the ultimate version of the sort of identification of the techno-signature question. The ultimate version of that was our universe a piece of technology, so to speak, and how on earth would we know? In the kind of crazy science fiction thing you could imagine, you could say, oh, somebody's going to have, there's going to be a signature there. It's going to be, made by so and so. But there's no way we could understand that, so to speak, and exactly what that would mean, because the universe simply, this. If we find a rule for the universe, we're simply saying that rule represents what our universe does. We're not saying that that rule is something running on a big computer and making our universe. It's just saying that represents what our universe does in the same sense that the laws of classical mechanics, differential equations, whatever they are, represent what mechanical systems do. It's not that the mechanical systems are somehow running solutions to those differential equations. Those differential equations are just representing the behavior of those systems.
So what's the gap, in your sense, to linger on the fascinating, perhaps slightly sci-fi question? What's the gap between understanding the fundamental rules that create a universe and engineering a system, actually creating simulation ourselves? You've talked about nanoengineering, kind of ideas that are kind of exciting, actually creating some ideas of computation in the physical space. How hard is it as an engineering problem to create the universe once you know the rules to create it?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think the substrate on which the universe is operating is not a substrate that we have access to. The only substrate we have is that same substrate that the universe is operating on. So if the universe is a bunch of hypergraphs being rewritten, then we get to attach ourselves to those same hypergraphs being rewritten. We don't get to, and if you ask the question, is the code clean? Can we write nice, elegant code with efficient algorithms and so on? Well, that's an interesting question. How that's this question of how much computational reducibility there is in the system.
But I've seen some beautiful cellular automata that basically create copies of itself within itself, right? That's the question, whether it's possible to create, whether you need to understand the substrate or whether you can.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, so one of the things that is sort of one of my slightly sci-fi thoughts about the future, so to speak, is, right now, if you poll typical people who say, do you think it's important to find a fundamental theory of physics? You get, because I've done this poll informally at least, it's curious actually, you get a decent fraction of people saying, oh, yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
I think that's becoming, surprisingly enough, more, there's a lot of people are interested in physics in a way that, without understanding it, just kind of watching scientists, a very small number of them, struggle to understand the nature of our reality.
Right. I think that's somewhat true. And in fact, in this project that I'm launching into to try and find a fundamental theory of physics, I'm going to do it as a very public project. It's going to be live streamed and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know what will happen. It'll be kind of fun. I think that it's the interface to the world of this project. I figure one feature of this project is, unlike technology projects that basically are what they are, this is a project that may simply fail. This might be the case that it generates all kinds of elegant mathematics that has absolutely nothing to do with the physical universe that we happen to live in. Well, okay, so we're talking about kind of the quest to find a fundamental theory of physics. First point is, it's turned out it's kind of hard to find a fundamental theory of physics. People weren't sure that would be the case. Back in the early days of applying mathematics to science, 1600s and so on, people were like, oh, in 100 years we'll know everything there is to know about how the universe works. It turned out to be harder than that. And people got kind of humble at some level, because every time we got to sort of a greater level of smallness in studying the universe, it seemed like the math got more complicated and everything got harder. When I was a kid, basically, I started doing particle physics, and when I was doing particle physics, I always thought finding the fundamental theory of physics, that's a kooky business where nobody else can do that. But we can operate within these frameworks that we've built for doing quantum field theory and general relativity and things like this, and it's all good, and we can figure out a lot of stuff.
Did you even at that time have a sense that there's something behind that
Sure,
too?
sure. I just didn't expect that. I thought in some rather it's actually kind of crazy thinking back on it, because it's kind of like there was this long period in civilization where people thought the ancients had it all figured out and will never figure out anything new. And to some extent, that's the way I felt about physics when I was in the middle of doing it, so to speak. Was, we've got quantum field theory, it's the foundation of what we're doing, and there's, yes, there's probably something underneath this, but we'll sort of never figure it out. But then I started studying simple programs in the computational universe, things like cellular automata and so on, and I discovered that they do all kinds of things that were completely at odds with the intuition that I had had. And so after that, after you see this tiny little program that does all this amazingly complicated stuff, then you start feeling a bit more ambitious about physics and saying, maybe we could do this for physics too. And so that got me started years ago now in this kind of idea of, could we actually find what's underneath all of these frameworks like quantum field theory, general relativity. So people perhaps don't realize as clearly as they might that the frameworks we're using for physics, which is basically these two things: quantum field theory, the sort of the theory of small stuff, and general relativity, theory of gravitation and large stuff. Those are the two basic theories, and they're 100 years old. I mean, general relativity was 1915, quantum field theory, 1920s. So basically 100 years old. And it's been a good run. There's a lot of stuff been figured out. But what's interesting is the foundations haven't changed in all that period of time. Even though the foundations had changed several times before that, in the 200 years earlier than that. And I think the kinds of things that I'm thinking about, which are sort of really informed by thinking about computation and the computational universe, is a different foundation. It's a different set of foundations. And might be wrong, but it is at least, we have a shot. And I think it's, to me, it's, my personal calculation for myself is if it turns out that finding the fundamental theory of physics is kind of low-hanging fruit, so to speak, maybe it's a shame if we just didn't think to do it. People just said, oh, you'll never figure that stuff out. Let's, and it takes another 200 years before anybody gets around to doing it. I think it's, I don't know how low-hanging this fruit actually is. It may be that it's kind of the wrong century to do this project. I think the cautionary tale for me, I think about things that I've tried to do in technology, where people thought about doing them a lot earlier. My favorite example is probably Leibniz, who thought about making essentially encapsulating the world's knowledge in a computational form in the late 1600s, and did a lot of things towards that. And basically, we finally managed to do this, but he was 300 years too early. And that's kind of in terms of life planning, it's kind of like avoid things that can't be done in your century, so to speak.
Yeah, timing is everything. So you think if we kind of figure out the underlying rules that we create from which quantum field theory and general relativity can emerge, do you think that'll help us unify it at that level of abstraction?
Oh, we'll know it completely. We'll know how that all fits together. Yes, without a question. And it's already, even the things I've already done, they're very, it's very, very elegant actually. How things seem to be fitting together. Now, is it right? I don't know yet. It's awfully suggestive. If it isn't right, it's then the designer of the universe should feel embarrassed, so to speak, because it's a really good way to do it.
In your intuition, in terms of designing universe, does God play dice? Is there randomness in this thing, or is it determinism?
That's a little bit of a complicated question, because when you're dealing with these things that involve these rewrites that have
even randomness is an emergent phenomenon, perhaps.
Yes. Randomness in many of these systems, pseudo-randomness and randomness are hard to distinguish. In this particular case, the current idea that we have about measurement in quantum mechanics is something very, very bizarre and very abstract, and I don't think I can yet explain it without kind of yakking about very technical things. Eventually, I will be able to. But if that's right, it's kind of a weird thing because it slices between determinism and randomness in a weird way that hasn't been sliced before, so to speak. So, like many of these questions that come up in science, where it's like, is it this or is it that? Turns out the real answer is it's neither of those things. It's something kind of different and sort of orthogonal to those categories. And so that's the current, this week's idea about how that might work. We'll see how that unfolds. I mean, there's this question about a field like physics and sort of the quest for fundamental theory and so on. And there's both the science of what happens and there's the sort of the social aspect of what happens. Because, in a field that is basically as old as physics, we're at, I don't know what it is, fourth generation, I don't know, fifth generation, I don't know what generation it is of physicists. And I was one of these, so to speak. And for me, the foundations were like the pyramids, so to speak. It was that way, and it was always that way. It is difficult in an old field to go back to the foundations and think about rewriting them. It's a lot easier in young fields where you're still dealing with the first generation of people that invented the field. And it tends to be the case, that the nature of what happens in science tends to be, you'll get, typically the pattern is some methodological advance occurs. And then there's a period of 5 years, 10 years, maybe a little bit longer than that, where there's lots of things that are now made possible by that methodological advance, whether it's, telescopes or whether that's a mathematical method or something. It's, there's a, something happens, a tool gets built, and then you can do a bunch of stuff. And there's a bunch of low-hanging fruit to be picked, and that takes a certain amount of time. After that, all that low-hanging fruit is picked, then it's a hard slog for the next however many decades or century or more to get to the next sort of level at which one can do something. It's kind of and it tends to be the case that it feels that are in that kind of, I can say, cruise mode because of really hard work, but it's very hard, very incremental focus.
In your career, some of the things you've taken on, it feels like you haven't been afraid of the hard slog.
No, that's true.
So it's quite interesting, especially on the engineering side. On a small tangent, when you were at Caltech, did you get to interact with Richard Feynman at all?
Yeah, Richard, we worked together quite a bit actually. In fact, both when I was at Caltech and after I left Caltech, we were both consultants at this company called Corporation, which was actually an ultimately ill-fated company. But I used to say this company is not going to work with the strategy they have, and Dick Feynman always used to say, "What do we know about running companies? Just let them run their company." But anyway, he was not into that kind of thing. He always thought that my interest in doing things like running companies was a distraction, so to speak. For me, it's a mechanism to have a more effective machine for actually figuring things out, and getting things to happen.
Did he think of it as essentially what you did with the company? I don't know if you were thinking of it that way, but you're creating tools to empower the exploration of the universe. Do you think did he
understand that point?
That point of tools?
I think not as well as he might have done. I mean, I think that, but he was actually my first company, which was also involved with more mathematical computation kinds of things. He had lots of advice about the technical side of what we should do and so on.
Do you have examples, memories, or thoughts?
He had all kinds of in the business of doing sort of one of the hard things in math is doing integrals and so on, right? And so he had his own elaborate ways to do integrals and so on. He had his own ways of thinking about sort of getting intuition about how math works. And so his sort of meta idea was take those intuitional methods and make the computer follow those intuitional methods. Now it turns out, for the most part, like when you do integrals and things, what we do is we build this kind of bizarre industrial machine that turns every integral into, collects and Mayer G functions and generates this very elaborate thing. Actually, the big problem is turning the results into something a human will understand. It's not what's doing the integral. And actually, Feynman did understand that to some extent. And I'm embarrassed to say, he once gave me this big pile of, calculational methods for particle physics that he worked out in the 50s, and he said, yeah, it's pointless to you, but to me type thing. And I was like, I intended to look at it and give it back, and I still have my files now. So that's what happens when finiteness of human lives. Maybe if you'd lived there for 20 years, I would have never to give it back. But I think it's, that was his attempt to systematize the ways that one does integrals that show up in particle physics and so on. Turns out the way we've actually done it is very different from that way.
What do you make of that difference changing? So Feynman was actually quite remarkable at creating sort of intuitive and guiding it, creating intuitive frameworks for understanding physical concepts.
I'm smiling because, the funny thing about him was that the thing he was really, really, really good at was calculating stuff. But he thought that was easy because he was really good at it. And so he would do these things where he would calculate do some complicated calculation of one field theory, for example, come out with a result. Wouldn't tell anybody about the complicated calculations, thought that was easy. He thought the really impressive thing was to have this simple intuition about how everything works. So he invented that at the end. And, because he'd done this calculation and knew how it worked, it was a lot easier. It's a lot easier to have good intuition than you know what the answer is. And then he would just not tell anybody about this calculation. It wasn't meaning that maliciously, so to speak. It's just he thought that was easy. And that's, that led to areas where people were just completely mystified and they kind of followed his intuition, but nobody could tell why it worked. Because actually the reason it worked was because he'd done all these calculations and he knew that it would work. And when I worked a bit on quantum computers actually back in 1980, 81, but before anybody had heard of those things. And the typical mode of and we always used to say, and I now think about this because I'm about the age that he was when I worked with him, and I see that people at 1/3 my age, so to speak, and he was always complaining that I was 1/3 his age for various things, but he would do some calculation by hand, blackboard, to come up with some answer. I'd say, I don't understand this. I do something with a computer, and he'd say, I don't understand this. So it'd be some big argument about what was going on, but it was always so. And I think actually many of the things that we sort of realized about quantum computing that were sort of issues that have to do particularly with the measurement process are kind of still issues today. And I kind of find it interesting. It's a funny thing in science, but these, there's a remarkable, it happens in technology too, there's a remarkable sort of repetition of history that ends up occurring. Eventually things really get nailed down, but it often takes a while, and it often things come back decades later. Well, for example, I could tell a story, actually happened right down the street from here. When we were both at thinking machines, I had been working on this particular cellular automaton, the Rule 30. It has this feature that from very simple initial conditions, it makes really complicated behavior. Okay? So, and actually, of all silly physical things, using this big parallel computer called connection machine that company was making, I generated this giant printout of Rule 30 on the same kind of printer that people use to make layouts for microprocessors. So one of these big, large format printers with high resolution and so on. So okay, so we print this out, lots of very tiny cells, and so there was sort of a question of how sort of features of that pattern, and so it was very much a physical, on the floor with meter rules trying to measure different things. So Feynman kind of takes me aside. We've been doing that for a while, and takes me aside and says, I just want to know this one thing. He says, I want to know, how did you know that this Rule 30 thing would produce all this really complicated behavior that is so complicated that we're, going around with big printout and so on? And I said, well, I didn't know. I just enumerated all the possible rules and then observed that that's what happened. He said, I feel a lot better. I thought you had some intuition that he didn't have. That one. I said, no. No intuition, just experimental science.
So that's such a beautiful sort of dichotomy there. That's exactly what you showed, is you really can't have an intuition about an irreducible. You have to run it.
Yes, that's right.
That's so hard for us humans, and especially brilliant physicists like Feynman, to say that you can't have a compressed, clean intuition about how the whole thing works.
Yes. No, he was, I think he was sort of on the edge of understanding that point about computation. And I think he found that, he always found computation interesting. And I think that was sort of what he was a little bit poking at. That intuition, the difficulty of discovering things, like even you say, you just enumerate all the cases and you just find one that does something interesting, right? Sounds very easy. Turns out, I missed it when I first saw it because I had kind of an intuition that said it shouldn't be there. And so I had kind of arguments, I'm going to ignore that case because whatever.
So how did you have an open mind enough? Because you're essentially the same person as Richard Feynman, like the same kind of physics type of thinking. How did you find yourself having a sufficiently open mind to be open to watching rules and them revealing complexity?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I've wondered about that myself because it's kind of like, you live through these things and then you say, what was the historical story? And sometimes the historical story you realize after the fact was not what you lived through, so to speak. And so, what I realized is I think what happened is, I did physics, kind of like reductionistic physics, where you're thrown in the universe and you're told, go figure out what's going on inside it. And then I started building computer tools, and I started building my first computer language, for example. And computer language is not like, it's sort of like physics in the sense that you have to take all those computations people want to do and kind of drill down and find the primitives that they can all be made of. But then you do something that's really different because you're just saying, okay, these are the primitives. Now, hopefully they'll be useful to people. Let's build up from there. So essentially, you're building an artificial universe in a sense, where you make this language, you've got these primitives, you're just building whatever you feel like building. And so it was sort of interesting for me because from doing science where you just throw in the universe as the universe is, but then just being told, you can make up any universe you want. And so I think that experience of making a computer language, which is essentially building your own universe, so to speak, is, that's kind of the, that's what gave me a somewhat different attitude towards what might be possible. It's like, let's just explore what can be done in these artificial universes rather than thinking the natural science way of let's be constrained by how the universe actually is.
Yeah, by being able to program, essentially you've, as opposed to being limited to just your mind and a pen, you now have, you've basically built another brain that you can use to explore the universe, right?
Yeah,
the computer programming is a kind of a brain.
Right. It's or a telescope, or it's a tool. It lets you see stuff.
But there's something fundamentally different between a computer and a telescope. It just, I'm hoping that doesn't romanticize the notion, but it's more general. It's more general.
And it's I think, this point about, people say, such and such a thing was almost discovered at such and such a time. The distance between, the building the paradigm that allows you to actually understand stuff or allows one to be open to seeing what's going on, that's really hard. And, I think I've been fortunate in my life that I've spent a lot of my time building computational language, and that's an activity that, in a sense, works by sort of having to kind of create another level of abstraction and kind of be open to different kinds of structures. But it's always. I mean, I'm fully aware of, I suppose, the fact that I have seen it a bunch of times of how easy it is to miss the obvious, so to speak. That at least is factored into my attempt to not miss the obvious, although I may not succeed.
What do you think is the role of ego in the history of math and science? And more sort of, a book title is something like A New Kind of Science. You've accomplished a huge amount. In fact, somebody said that Newton didn't have an ego, and I looked into it, he had a huge ego. Yeah, but from an outsider's perspective, some have said that you have a bit of an ego as well. Do you see it that way? Does ego get in the way? Is it empowering? Is it both?
So it's complicated and necessary. I mean, I've spent more than half my life CEO of a tech company, okay? And, that is I think it's actually very, it means that one's ego is not a distant thing. It's a thing that one encounters every day, so to speak, because it's all tied up with leadership and with how one, develops an organization and all these kinds of things. So, it may be that if I'd been an academic, for example, I could have sort of, checked the ego, put it on a shelf somewhere, and ignored its characteristics.
But you're reminded of it quite often in the context of running a company.
Sure. I mean, that's what it's about. It's about leadership, and leadership is intimately tied to ego. Now, what does it mean? I mean, what is the, for me, I've been fortunate that I think I have reasonable intellectual confidence, so to speak. That is, I'm one of these people who, at this point, if somebody tells me something and I just don't understand it, my conclusion isn't that means I'm dumb. That my conclusion is there's something wrong with what I'm being told. And that was actually Dick Feynman used to have that feature too. He never really believed in. He actually believed in experts much less than experts. So,
wow. So that's a fundamentally powerful property of ego. That's saying like, not that I am wrong, but that the world is wrong, and tell me, like, when confronted with the fact that this doesn't fit the thing that you've really thought through, sort of both the negative and the positive of ego. Do you see the negative of that get in the way? Sort of,
sure, there are mistakes I've made that are the result of, I'm pretty sure I'm right, and turns out I'm not. I mean, that's the, but the thing is that the idea that one tries to do things that, so for example, one question is, if people have tried hard to do something, and then one thinks, maybe I should try doing this myself, if one does not have a certain degree of intellectual confidence, one just says, well, people have been trying to do this for 100 years. How am I going to be able to do this? And, I was fortunate in the sense that I happened to start having some degree of success in science and things when I was really young. And so that developed a certain amount of sort of intellectual confidence that I don't think I otherwise would have had. And, in a sense, I was fortunate that I was working in the field of particle physics during its sort of golden age of rapid progress. And that's kind of gives one a false sense of achievement, because it's kind of easy to discover stuff that's going to survive if you happen to be, picking the low-hanging fruit of a rapidly expanding field.
And the reason I totally immediately understood the ego behind A New Kind of Science, to me, let me sort of just try to express my feelings on the whole thing, is that if you don't allow that kind of ego, then you would never write that book. That you would say, well, people must have done this. You would not dig. You would not keep digging. And I think I think you have to take that ego and ride it and see where it takes you.
Sure.
That's how you create exceptional work.
I think the other point about that book was it was a non-trivial question, how to take a bunch of ideas that are, I think, reasonably big ideas. They might, their importance is determined by what happens historically. We can't tell how important they are, but we can tell sort of the scope of them. and the scope is fairly big, and they're very different from things that have come before. And the question is, how do you explain that stuff to people? And so I had the experience of sort of saying, well, there are these things, there's a cellular automaton, it does this, it does that. And people are like, oh, it must be just like this, it must be just like that. But no, it isn't. It's something different, right?
And so you could have done sort of, I'm really glad you did what you did. You could have done sort of academically, just keep publishing small papers here and there, and then you would just keep getting this kind of resistance, right? You get like,
yes,
it's supposed to just dropping a thing that says, here it is,
yeah,
here's
right.
the full thing.
Right. No, I mean, that was my calculation, is that basically, you could introduce little pieces of like, one possibility is like, it's the secret weapon, so to speak. It's this, I keep on, discovering these things in all these different areas. Where they come from, nobody knows. But I decided that, in the interests of one only has one life to lead, and writing that book took me a decade anyway. There's not a lot of wiggle room, so to speak. One can't have a factor of threes, so to speak, and how long it's going to take. That I thought best thing to do, the thing that is most sort of that most respects the intellectual content, so to speak, is you just put it out with as much force as you can, because it's not something where, and it's an interesting thing. You talk about ego. It's for example, I run a company which has my name on it. I thought about starting a club for people whose companies have their names on them. It's a funny group because we're not a bunch of egomaniacs. That's not what it's about, so to speak. It's about basically sort of taking responsibility for what one's doing. And, in a sense, any of these things where you're sort of putting yourself online, it's kind of a funny, it's a funny dynamic because, in a sense, my company is sort of something that happens to have my name on it, but it's kind of bigger than me, and I'm kind of just its mascot at some level. I also happen to be a pretty, strong leader of it. But
it's basically showing a deep, inextricable sort of investment. The same, your name, like Steve Jobs' name wasn't on Apple, but he was Apple. Elon Musk's name is not on Tesla, but he is Tesla. So it's like in meaning emotionally. If a company succeeds or fails, he would just emotionally would suffer through that. And so that's a good
recognizing that.
And also, Wolfram is a pretty good branding name.
Right, exactly. Just kind of Steve had a bad deal there.
Yeah, no, you made up for it with the last thing. Okay, so in 2002, he published New Kind of Science, to which, so on a personal level, I can credit my love for cellular atomic computation in general. I think a lot of others can as well. Can you briefly describe the vision, the hope, the main idea presented in this 1,200-page book?
Sure. Well, there took 1,200 pages to say in the book. So, no, the real idea, it's kind of a good way to get into it is to look at sort of the arc of history and to look at what's happened in kind of the development of science. I mean, there was this sort of big idea in science about 300 years ago that was, let's use mathematical equations to try and describe things in the world. Let's use sort of the formal idea of mathematical equations to describe what might be happening in the world, rather than, for example, just using sort of logical augmentation and so on. Let's have a formal theory about that. And so there's been this 300-year run of using mathematical equations to describe the natural world, which have worked pretty well. But I got interested in how one could generalize that notion. There is a formal theory, there are definite rules, but what structure could those rules have? And so what I got interested in was, let's generalize beyond the sort of purely mathematical rules. We now have this sort of notion of programming and computing and so on. Let's use the kinds of rules that can be embodied in programs as a sort of generalization of the ones that can exist in mathematics as a way to describe the world. And so my kind of favorite version of these kinds of simple rules are these things called cellular automata. So a typical case.
So wait, what are cellular automata?
So typical case of a cellular automata. It's an array of cells. It's just a line of discrete cells. Each cell is either black or white, and in a series of steps that you can represent as lines going down the page, you're updating the color of each cell according to a rule that depends on the color of the cell above it, to its left and right. So it's really simple. So the thing might be, if the cell and its right neighbor are not the same, and or the cell on the left is black or something, then make it black on the next step, and if not, make it white. Typical rule. That rule, I'm not sure if it's exactly right, but a rule very much like what I just said, has the feature that if you started off with one black cell at the top, it makes this extremely complicated pattern. So some rules get a very simple pattern. Some rules, you have the rule is simple, you start them off from a sort of simple C, you just get this very simple pattern. But other rules, and this was the big surprise when I started actually just doing simple computer experiments to find out what happens, is that they produce very complicated patterns of behavior. So for example, this rule 30 rule has the feature you start off from just one black cell at the top, makes this very random pattern. If you look like at the center column of cells, you get a series of values, it goes black, white, black, black, whatever it is. That sequence seems for all practical purposes random. So it's kind of like in math, you can put the digits of pi, 3.141592.6, whatever. Those digits, once computed, the scheme for computing pi, that's the ratio of the circumference of that diameter of the circle, very well defined, but yet when you are, once you generated those digits, they seem for all practical purposes completely random. And so it is with rule 30. That even though the rule is very simple, much simpler, much more sort of computationally obvious than the rule for generating digits of pi, even with a rule that simple, you're still generating immensely complicated behavior.
Yeah, so if we can just pause on that, I think you probably said it and looked at it so long you forgot the magic of it, or perhaps you still feel the magic. But to me, if you've never seen sort of, I would say, what is it, a one-dimensional, essentially, automata, right? And you were to guess what you would see if you have some cells that only respond to neighbors. Right. If you were to guess what kind of things you would see, like my initial guess, like even when I first opened the book with you guys, right? My initial guess is you would see. It would be very simple stuff, right? And I think it's a magical experience to realize the kind of complexity you mentioned. 30, still your favorite cellular automata?
Still my favorite.
Yes. You get complexity, immense complexity. You get arbitrary complexity.
Yes.
And when you say randomness down the middle column, that's just one cool way to say that there's incredible complexity.
Well,
that's that's a magical idea. However you start to interpret it, all the reproducibility discussions, all that, but it's just, I think it has profound philosophical kind of notions around it too. It's not just, it's transformational about how you see the world. I think for me it was transformational. I don't know, we can have all kinds of discussions about computation and so on, but just, I sometimes think if I were on a desert island and with, I don't know, maybe it was some psychedelics or something, but if I had to take one book, new kind of science would be it, because you could just enjoy that notion. For some reason, it's a deeply profound notion.
I find it that way. Yeah, look, it was a very intuition-breaking thing to discover. It's kind of like you point the computational telescope out there, and suddenly you see, I don't know, in the past, it's kind of like moons of Jupiter or something. But suddenly you see something that's kind of very unexpected. And Rule 30 was very unexpected for me. And the big challenge at a personal level was to not ignore it. I mean, people, in other words, you might say, it's a bug.
What would you say? Yeah.
I mean,
What are we looking at right here?
well, I was just generating the Rule 30 pattern. So that's the rule for Rule 30, and it says, for example, it says here if you have a black cell in the middle, a black cell to the left, and a white cell to the right, and the cell on the next step will be white. So here's the actual pattern that you get, starting off from a single black cell at the top there, and then
That's the initial state, initial condition.
that's the initial thing. Just start off from that, and then you're going down the page, and at every step, you're just applying this rule to find out the new value that you get. And so you might think, well, that's simple. You've got to get that. There's got to be some trace of that simplicity here. Okay, we'll run it. Let's say for 400 steps. That's what it does. It's kind of a bit on the screen there, but you can see there's a little bit of regularity over on the left. But there's a lot of stuff here that just looks very complicated, very random, and that's a big sort of shock. It was a big shock to my intuition, is that that's possible.
The mind immediately starts the third pattern. There must be a repetitive pattern.
Yeah,
There must be. That's
well,
why the mind.
So indeed, that's what I thought at first. And I thought, well, this is kind of interesting, but if we run it long enough, we'll see, something will resolve into something. And I did all kinds of analysis of using mathematics, statistics, cryptography, whatever, to try and crack it. And I never succeeded. And after I hadn't succeeded for a while, I started thinking maybe there's a real phenomenon here that is the reason I'm not succeeding. Maybe, the thing that for me was sort of a motivating factor was looking at the natural world and seeing all this complexity that exists in the natural world. The question is, where does it come from? What secret does nature have that lets it make all this complexity that we humans, when we engineer things, typically are not making? We're typically making things that at least look quite simple to us. And so the shock here was, even from something very simple, we're making something that complex. Maybe this is getting at sort of the secret that nature has that allows it to make really complex things, even though its underlying rules may not be that complex.
How did it make you feel? If you look at the Newton apple, was there you took a walk and something profound that hit you, or was this a gradual thing? A lot of being boiled.
The truth of every sort of science discovery is it's not that gradual. I happen to be interested in scientific biography kinds of things, and so I've tried to track down, how did people come to figure out this or that thing? And there's always a long kind of sort of preparatory, there's a need to be prepared in a mindset in which it's possible to see something. In the case of Rule 30, it was around June 1st, 1984, was a silly story in some ways. I finally had a high-resolution laser printer. So I thought, I'm going to generate a bunch of pictures of these automata, and I generate this one, and I just got some plane flight to Europe. And they have this with me, and it's like, I really should try to understand this. And this is really, I really don't understand what's going on. And that was kind of the, slowly trying to see what was happening. It was not, it was depressingly uncertain, so to speak, in the sense that a lot of these ideas, like principle of computational equivalence, for example, I thought, well, that's a possible thing. I didn't know if it's correct. Still not sure that it's correct. But it's sort of a gradual thing, that these things gradually kind of seem more important than one thought. I think the whole idea of studying the computational universe of simple programs, it took me probably a decade and a half to kind of internalize that was really an important idea. And I think, if it turns out we find the whole universe lurking out there in the computational universe, that's a good, it's a good boundary point or something for the whole idea. But I think that the thing that's striking in this whole question about finding this different raw material for making models of things, what's been interesting sort of in sort of arc of history is, for 300 years, it's kind of like the mathematical equations approach. It was the winner. It was the thing, you want to have a really good model for something that you use. The thing that's been remarkable is just in the last decade or so, I think one can see a transition to using not mathematical equations, but programs as sort of the raw material for making models of stuff. And that's pretty neat. And it's kind of, as somebody who's kind of lived inside this paradigm shift, so to speak, it is bizarre. I mean, no doubt in sort of the history of science, that will be seen as an instantaneous paradigm shift. But it sure isn't instantaneous when it's played out in one's actual life, so to speak. It seems glacial. And it's the kind of thing where it's sort of interesting because in the dynamics of sort of the adoption of ideas like that into different fields, the younger the field, the faster the adoption typically, because people are not kind of locked in with the fifth generation of people who've studied this field, and it is the way it is, and it can never be any different. And I think that's been, watching that process has been interesting. I mean, I think I'm fortunate that I do stuff mainly because I like doing it, and if I was that makes me kind of thick-skinned about the world's response to what I do, but that's definitely and any time you write a book called something like A New Kind of Science, it's kind of the pitchforks will come out for the old kind of science, and it was interesting dynamics. I think that I have to say that I was fully aware of the fact that when you see sort of incipient paradigm shifts in science, the vigor of the negative response upon early introduction is a fantastic positive indicator of good long-term results. So, in other words, if people just don't care, it's that's not such a good sign. If they're like, "Oh, this is great," that means you didn't really discover anything interesting.
What fascinating properties of Rule 30 have you discovered over the years? You've recently announced the Rule 30 prizes for solving 3 problems. Can you maybe talk about interesting properties that have been kind of revealed, Rule 30 or others on top of it, and what problems are still before us, like the 3 problems you've announced?
Yeah, right. So, I mean, the most interesting part of it is that it's hard to figure stuff out about them. And that's, in a sense, every time you try and sort of, you try and bash them with some other technique, you say, can I crack them? The answer is they seem to be uncrackable. They seem to have the feature that they are, that they're sort of showing irreducible computation. They're not able to say, oh, I know exactly what this is going to do. It's going to do this or that.
But there's specific formulations of that fact.
Yes, right. So, I mean, for example, in Rule 30, in the pattern you get, just starting from a single black cell, you get this sort of very, very sort of random-looking pattern. And so one feature of that, just look at the center column. And, for example, we used that for a long time to generate randomness in the language, what Rule 30 produces. The question is, can you prove how random it is? So, for example, one very simple question, can you prove that it will never repeat? No, we haven't been able to show that it will never repeat. We know that if there are 2 adjacent columns, we know they can't both repeat. But just knowing whether that center column can ever repeat, we still don't even know that. Another problem that I sort of put in my collection of, it's like $30,000 for these 3 prizes for about Rule 30. I would say that this is not one of those. It's one of those cases where the money is not the main point, but it's just helps motivate somehow the investigation.
So there's 3 problems you propose to get $30,000 if you solve all 3, or maybe
no, it's $10,000 for each. Right?
The problems. That's right. Money's not the thing. The problems themselves are just clean.
Yeah, right.
Formulation.
So it's just will it ever become periodic? Second problem is, are there an equal number of black and white cells
Down the middle column.
And the third problem is a little bit harder to say. Essentially, is there a way of figuring out what the color of a cell at position T down the center column is with a less computational effort than about 2 steps? So in other words, is there a way to jump ahead and say, I know what this is going to do. It's just some mathematical function of T, or proving that there is no way, or proving there is no way. Yes, but both. I mean, for any one of these, one could discover. We know what Q30 does for a billion steps, but and maybe we'll know for a trillion steps before too very long. But maybe at a quadrillion steps, it suddenly becomes repetitive. You might say, how could that possibly happen? But so when I was writing up these papers, I thought, and this is typical of what happens in the computational universe, I thought, let me find an example where it looks like it's just going to be random forever, but actually it becomes repetitive. And I found one. And it's just, I did a search. I searched, I don't know, maybe a million different rules for some criterion. And this is, what's sort of interesting about that is I kind of have this thing that I say in a kind of silly way about the computational universe, which is, the animals are always smarter than you are. That is, there's always some way one of these computational systems is going to figure out how to do something, even though I can't imagine how it's going to do it. And I didn't think I would find one. That you would think after all these years that I found some all possible things, but funky things that that I would have.
Welcome. How are you? What's up? Shalom. How'd you find out about me? On the bird news? What's the bird news? No way. Well, wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. My name is Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived online than any person in global history. Flan or Niku, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. Except we had my consent to do this and they didn't in that movie. I stream my life for world peace. I want to help end world hunger through the technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponic houses. I want to help end world thirst. I want to improve the world. I want to help end world thirst through the use of life straws. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency parameter of Sonic Inu. We create tens of billions of dollars. We build wells in Nigeria. And I want to continue good projects like that. But most of all, I want to mainstream the idea of desalination technology, pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about a lot of other things. In addition to some of the technology that I've just mentioned, I talk about data a lot. So, how am I going to be able to help you with data? Well, the Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum. In 2018, the Economist stated that data overtook petroleum, and that may make me a very influential person because I have more data online than any person else. You can literally go back on. I'm not a data broker. No, I just create data. I've created more data than any person globally. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. We talk about things that I want to do to help the world, but also I want to help you. I have more data than any person that may make me very influential, and I want to be able to get you fun and unique all the money that you need to be able to have generational wealth, but also I want you to be able to start charities of your own and philanthropic organizations to better the world. I talk about some things that are really going to change the world. in addition to the technology I mentioned, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that is located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, spotted that is Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing the woolly mammoth, actually utilizing African elephant surrogates. They've already de-extincted the dire wolf. After the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are fascinating projects, and I've been tracking them since their founding. And I talk about other things like life extension technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. And that's great. And if you want to continue living just to age 80, that's fine. But you should know that I'm going to be able to give you the resources to be able to utilize life extension technology and increase your life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120 through the use of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps uh, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you're going to be 120 years old and born and equally amazing paralyzed. We live a wonderful life. We want it to continue, but our bodies are starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, the next plan is, again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind implant technology, which, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or MRI. Remember, every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. We're later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is that there's an opportunity at digital immortality for you if you want. What are your thoughts on that? That's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. So what you can do is when I go viral, you're on the screen. I'm going to give you all the money that you need to be able to live a wonderful life and die with normal life. Excellent. Hey, if I may ask, this blog, it's called the Bird Blog. Oh, very cool. Okay, I have to look that up. What would I search in Pinterest to find it? Okay, so would I just search sewing bird? Okay. That's amazing. And I'm glad that you're here. You should know more than anything that I say, if you ever need anybody, if you ever need a positive person in your life, if you ever need an optimistic view in the world, or if you just need hope, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a good person to you and to the world, and just be a light amongst the nations. So if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. How's that sound? Excellent. Well, we're all related. There are over 3,000 others in the United States alone. We're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. The people who you're probably referencing are perhaps distant relatives of mine. There are many of us in the world, but if you trace my DNA back, yeah, we're all related. Exactly, 100%. So that's a little bit about what I do. Currently watching podcasts on um, artificial intelligence, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. So if that's interesting, feel free to watch. And just know how to keep is having the intelligence of what we would consider a human. Artificial superintelligence is many times higher. So that would get into perhaps the idea of supercomputers like brain functioning. And we're currently at artificial general intelligence. So we already have quantum computing. Microsoft has announced that they have a quantum computer. Google has announced that they have a quantum computer. Who's to say they're not? And certainly, given the quantum computing would certainly affect us all. If you're talking about having access to like a personal quantum computer, it may just be a matter of time. 50 years ago, people didn't even necessarily envision people having personal computers. In fact, there were many predictors that said there's no reason that a person should have a unique computer at home, and now we all have them. So perhaps 50 years from now, or probably even less, we may all have access to our computer. Well, I'll tell you what, Nick, you and anybody else watching this right now, when we have access to quantum computing at a personal level, we'll make sure to get you. How about that? Absolutely. You'll be able to play any game that you want in any dimension. It'll be very fast. You won't have any loading times. It'll be wonderful. Now, that's a great question. Perhaps someday. Not immediately. So currently, are you familiar with the Kardashev scale? It's okay if you're not. Okay, excellent. So this is generally referenced in terms of extraterrestrial intelligence, but we can utilize it for our own understanding. Currently, we are about the Kardashev scale generally is from like 1 to 5, and currently we are about a 0.7 in terms of our advancement. So a Type 1 civilization can utilize generally all of the energy on their planet. So that would mean all of our solar, all of our stuff. We're not quite there yet. We may be able to achieve that within the next 300 years or so. Then type 2 on the Kardashev scale means that we will be able to utilize all of the um, energy perhaps in moving from our solar system to perhaps a galaxy, or moving really like all of our solar energy. Yes, exactly. You, it's usually using what's known as a Dyson sphere. So it's basically something that exactly. And then type 3, perhaps is when we're able to utilize all of the energy of our civilization, when we utilize all the energy within the galaxy. Type 4, perhaps may be able to utilize all of the galaxy, moving away from the galaxy to multiple galaxies, and then type 5 is perhaps the ability to be able to utilize all of the energy in the universe and create your own universe. So that gets into would we be able to use quantum computing to create our own universes? Perhaps once we achieve type 5 civilization, perhaps. Is that I agree with you. So that's essentially what I do. I created a time capsule for society. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of the eye, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. And I'm live right now on 16 different YouTube streams simultaneously. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on quite a few different other case you ever need me for freedom message, you can always come in here and privately as well. And
okay, thanks.
absolutely. And
What's the name?
that's a great question. I have very poor vision, and I suffer from cataracts, so I need low lighting, and it's easiest on my eyes.
Your cataracts is cataracts.
So what cataracts are basically like a filter over my eyes, and when the room is very bright, it causes me difficulties to be able to see. So a darker light allows me to be able to see a little bit better. Now, if I were on Pinterest, how would I find the post about
You have to learn like a bunch of sewing videos.
it? I have to watch a bunch of stuff. Okay, and then somebody just
Yeah,
randomly.
that's what I did.
Okay, very well. And then you just randomly came across a post about me.
Yeah, this guy like
Okay, so is it called the Bird Blog?
something where I don't know, like kind of sunset.
Okay, that's all right.
You know, Pinterest works, you just kind of put your photo and it has a link sometimes.
Absolutely. What was the link? What did it look like? Okay. Well, very well. Well, I'm glad that you guys found me. And if you need anything, then I'm here to help you, okay?
Yeah,
Excellent.
sounds good.
Wonderful. Well,
How did you get the curtain? How many windows have been one curtain?
yeah. So they are essentially dust sheets. How many do I have? One, two, like three on this wall, and essentially they would keep dust out from the shelving and make it just overall like a consistent background for me. And it makes it easier to not have the sun in my eyes.
Is it fire retardant?
I'm not sure about that. I think it perhaps is fire retardant, but not fireproof.
I'm saying, is it like 100% cotton or is it polycotton?
No,
What is it?
it's not. They're just like fire retardant sheets, probably plastic.
Yeah, but what makes it fire retardant?
I believe the type of plastic that they are.
No, if it's made from plastic, it's not fire retardant.
It can be.
No, I would not sew anything with that sewing.
Oh, I'm not asking you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I could use it for my hair,
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't either. I don't need them to be fire retardant.
I actually certified myself right now.
I made screen cards during the pandemic in 2023. And I take questions in there. I got it every day. I late to filling, we light candles, I do my best to keep kosher, and do everything that I can to maintain an Orthodox life, not like shooting my
And
lifestyle.
what do you think about the A-grams?
I want world peace.
Do you think that Israel should be an independent state?
That's not up to me to decide. I would say that's probably up to the United Nations to decide. So you like sewing?
Like one state or two states?
Whichever one achieves me.
Yeah, right.
Excellent. My philosophy is I don't want anyone to die. On any side, I want to live as many as Sunday as possible. So I take you like sewing class? Very cool. Well, I'm not a seamstress or tailor myself, but I do respect the art. And if you want, if you're interested, I have my own blog. It's RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. It's on Blogspot, so it's RabbiRothschild. Yeah, I have. I have a Pinterest.
Okay.
But yeah, I
Well, I definitely think if you start posting some videos, people want you some on your live stream. People want you some.
excellent, excellent. I'll have to do that someday.
What Guinness World Record stuff is this? Do you ever have a Guinness World Record?
Well, it's actually $25,000, so I figure when I go viral, I'll be able to do that. But I have no data on my genetic person. You'll never find another person that is currently through live streams or live from 16 on YouTube.
So is this a minimal article?
I tried to get it official. They wanted $25,000 to do it. I didn't want to pay $25,000.
We didn't want to give the money.
It's a lot of money, and I figure
What does the World Record do anyways?
exactly. It doesn't necessarily do anything for you
No,
anyway.
you give me a job if you get the Guinness World Record.
Excellent. You will be my official tailor. So you do whatever kind of certain sewing that we need. How's that sound? If you're interested in my blog, it's RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. It may be the largest blog entry.
I'm actually behind last time
Okay, why are you boycotting me?
because they took down my blog.
Oh, go on that. Why did they take down your blog?
Because I was bashing the distribution of the movies in Malaysia so they bashed me then.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well,
They got me. They might get me sued then.
all right. Well, I'll do my best to ignore that. I certainly understand.
Yeah, it should be stopped. And you should join WordPress instead.
Okay. I mean, I think I would WordPress as well.
Yeah, WordPress is good. And they give you money in WordPress as well.
Very well. Well, at least my blog is quite extensive. Go ahead. Oh, that is my title here. So there are motherships, like when you have an alien mothership, and I think it's funny that there's a term milk, and so I'm Captain Milk. Exactly, 100%. Very well. Yeah, I think milks are a very underrated. Excellent. I think they're very underrated. Basically, they're powerful women, and I think that they should be held in higher regard in society. So I think that they reproduce. That's really interesting. But just generally, I think animal traffic are older women, and I think that they should be held in high regard. 100%. Especially even the term milk, which is usually mothers I like to fuck, or mother I like to fuck. I think that it should be changed, the acronym, to matures I like fucking. Firstly, because fits the fits um, the anagram, right? And so like milk, is like when memories like mother I like to fuck. That's MILTF, which doesn't really make sense. And also, there are a lot of mature women who haven't been able to reproduce. I don't think that they should be any less than someone who has been able to reproduce. They're older, they're mature, they're experienced, so I call it mature in my life market. And additionally, especially with some types of technology that we currently have and that we're utilizing, we're not going to be able to have children at later ages. So, especially in terms of cryogenic preservation of embryos or of eggs, they should be able to have children perhaps in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, even, especially if they use surrogacy. So, I think that I can be somewhat of a leader in terms of um, normalizing women having children at later ages. Excellent. Well, take care. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate you being here.
That I would have gotten my intuition wrapped around the idea that you know, these creatures are always in the computational universe are always smarter than I'm going to be. But you know, they're equivalent. That's correct, and that makes one feel very sort of it's humbling every time, because every time the thing is you know, you think it's going to do this, so it's not going to be possible to do this, and it turns out it finds a way.
Of course, the promising
No,
thing is there's a
that's
lot of other rules.
podcast I'm watching.
It's just Rule 30 is
Always my favorite because I found it first.
that's right. But the problems with focusing on Rule 30 is possible
I can
that
see
Rule
that
30 is repetitive after truth. And that doesn't prove anything about the other ones.
Does not.
But this is a good sort of experiment of how you
Oh, I
go
watch
about
it 24
trying to
hours a
prove
day.
something about that.
Yes, and also all these things help build intuition. That is, if it turned out that this was repetitive for a trillion steps, that's not what I would expect, and so we learn something.
The method to do that, though, would reveal something interesting about that. So
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, it's although it's sometimes challenging. Like I put out a prize in 2007 for a particular Turing machine that it was the simplest candidate being the universal Turing machine, and young chap in England named Alex Smith, after a smallish number of months, said I've got a proof, and he did. You know, it's great. He had a proof. Unfortunately, the proof very it's
Just
like
like
my it's not like you look at it and say, aha, there's a big new principle. The big new principle is the simplest Turing machine that might have been universal actually is universal, and it's incredibly much simpler than the Turing machines that people already knew were universal before that. And so that intuitionally is important because it says computational universality is closer in hand than you might have thought. But the actual methods are not, in that particular case, were not terribly illuminating.
It would be nice if the methods would be
That's true. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's one of these things where, I mean, like a lot of we talked about earlier, they're kind of, opening up the AIs and machine learning things, what's going on inside, and is it just step by step, or can you sort of see the bigger picture more abstractly?
It's unfortunately, with Fermat's last theorem, it's unfortunate that the proof to such an elegant theorem is not. I mean, it's not. It doesn't get into the margins of it.
That's true. But one of the things is that's another consequence of computational reducibility. This fact that there are even quite short results in mathematics whose proofs are arbitrarily long. That's a consequence of all this stuff, and it makes one wonder, how come mathematics is possible at all? Why is it the case? How have people managed to navigate doing mathematics through looking at things where they're not just thrown into it's all undecipherable? That's its own separate story.
And that would have a poetic beauty to it if people would find something interesting about Rule 30 because, I mean, there's an emphasis to this particular rule. It wouldn't say anything about the broad irreducibility of all computations, but it would nevertheless put a few smiles on people's faces.
Well, yeah, but
So
to
I have
me,
to use that one in
it's
the
like,
file.
in a sense, establishing principal computational
Yeah.
equivalence. It's a little bit like doing inductive science anywhere. That is, the more examples you find, the more convinced you are that it's generally true. I mean, we don't get to, wherever we do natural science, we say, well, it's true here that this or that happens. Can we prove it's true everywhere in the universe? No, we can't. So, it's the same thing here. We're exploring the computational universe. We're establishing facts in the computational universe, and that's sort of a way of inductively concluding general things.
Just to think through this a little bit, we've touched on it a little bit before, but what's the difference between the kind of computation, now that we're talking about cellular automata, what's the difference between the kind of computation, biological systems, our mind, our bodies, the things we see before us that emerge in the process of evolution, and cellular automata? I mean, we've kind of applied to special physics underlying it, but we talked about the potential equivalence of fundamental laws of physics and the kind of computation going on in Turing machine. But can you now connect that? Do you think there's something special or interesting about the kind of computation that our bodies do?
Right. Well, let's talk about brains primarily. I think the most important thing about the things that our brains do are that we care about them, in the sense that there's a lot of computation going on out there in cellular automata and physical systems and so on, and it does what it does. It follows those rules. It does what it does. The thing that's special about the computation in our brains is that it's connected to our goals and our current whole societal story. And I think that's the special feature. And now the question then is, when you see this whole sort of ocean of computation out there, how do you connect that to the things that we humans care about? And in a sense, a large part of my life has been involved in some of the technology how to do that. And what I've been interested in is kind of building computational language that allows that something that both we humans can understand and that can be used to determine computations that are actually computations we care about. So I think when you look at something like one of these cellular automata and it does some complicated thing, you say, hey, that's fun, but why do I care? Well, you could say the same thing actually in physics. You say, oh, I've got this material and it's a ferrite or something. Why do I care? It has some magnetic properties. Why do I care? It's amusing, but why do I care? Well, we end up caring because ferrite is what's used to make magnetic tape, magnetic discs, whatever. Or we could use liquid crystals used to make, well, not actually increasingly not, but it has been used to make computer displays and so on. But those are, so in a sense, we're mining these things that happen to exist in the physical universe and making it be something that we care about because we sort of entrain it into technology. And it's the same thing in the computational universe, that a lot of what's out there is stuff that's just happening, but sometimes we have some objective and we will go and sort of mine the computational universe for something that's useful for some particular objective. On a large scale, trying to do that, trying to sort of navigate the computational universe to do useful things, that's where computational language comes in. And a lot of what I've spent time doing, building this thing called language, which I've been building for the last 1/3 of a century now, the goal there is to have a way to express kind of computational thinking, computational thoughts in a way that both humans and machines can understand. So it's kind of like in the tradition of computer languages, programming languages, the tradition there has been more, let's take how computers are built and let's have a human way to specify, do this, do this, do this at the level computers are built. What I've been interested in is representing sort of the whole world computationally and being able to talk about whether it's about cities or chemicals or this kind of algorithm or that kind of algorithm, things that have come to exist in our civilization and the sort of knowledge base of our civilization, being able to talk directly about those in a computational language so that both we can understand it and computers can understand it. I mean, the thing that I've been sort of excited about recently, which I had only realized recently, which is kind of embarrassing, but is kind of the arc of what we've tried to do in building this kind of computational language is it's a similar kind of arc of what happened when mathematical notation was invented. So go back 400 years, people were trying to do math. They were always explaining their math in words, and it was pretty clunky. And as soon as mathematical notation was invented, you could start defining things like algebra and later calculus and so on, and it all became much more streamlined. When we deal with computational thinking about the world, there's a question of what is the notation, what is the kind of formalism that we can use to talk about the world computationally. And in a sense, that's what I've spent the last third of the century trying to build. And when we finally got to the point where we have a pretty full-scale computational language that sort of talks about the world, and that's exciting because it means that just like having this mathematical notation let us talk about the world mathematically, we now and let us build up these kind of mathematical sciences. Now we have a computational language which allows us to start talking about the world computationally and lets us, my view of it is kind of computational X for all X. All these different fields of, computational this, computational that. That's what we can now build.
Let's step back. So first of all, the mundane. What is Wolfram language in terms of I can answer the question for you, but it's basically not the philosophical, the deep, the profound, the impact of it. I'm talking about in terms of tools, in terms of things you can download and play with. What is it? Where does it fit into the infrastructure? What are the different ways to interact with it?
Right. So, I mean, the two big things that people have sort of perhaps heard of that come from Wolfram language, one is Mathematica, the other is Wolfram Alpha. So Mathematica first came out in 1988. It's this system that is basically an instance of Wolfram language, and it's used to do computations, particularly in sort of technical areas. And the typical thing you're doing is you're typing little pieces of computational language, and you're getting computations done.
It's very kind of there's like a symbolic.
Yeah, it's a symbolic language.
So symbolic language. So I don't know how to cleanly express that, but that makes it very distinct from how we think about sort of programming in a language like Python or something.
Right. So the point is that in a traditional programming language, the raw material of the programming language is just stuff that computers intrinsically do. And the point of Wolfram language is that what the language is talking about is things that exist in the world or things that we can imagine and construct. It's aimed to be an abstract language from the beginning. And so, for example, one feature it has is that it's a symbolic language, which means that, a thing called, you have an X, just type in X, and Wolfram language will just say, oh, that's X. It won't say error, undefined thing. I don't know what it is, computation, but in terms of the internals of the computer. Now that X could perfectly well be, the city of Boston. That's a thing, that's a symbolic thing. Or it could perfectly well be the trajectory of some spacecraft represented as a symbolic thing. And that idea that one can work with, sort of computationally work with these kinds of things that exist in the world or describe the world, that's really powerful. And that's what, when I started designing, when I designed the predecessor of what's now Wolfram language, a thing called SMP, which was my first computer language, I kind of wanted to this sort of infrastructure for computation, which was as fundamental as possible. I mean, this is what I got for having been a physicist and tried to find, fundamental components of things. and wound up with this kind of idea of transformation rules for symbolic expressions as being sort of the underlying stuff from which computation will be built. And that's what we've been building from in this language. And operationally, what happens, I would say, by far the highest level computer language that exists. And it's really been built in a very different direction from other languages. So other languages have been about, there is a core language. It really is kind of wrapped around the operations that a computer intrinsically does. Maybe people add libraries for this or that, but the goal of orphan language is to have the language itself be able to cover this sort of very broad range of things that show up in the world. And that means that, there are 6,000 primitive functions in the orphan language that cover things. I could probably pick a random here. I'm going to pick just for fun. I'll pick. Let's take a random sample of all the things that we have here. So let's just say random sample of 10 of them. Let's see what we get. Wow. Okay. So these are really different things.
These are all functions.
These are all functions. Boolean convert. Okay, that's a thing for converting between different types of Boolean expressions.
So for people just listening, Stephen typed in random sample and makes sampling from all functions. How many you said there? Like 6,000. 6,000. From 6,000, 10 of them. It's a hilarious variety of them.
Yeah, right. Well, we've got things about dollar requester address that has to do with interacting with the world of the cloud and so on. Discrete wavelet data.
There's also graphical window.
Yeah, movable. That's the user interface type thing. I want to pick another 10. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of infrastructure stuff here that you see if you just start sampling at random. There's a lot of kind of infrastructure. If you more look at the
some of the exciting machine learning stuff you showed off. Is that also in this pool?
Oh yeah. I mean, so one of those functions is like image identify is a function here. We just say image identify. So it's good to let's do this. Let's say find image. Pick up image.
So for an image, accessing the webcam to picture yourself.
Anyway, we can say image identify open square brackets, and then you just paste that picture in there.
Image identify function running from the picture.
Oh, it says, oh wow, it says that. I look like a plunger because I got this great big thing that I'm
classify. So this image identifier classifies the most likely object in the image.
So
plunger.
Okay, that's a bit embarrassing. Let's see what it does. But let's pick the top 10. Okay. Well, it thinks it's pretty unlikely that it's a primate, a hominid.
Plus 8% probability.
Yeah,
that's 57 as a plunger.
Yeah, well,
so hopefully will not give you an existential crisis. And then 8%. I shouldn't say percent, but
no, that's right. 8% leads to hominid. Yeah, okay. It's really. I don't even know what to use this. There we go. Let's try that. Let's see what that does.
You took a picture.
A little bit more of me, not just my own head, so to speak. Okay, 89% probability it's a person. So then I would. So this is image identify as an example of one.
Just one of them.
Just one function out of.
And that's part of the. That's like part of the
language. Yes. And I mean, something like I could say, I don't know. Let's find the geo nearest. Let's find the nearest volcano. Let's find the 10. I wonder where it is. Here it is. Let's try finding the 10 volcanoes nearest here. Okay.
So geo nearest volcano here, 10 nearest volcanoes.
Right. Let's find out what it is. So we've got a list of volcanoes out, and I can say geo list plot that, and hopefully, okay. So there we go. So there's a map that shows the positions of those 10 volcanoes.
Of the east coast and the west, there's the tip. Well, no, we're okay. We're okay. It's not too bad.
Yeah, they're not very close to us. We could measure how far away they are. But, the fact that right in the language, it knows about all the volcanoes in the world, it knows, computing what the nearest ones are, it knows all the maps of the world and so on.
Fundamentally different idea of what a language is.
Yeah, right. That's what I like to talk about as a full-scale computational language. That's what we've tried to just.
And just if you could comment briefly, I mean, this kind of the Wolfram language, along with Wolfram Alpha, represents kind of what the dream of what AI is supposed to be. There's now a sort of craze of learning kind of idea that we can take raw data and from that extract the different hierarchies of abstractions in order to be able to understand, like in order to form the kind of things that Wolfram language operates with. But we're very far from learning systems being able to form that. And the context of history of AI, if you just comment on, there is you said computation X, and there's in some sense where in the 80s and 90s, expert systems represented a very particular computation X.
Yes.
Right, and there's that kind of notion that those efforts that pan out, right? But then out of that emerges kind of Wolfram language, Wolfram Alpha, which is the success. I mean,
yeah, right. I think in some sense, those efforts were too much.
Right.
They were looking at particular areas, and you actually can't do it with a particular area. I mean, like even a problem like natural language understanding, it's critical to have broad knowledge of the world if you want to do good natural language understanding. And you kind of have to bite off the whole problem. If you say we're just going to do the blocks world over here, so to speak, you don't really. It's one of these cases where it's easier to do the whole thing than it is to do some piece of it. One comment to make about sort of the relationship between what we've tried to do and sort of the learning side of AI. In a sense, if you look at the development of knowledge in our civilization as a whole, there was kind of this notion 300 years ago or so now, you want to figure something out about the world, you can reason it out. You can do things which you just use more human thought. And then along came sort of modern mathematical science, and we found ways to just sort of blast through that by, in that case, writing down equations. Now we also know we can do that with computation and so on. And so that was kind of a different thing. So when we look at how do we sort of encode knowledge and figure things out, one way we could do it is start from scratch, learn everything. It's just a neural net figuring everything out. But in a sense, that denies the sort of knowledge-based achievements of our civilization. Because in our civilization, we have learned lots of stuff. We've surveyed all the volcanoes of the world. We've done, we've figured out lots of algorithms for this or that. Those are things that we can code computationally, and that's what we've tried to do. And we're not saying just, you don't have to start everything from scratch. So in a sense, a big part of what we've done is to try and sort of capture the knowledge of the world in computational form, computable form. Now, there's also some pieces which were for a long time undoable by computers, like image identification, where there's a really, really useful module that we can add that is those things which actually were pretty easy for humans to do, that have been hard for computers to do. I think the thing that's interesting that's emerging now is the interplay between these things, between this kind of knowledge of the world that is, in a sense, very symbolic, and this kind of sort of much more statistical kind of things like image identification and so on, and putting those together by having this sort of symbolic representation of image identification, that's where things get really interesting, where you can kind of symbolically represent patterns of things and images and so on. I think that's that's kind of a part of the path forward, so to speak.
Yeah, so the dream of the machine learning is not, in my view, I think many people, is not anywhere close to building the kind of wide world of computable knowledge that Wolfram language can build. But because you have the kind of, you've done the incredibly hard work in building this world, now machine learning can serve as tools that help you explore that world.
Yeah,
and that's what you've added. I mean, with the version 4, right? Yeah, a few those things have done. It looks amazing.
But I mean, I think this. It's sort of interesting to see the sort of the once it's computable, once it's in there, it's running in sort of a very efficient computational way. But then there's sort of things like the interface of how do you get there? How do you do natural language understanding to get there? How do you pick out entities in a big piece of text or something? That's actually a good example right now is our NLP NLU loop, which is we've done a lot of stuff natural language understanding using essentially not learning-based methods, using a lot of little algorithmic methods, human curation methods, and so on.
People try to enter a query and then converting. So the process of converting NLU defined beautifully as converting their query into a computational language, which is a very first of all, super practical definition, a very useful definition, and then also a very clear definition.
Right.
Right.
Right. I mean, a different is natural language processing, where it's like, here's a big lump of text. Go pick out all the sentences in that text, for example. And so a good example, so we do that using modern machine learning techniques. And it's actually kind of an interesting process that's going on right now. It's this loop between what do we pick up with NLP using machine learning versus what do we pick up with our more kind of precise computational natural language understanding. And so what's kind of loop going between those, which is improving both of them.
Yeah, and I think you have some of the state-of-the-art transforming. You have BERT in there, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So it's supposed to you're integrating all the models. I mean, this is the hybrid thing that people have always dreamed about or talking about. I'm actually just surprised, frankly, that open language is not more popular than it already is.
It's a complicated issue because it's like it involves ideas, and ideas are absorbed slowly. And I think that's
and then there's sort of like we were talking about, there's egos and personalities, and some of the absorption mechanisms of ideas have to do with personalities and the students of personalities and the little social network. So it's interesting how the spread of ideas works.
What's funny with open language is that we are, if you say, what market